Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Going on a long journey. Gu Kie in Luo Chen Golden Palace applies for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Luo Chen expected Tao Yishan to come. Calculating the time, there are only a few months left before the Kingdom Valley Dao Seed Contest. It is impossible to be on time to participate in this event, although heroes always appear at the last moment. But it is obvious that Luo Chen is not the protagonist in this Dao Seed Contest. After simply comforting Tao Yishan and setting the departure time, Luo Chen dealt with some trivial matters before leaving. After all, it is a long journey. The first thing is to visit Tanteiyu. The reason why Sima Weinyang was able to learn the detailed information of the Kingdom Valley Dao Seed Contest was largely due to Shi Boying. And the other party was willing to tell these sect secrets. It was not just because of Luo Chen's occasional bribes. There must be a hint from Tanteiyu behind it. There are so many mid-grade Jade pills this time. Tanteiyu was quite surprised by the number of pills Luo Chen took out before leaving. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I have made some progress in alchemy, so it is natural to have such a harvest. Tanteiyu was thoughtful. Looking at Luo Chen, she did not pay Luo Chen the corresponding spiritual stones as usual. Instead, after a brief silence, she took out a piece of ice. Luo Chen was curious. 4th level spiritual material, 10,000-year black ice. Yes. Tanteiyu nodded. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Use this to deduct the spiritual stones? But I don't need it. He didn't finish his words. Tanteiyu's spiritual consciousness fell on the palm-sized black ice. In an instant, an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura spread. Luo Chen's face changed drastically. Swish. Tanteiyu waved her hand, and the terrifying aura was taken back into the 10,000-year black ice. Looking at Luo Chen, she said lightly, "This contains the power of my master's attack. If you meet someone you can't defeat, just activate it. For me." Luo Chen was a little surprised. Tanteiyu nodded and threw the black ice to Luo Chen. Luo Chen took it carefully and held it in his hand. There was a faint force of extreme cold, soaking his flesh and blood. If you can't kill the enemy even if you use the power of that strike, you will destroy this ice. It will evolve into the art of freezing and protect you. When it senses it, my master will personally go to rescue you. A one-time magic weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities? For a moment, Luo Chen was completely stunned. He opened his mouth and said dryly, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Tantai. Thank you, Master Joking." There was no refusal. Luo Chen couldn't refuse. Only a fool would push away such a treasure. "Remember to return it to me when you come back," Tanteiyu said lightly. Luo Chen's face froze, and he didn't react. "Still need to return it?" After a while, Luo Chen said goodbye and left. Watching Luo Chen's departing figure, Tanteiyu felt an inexplicable pain. This piece of black ice was not given to Luo Chen by her master. It was a protective item that her master personally gave to her when she just established her foundation. Under normal circumstances, she would not give it to outsiders. This time, she suddenly had an idea and lent it to Luo Chen. "I'm glad you came back safely." She knew that Luo Chen had extraordinary attainments in alchemy, and he also had the Jade Pill, a high-quality elixir that was extremely good for female cultivators. If it were not limited to the cooperation agreement, the other party could use this kind of elixir to exchange with Taiwan for the corresponding high-quality elixir. Even if it is limited to the cooperation agreement now, the agreement is only limited to 100 years. If 100 years later, Luo Chen turned to Kingdom Valley for high-quality elixirs, then her Juking lineage would lose more than what she gained. Short-term investment in exchange for long-term benefits. I hope Luo Chen can remember my kindness. After leaving Xianlan Peak, Luo Chen went straight to Dangshi Peak outside the city. Sima Weinyang arrived first in Luotian Hall. "You know about the failure of Palace Master Qin Liangzhen to build his foundation." Sima Weinyang's face looked a little bad. When she mentioned this, it was as if a shadow was hanging over her face. Luo Chen naturally knew about it a long time ago. He even took the time to visit him. He failed to build his foundation. He was fine. Firstly, The medicinal properties of Emperor Liu Jiang were relatively mild, and secondly, he had the top-grade Huanyang water given by Luo Chen, which gave him enough time to sort out the surging spiritual energy after the failure of building his foundation. Although he was a little injured, but he could recover after a few months of recuperation. However, in his condition, he might not have the chance to impact the foundation again in this life. Looking at Sima Wei Niang, who was in a bad mood, Luo Chen comforted her in turn. Failure is a common thing in the military, as long as the person is fine. Sima Wei Niang sighed. Since Duan Feng, Min Longyu and others have built their foundations one after another, the fortune of my Luo Chen association seems to have run out with me. What she said was true. At that time, the Luo Chen association had many foundation building cultivators, and they attacked from all sides. They were the most powerful at the time. Now the Luo Chen association is also advancing rapidly. However, the pace of the cultivators' foundation building has suddenly stagnated. Murin Qinglian, Bian Zhen, Sima Xian, and Qin Liangjun failed to build their foundations one after another. This situation really made Sima Wei Niang, the person in power, feel very depressed. Luo Chen didn't know how to comfort her for a while. To be honest, except for Sima Wei Niang's success in building her foundation, which was a bit lucky. The other foundation building cultivators from the Luo Chen Association have relatively reliable rules. Duan Feng was originally a genius of the Duan family. He was trained before Duan Rui, and was later abandoned. Min Longyu is also the blood of the Min family and inherited the essence of the entire Min family. On the contrary, he, Luo Chen and Wang Yuan, have experienced many failures in building their foundations. After going through hardships, they finally made it. In comparison, Sima Xian, Qin Liangjun and others are quite old and have poor qualifications. Among the casual cultivators, they may be considered outstanding for a while. But if they are put in the foundation building stage, where even the disciples of the sect often fail, they are really nothing. It can only be said that success is expected, but failure is also acceptable. Luo Chen can only say, my Luo Chen society will always turn bad times around. Sima Wei Niang also found that her state was not right. She forced a smile. I'm sorry to make you worry. It's okay. Luo Chen shook his head. You are also considering the Luo Chen society. I can understand. While the two were talking, footsteps were heard outside the Luo Chen hall. After a while, Wang Yuan arrived at the Luo Chen hall first. He found a seat and sat down casually. Then came Duan Feng and Min Longyu. Finally, Su Huanshan from the Spirit Beast Hall also walked in calmly. He bowed to Luo Chen, and he sat down calmly. Luo Chen occupies a high position. Looking at the 5 foundation builders under his command, the mood that had been somewhat gloomy because of the successive failures of Bian Zhen and the other 4 people in the foundation builder also improved a lot. At least, with these people, Luo Xianhu will temporarily remain the powerful Luo Xianhu. What I want to say today is very simple. Next, I will leave Luo Xianhu for a period of time, a few months at the shortest, a year at the longest. During this period, Luo Xianhu will rely on you to take care of it. Facing Luo Chen's sudden words, except for Sima Wei Niang who knew the inside story, the others subconsciously showed astonishment. Seeing their expressions, Luo Chen knew that it was right to come here before leaving. Over the years, everyone in Luo Xianhu has become extremely accustomed to him, the president, who is always in front of and behind the scenes. If they encounter problems because of his departure, they will become headless flies without a backbone. That would be funny. Such a large organization. It can't be unable to operate because of the absence of someone. Otherwise, it will be a failure. Luo Chen didn't say much, and told the others about what to do next. There was no big decision, just let them follow the original plan. About 2 hours later, Wang Yuan and others left one after another. In Luo Chen Palace, only Luo Chen and Sima Wei Niang were left. Anything else? The woman looked at Luo Chen curiously, and the other party only kept her. Nothing big, but this link sequel can be used. To Sima Wei Niang's surprise, Luo Chen took out the foundation building gift that Chu Kui gave her. After accepting it at that time, it fell into Luo Chen's hands. After studying it for so many years, it was determined that there was no problem. In addition, he was going on a long journey this time. Luo Chen thought, why not use it? Sima Wei Niang couldn't help laughing and said, your actions today are like entrusting your affairs after death. Luo Chen also laughed. The uneasiness in his heart because of going on a long journey alone gradually disappeared in this smile. Since he crossed over, he seemed to have never gone on a long journey alone. After laughing, he unwrapped the red wax coat, revealing two milky white insects cuddling each other. You and I each take a blood essence, let it recognize the master, and then pull it into the body. This is a young goo, and it does not require a strong control method. The two did it according to the law. Soon, the lynxy goo worm that swallowed the foundation-building blood essence began to melt. With a thud, the melted white gas penetrated into their bodies. Along the arm, it continued to move forward, and finally hovered between the chest and abdomen. When the lynxy goo entered the body, Sima Wei Niang looked at Luo Chen in surprise. It seems that there is a little feeling. Luo Chen nodded. To reach the point of telepathy, it takes at least decades of feeding each other's breath and advancing it to a third-level goo worm. Now, it just allows you and me to feel each other's approximate position. Okay, this matter is over, and I can leave with peace of mind. After saying that, Luo Chen stood up. He was about to leave. Sima Wei Niang quietly pulled his sleeve. Aren't you staying tonight? Luo Chen was startled. It seemed as if he had said something similar before. Sima Wei Niang didn't refuse at that time. Now, he wouldn't refuse either. The next morning, a flying boat docked at the boat landing area of Dangsha Peak. It wasn't until the green light flew out of Dangsha Peak that the flying boat slowly started and floated into the sky. Finally, it turned into light and shadow and gradually disappeared in the distant sky. On Dangsha Peak, Sima Wei Niang watched this scene quietly, feeling a little empty. Watching the light and shadow of the flying boat, which finally turned into a tiny dot and disappeared, she sighed and turned around. Huh? Gu Kai had stood behind her at some point. When did you come? Gu Kai looked at her with a cold expression. With your spiritual awareness of building the foundation, you didn't find me. It seems that the president's heart is really on the president. This was a bit sarcastic. Sima Wei Niang frowned, not wanting to argue with her. She roughly understood what the other party was feeling. Seeing Sima Wei Niang was about to leave, Gu Kai took a deep breath and called her. Gu Kai, the master of the Golden Hall of Luo Chen, who has already reached the great perfection of key refining. With past merits, I have specially applied to the president for a foundation-building pill. Sima Wei Niang turned back suddenly. In front of the cliff, the woman with a body like Atkins had a powerful spiritual power fluctuation, just like the ebb and flow of waves. Asking for the monthly ticket that has just been refreshed. Chapter 327, Vast 1,000 miles of land, towering 50 peaks. Green mountains and white clouds were receding as if in reverse. A light boat had passed thousands of mountains in the blink of an eye. Luo Chen stood on the flying boat, looking at the vast bamboo sea in the distance. In his ears, Tao Yishan's excited words about returning to the clan were heard. It's thousands of miles from here to Kingdom Valley. With the speed of our flying boat, it will only take a few hours. Luo Chen smiled and said, do we need to rush so much? Tao Yishan scratched the back of his head and smiled. Go back earlier, so that I can help my sister more. You siblings are really affectionate. Luo Chen sighed. He found out that although Tao Wan and her brother were not harmonious when they were together, they actually had a deep affection for each other. When he first met Tao Yishan, he tried to win him over, probably because of the Daosi dispute. He was looking for help for his sister. And Tao Wan, who seemed arrogant and stern, actually had good feelings for Tao Yishan from the bottom of his heart. Whether they sent him to Yuan's Heo country or stubbornly kept him in Xianlan Fairy City, they all wanted to keep him away from the vortex and the sect. Even the top-grade cave on Xianlan Peak and many cultivation resources were prepared for Tao Yishan in advance. It is a great blessing for a person to have such a caring and thoughtful relative who cares about his or her well regardless of gains and losses. Of course, whether the way to treat him or her well is appropriate in the eyes of each other depends on personal opinion. Looking at the 1,000-mile bamboo sea under his feet, Luo Chen asked curiously, this place is extremely rich in resources. Why has there been no force to rent this place for so many years? Tao Yishan glanced and smiled. Brother, you don't know this, right? Although this place belongs to Xianlan Xianchang in name, when our Kingdom Valley settled in Yuding Domain, we briefly operated this place. But later, because of a war, we temporarily gave up this bamboo sea. Later, when the Xianchang was established, The bamboo sea was included in its jurisdiction, and the head of Kingdom Valley at that time agreed. But later, when my Tao family's ancestor was in charge of Kingdom Valley, he tried to redeem this place from the 6 sects. After a while, this bamboo sea became a disputed area. Therefore, ordinary casual cultivators dare not rent it. Luo Chen suddenly realized. When he first arrived in Xianlan Xiancheng, Shi Lan introduced him to many good places. Among them was this 1,000-mile bamboo sea. The rental price, although high, is completely in line with its value. But no one rents it. Now it seems that there is such an inside story. Luo Chen shook his head. It's a pity that the resources of this bamboo sea are wasted. Tao Yisheng sneered. What if it's wasted? I'd rather leave it vacant than give it to others. This is the land of my Kingdom Valley. Tao Yisheng usually acts like a naive person and treats people kindly in a simple way. But occasionally, he would show the arrogance of a disciple of a large sect like now. Luo Chen didn't care. He was proud and confident, unlike people like him who had worked their way up from the bottom. He had to think twice before doing anything. He just looked at the vast bamboo sea below and thought about how many spirit stones he would get every year if Luo Xian who could rent it. At least it would start at 100,000. No. Maybe even less. No wonder when the ancestor of the Tao family was in charge of Kingdom Valley, he once wanted to forcibly take back this bamboo sea. Luo Chen smacked his lips. Such a good place could not be swallowed by the current Luo Xianhu. He no longer thought about these things. As the flying boat got farther and farther away from Dangsha Peak, his thoughts gradually became divergent. No longer worrying about the petty profits. Instead, he talked with Tao Yisheng about the Dao Seed competition in Kingdom Valley. The Dao Seed competition is not complicated. As long as my sect disciples have reached the late stage of foundation building and are no more than 150 years old, they can participate. When he heard the first condition, Luo Chen was still quite confused. There are more than 100 people in the late stage of foundation building in Kingdom Valley. If those who are close to the end of their lifespan take the position of Dao Seed, and then they are gone the next year, would that be a joke? Now it seems that the condition of no more than 150 years old just limits this possibility. However, a late stage of foundation building who is less than 150 years old? That is definitely a genius. Perhaps only the big sects can set such a rule so generously. No. Even among the 7 major sects in the entire Yuding domain, only the Yuding Sword sect and the Kingdom Valley, which is good at alchemy, have the confidence to do so. There are about 30 people in Kingdom Valley who meet this condition. 70% of them may participate. And my sister's main competitors are Shengwen Yan, He Yun King, Fu Li. There were a lot of names, more than a dozen people, and Luo Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. Kingdom Valley is luxurious. But in the end, it is just a giant sect among the 7 Yuding sects. The internal struggle is so fierce. Tao Yisheng's tone suddenly became serious at the end. Finally, there's senior brother Deniangzi. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard this. Hasn't he been deprived of his position as a Dao Seed? How can he still participate in this true sword fight? Tao Yisheng shook his head. How can I guess what the higher-ups are thinking? It is said that senior brother Deniangzi was deprived of his position as a Dao Seed because he made a big mistake. But that big mistake is not unforgivable. Moreover, the Yuding domain is in a turbulent time right now, and it really needs a strong leader from the younger generation. Senior brother Deniangzi is really strong. Luo Chen was still puzzled. As far as I know, he has been in the position of Dao Seed for more than 10 years, and his connections have been accumulated for a long time. If he participates in the battle, will your sister and the others have a chance? At this point, Tao Yisheng looked much more relaxed. He said in a brisk tone, after all, he made a mistake, so this time in the true sword fight for the position of Dao Seed, senior brother is restricted. During the sword fight, from beginning to end, he must complete it alone, and cannot ask for any help. From the first round to the third round, you can't ask for help. Yes. After saying this, Luo Chen's face also relaxed a lot. In the past 2 years, he has inquired about the detailed information of the true sword fighting for Dao Seed in Kingdom Valley. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to seize the position of Dao Seed without help. If he really succeeds, he will be the rare genius in Kingdom Valley in the past 1,000 years. Anyone will recognize such a person as a leader. After the atmosphere was relaxed, the topics of conversation were relatively relaxed. Luo Chen asked curiously, Why do you call others by their names, but only call your senior brother by his Dao name? Because many senior brothers and sisters who participated in the competition don't have a Dao name. Tao Yisheng said as a matter of course. Seeing Luo Chen puzzled, he explained in detail. It turned out that in Kingdom Valley, only those who are good at alchemy will be given a Dao name. Even if the realm is not enough, they will still be respected by the entire sect. This is completely different from other major sects. Today, the 7 sons of Kingdom are all excellent second-level alchemists. The senior brother Dan Yangzi is known as the best in both alchemy and swordsmanship. Not only is his fighting skill superb, his alchemy skills are also ranked first among the 7 sons of Kingdom. In addition, such as the elderly Wang Hezi, Zhuan Yunzi of the Yuxuan He family, although their realm is only in the initial stage of foundation building. But they still rely on their excellent alchemy skills to rank among the 7 sons and gain everyone's respect. In this regard, Luo Chen can only sigh that Kingdom Valley, a large sect that made its fortune with alchemy, really attaches great importance to technical talents. Perhaps this is why among the 7 sects of Yuding, apart from the Overlord Yuding Sword sect, only Kingdom Valley has the largest number of foundation-building alchemy monks. They do not forget their roots. At the same time, they also attach importance to the training of alchemists. Not only the supply of resources, but also the special treatment in terms of reputation and status. Just like this. During the conversation between the two, the flying boat kept crossing the white clouds, getting closer and closer to Kingdom Valley. The clouds turned yellow, and the tired birds returned to their nests. A flying boat came from the west and crossed the sky. On the flying boat, Tao Yisheng still introduced the situation of Kingdom Valley to Luo Chen from time to time. Especially when entering the territory of Kingdom Valley, he pointed to a certain mountain range in a certain city below, saying that it was the bloodline of a giant master in Kingdom Valley. Luo Chen was also very curious. He originally thought that the big sects would gather together. Unexpectedly, some people would be dispersed to live outside the mountain gate. Or rather, it is not outside the mountain gate. This area is collectively called Kingdom Valley. As Tao Yisheng said, the vast land of 1,000 miles and the towering 50 peaks are the Kingdom Valley. This 1,000 miles of land is just an overview. But the 50 peaks are large and small, distributed in this area. When passing a quiet mountain, Tao Yisheng slowed down the speed of the flying boat. This is Qingkang Mountain, where we have disciples from the lower courtyard of Kingdom Valley, which is basically set up for the Jinden families in the valley. Occasionally, we will recruit some disciples with outstanding qualifications from outside to lay the foundation for cultivation. To be honest, I was still struggling in it not long ago. Listening to Tao Yisheng's words, Luo Chen looked at the spiritual energy-filled Qingkang Mountain with surprise in his eyes. The concentration of spiritual energy here has reached the 2nd level. It is far better than Dangsha Peak. This is just an outer courtyard of Kingdom Valley? He shook his head. After all, it is a big sect, so luxurious. As he spoke, he saw a towering and huge mountain in the distance. It was like a barrier, blocking the 4 fields. Entering Yuanhe Mountain is the real Kingdom Valley. Tao Yisheng pointed to the mountain, and then the flying boat turned the bow and flew towards a relatively short hill next to it. Luo Chen was puzzled. Aren't we going to enter the valley? Tao Yisheng smiled and said, I can enter the valley, but you don't have an identity yet, so you have to wait for a day. Identity? Luo Chen understood instantly. The identity of the Tao family's worshipper, right? Yes, that's right. At this moment, Luo Chen had no doubts. He needed a respectable identity to help Tao Wan. After all, this was an internal dispute in Kingdom Valley. With his current strength, he was obviously not qualified to become a worshipper of Kingdom Valley. But if he became a foundation-building worshipper of the Tao family, it would be a natural thing. Looking back at the tall Yuanhe mountain, Luo Chen was a little yearning. He could feel that the mountain that seemed like a gateway had an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. If he could practice on it, one day would be equivalent to 10 days of his practice. With such a practice environment, no wonder there are so many late-stage foundation-building cultivators in Kingdom Valley, and they are not very old. In comparison, what a pig-dog life the casual cultivators have. After a while, the flying boat landed in a mountain filled with golden color. This is the land of my Tao family, Xiaonan Mountain. Xiaonan Mountain. The place where the Tao family's ancestor Nanshan Shengren attained the Tao. After achieving the foundation, He took this as his name and ruled Kingdom Valley for 100 years. Although the times have changed, the Tao family's heritage is still there. Even if there is no more Jiangdan, the family land of Xian and Mountain has been preserved for 200 years. As soon as it landed, 3 key refining cultivators flew over. Brother Yishan, you are back. Why is it your turn to guard the mountain today? Tao Yishan put away the flying boat, his face a little tired, but he still forced a smile to face the 3 young people of the family. One of the young men with red lips and white teeth said, "The elders of the family have been arguing for a long time, especially recently. They have to hold meetings every 3 to 5 days. Arguing." Tao Yishan frowned and subconsciously looked back at Luo Chen. The young man looked over curiously. Tao Yishan's face became serious. "This is Dan Chenzi, a master of alchemy, and the future worshipper of the Tao family. Why don't you call me senior?" The 3 juniors looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Then they bowed to Luo Chen obediently. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. Tao Yishan pulled a young man over, walked to the side, and asked him carefully. Then he walked back. "Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time." "No problem." Luo Chen looked around and waved his hand. "The cave has been arranged, come with me." Tao Yishan waved his hand, sent away the 3 juniors, and then took Luo Chen to Xian and Mountain. However, during the flight, the sadness on his face was very obvious. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. With his soul strength, Tao Yishan was only in the early stage of foundation building, and the spiritual consciousness transmission that he just casually performed could naturally not stop him from eavesdropping. The content was why the elders of the Tao family quarreled. The center of the quarrel was surprisingly because of himself. The true disciples' sword fight and the Dao seed competition are just around the corner. The other true disciples have already prepared their candidates. Only Tao Wan has been left vacant in terms of the alchemist. This made the other cultivators in Kingdom Valley think that she was going to give up the Dao seed competition. The Tao family elders naturally knew the inside story, but they were not confident in Luo Chen's alchemy attainments. In particular, Luo Chen also proposed several high conditions. This made it even more difficult for the Tao family elders to accept. A mere casual alchemist dared to have such a big appetite? Whether it was the various alchemy formulas that Nanshan Shengren collected and developed in the past, or his experience in forming the alchemy, these were all the foundation of the Tao family. It was not so easy for Tao Wan to take them out and give them to Luo Chen. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is respected. She is indeed very strong. But within the family, there are many troublesome things to consider, such as direct lineage branches, generational ethics, etc. Even with Tao Wan's powerful realm of the 9th level of foundation building, there are still many constraints. Tao Wan has taken good care of the outside world, but the inside of the Tao family is still in chaos. Chapter 328, Internal Strife in the Tao Family, a good show. No matter what the Tao family monks thought of Luo Chen, they still followed etiquette in arranging his accommodation and gave him the best treatment as a distinguished guest. The aura concentration of the courtyard is comparable to that of a second-level middle-grade cave. All 3 meals a day are spiritual food with abundant aura. In addition, 2 maids were arranged to take care of him, as well as 2 male key refining cultivators that he could dispatch at will. After settling Luo Chen, Tao Yishan left in a hurry. "Senior Dan Chenzi, do you need us to prepare a bath and change clothes for you?" Looking at the 2 young and beautiful maids with bright eyes and white teeth, Luo Chen waved his hand. "No, you go wait outside." The 2 maids looked at each other and left the living room tacitly. After they left, Luo Chen spread his spiritual consciousness and swept across the courtyard. After confirming that there was no means of surveillance, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a new arrival and it was still a strange place. It was better to be careful. Luo Chen took out a book and read it casually. At first, it was still casual, but the more he read, the more he got into it. What he was reading was the book Shanghu Danji that Juking Fairy had given him. This was also the only 3rd-level alchemist's experience book in his hand, besides Kingyuan Danji. And unlike Kingyuanzi, who relied on the alchemy technique to refine the 3rd-level elixir by chance and thus promoted to the 3rd-level alchemist, the author of this Shanghu Danji was a genuine 3rd-level alchemist. Luo Chen had this book for a long time. But he didn't get much. The reason was that some of the alchemy theories and alchemy techniques in it were very different from the orthodox alchemy. The orthodox alchemy often talks about taking the surplus and making up for the deficiency. For example, In the elixir recipe, if a main ingredient is too strong in a certain property, then another main ingredient should be used to make up for the defect, or neutralize, stimulate, or weaken. But the record in this Shanghu Danji takes another path. Take things of the same origin and make the best use of them. Because they are interdependent, they have little repulsion. Therefore, the chance of success is quite high. The several alchemy techniques recorded above also involve directly using the inner elixir of monsters to refine pills. This style of alchemy is similar to Emperor Liu Jiang. Luo Chen murmured to himself. The main material of Emperor Liu Jiang is the flesh and bones of the same monster. In fact, they are also of the same origin. I don't know where the fairy Juking got this strange book on alchemy. Luo Chen shook his head and stopped delving into this question. Instead, he read the vague and even difficult parts of the book carefully. He was about to participate in the alchemy competition. If he could increase his alchemy strength by 1 point, he would increase it by 1 point. It was not only for Tao Wan's consideration, but also for his own efforts. Over the years, he had read all the alchemy classics of Dan Yuanzi, Zheng family, and Li family, and absorbed their essence thoroughly. There were still many things he didn't understand about the book Shanghu Danji on hand. Horizontal ellipsis. While Luo Chen was concentrating on studying the Dao of alchemy, in the meeting hall of the Tao family in Xianan Mountain, with a sharp and cold snort, the meeting that had been noisy for an entire afternoon came to an end. Tao Wan looked coldly at the old man who was being escorted away by the crowd, her long eyelashes slightly narrowed. Tao Yishan came up. Sister, I have brought Luo Chen back. Have you arranged it? I have arranged it to Mo Garden, and I have asked Xia Peng and the others to serve at any time. At this point, Tao Yisheng's face was somewhat dissatisfied. Brother Luo has come all the way here, and my Tao family should at least welcome him. As a result, because of these messy things, he was treated poorly. How could Tao Wan not know that they did not treat guests well? But these things are not messy. She sighed. If I want to compete for the position of Dao Seed, I will have to go up against Sheng Wenyan, He Yuan King and others. Behind them, they all have the support of the Golden Core Master. The clan leaders are afraid that I will not be able to compete and offend those people instead. If the other party settles the score later, the Tao family will definitely not have an easy time. Tao Yishan was stunned. He really didn't think so deeply. Everyone is from the same sect, and competing for the position of Dao Seed is also a fair and above-board duel of true inheritance. Is there still a so-called settlement of scores later? Looking at his sister, whose brows were full of fatigue because of the family's dirty business, he said with all his strength, if you don't fight, you may be able to survive for a while, but how can you live in peace for a lifetime? Tao Wan looked at him in surprise. Huh? You have matured a lot. Before, you didn't have this awareness. It was rare for his sister to praise him. Tao Yisheng scratched his head. I stayed in Luoxianhu for a long time last year, and many of the cultivators there have the same idea. According to them, Luo Chen founded Luoxianhu from scratch, and he fought all the way. In several battles, big and small, he always defeated the strong with the weak, and never compromised. Environment can make a person. Similarly, a new environment can also affect a person. Tao Yishan, who was born in the Tao family of Kingdom Valley, did not know the dangers of the world before. But after building the foundation, he learned something more or less in 10 years outside. Especially in the year of Luoxianhu. Tao Wan looked at his brother with a green beard on his chin, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Suddenly, Yishan, do you want to be the head of the Tao family? Tao Yishan was stunned, and subconsciously said, but the position of the head of the family, for more than 100 years, hasn't the patriarch always been concurrently held by the patriarch? The corners of Tao Wan's thin lips rose slightly. You also said that it's been more than 100 years. Some things should change. Fighting for the position of patriarch. Luo Chen looked at the woman opposite him in surprise. She was wearing a long green dress, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall behind her, reaching her slender waist. Tao Wan smiled slightly. Yes, I see that you are bored here. Why don't we go to the ceremony together and witness the birth of the new patriarch of my Tao family? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It's interesting. Tao Wan came to him today, but she didn't take out the pill formula and the experience of forming pills that he wanted, but suddenly mentioned this matter. Looking at the other party's smile, Luo Chen realized that if he wanted to get those things, he would have to rely on the so-called patriarch battle today. The Dao Seed battle has not yet begun, but we have to fight for the position of patriarch. Interesting. Luo Chen stood up. It's my honor to witness the birth of the new patriarch of the Tao family. Tao Wan shook her head. It's not me, but Yishan. Oh. This time, Luo Chen was really surprised. When Luo Chen arrived at the Tao family meeting place, there were already hundreds of cultivators present. He glanced around and saw more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators. Such a force, if placed in Xianlin Immortal City, would be one of the top overlords. No wonder people like Tan Taiyu and Tao Wan all looked down on my Luo Chen society before. Compared with them, it is really the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. He did not feel inferior. After all, it is a big family that has produced giant cultivators. Even if it has declined, it should have such a foundation. He swept his eyes and saw Tao Wan and Tao Yishan. Behind them, there were 5 foundation-building cultivators. The rest of the foundation-building cultivators all stood behind an old man with white hair and beard. The current patriarch of the Tao family, Tao Daonan. A great cultivator of the 9th level of foundation building. When he looked at others were also staring at him intentionally or unintentionally. Tao Daonan glanced at him, then looked at Tao Wan and snorted coldly. Xiao Wan, you propose to re-establish the head of the family according to the clan rules, and I agree. But what do you mean by inviting outsiders to come and see? Tao Wan showed an arrogant smile. Outsiders? What do you mean? Dan Chenzi is the worshipper of my Tao family. He is a member of my Tao family. How can he be an outsider? Worshipper? My Tao family has never hired worshippers from outside for hundreds of years. Tao Daonan said tremblingly. Besides, who can establish a worshipper without the head of the family's consent? Tao Wan restrained her smile and snorted coldly. So, today we have to re-establish the head of the family. After saying this, she waved her hand without waiting for Tao Daonan to say more. Yishan. Tao Yishan took a deep breath, walked out from behind her, and greeted everyone's attention. The head of the Tao family needs to meet 3 conditions: foundation building, alchemy, and true disciple status. Now I have met all 3 conditions, and you, the clan leader, are old and have been deprived of the status of true disciple by the sect. It is time to step down and let others take over. Today, I, Tao Yishan, want to take the position of the head of the family. Who is in favor and who is against? The words were spoken slowly and the firmness in them was clearly audible. The foundation builders standing behind Tao Daonan looked at each other at this moment. No one expected that Tao Yishan, who had been away for more than 10 years, would become the head of the family as soon as he came back. You know, for more than 100 years, the position of the head of the family has always been held by the clan leader. This is not just a power grab. Once the course is changed, the interests involved are enough to change the internal structure of the Tao family. These 2 siblings. In the silence of everyone, Tao Daonan's old face was extremely gloomy. He knew that this was Tao Wan's signal. According to common sense, he should indeed give these powers to the younger generation. But some things, how can you let go? I am old, and it is indeed time for me to step down and let others take over. As soon as these words came out, there was a shouting from behind. Patriarch. Grandpa. No. Tao Daonan raised his left hand and suppressed the shouting with his years of power. His gloomy eyes fell on Tao Yishan. But Yishan, you are still young and inexperienced. I am really worried about handing over such a big Tao family to you. Tao Yishan glanced at Tao Wan, and with the encouragement of the other's eyes, he calmed down. He looked at the patriarch calmly and fearlessly. I have already established a foundation, so there is no such thing as being young. For our generation of true cultivation, only those who have achieved success will come first. What's more, you are inexperienced. With the help of the elders, I believe I will soon be familiar with all the affairs of the Tao family. These words were well reasoned. Tao Daonan could no longer refute. But, in fact, I have long had the idea of abdicating. Over the years, Yishan has been helping me with various trivial matters. If I have to give up my position, he has more experience. Besides, he is also a true disciple of Kingdom Valley and is also qualified to be the head of the family. While speaking, Tao Daonan looked at Tao Wan. I think it would be better for the Tao family to let Tao Yishan be the head of the family. Tao Wan snorted coldly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We are all disciples of Kingdom Valley, So let's follow the tradition of Kingdom Valley. There is no difference in realm, so let's judge by alchemy skills. As soon as these words came out, everyone present nodded in tacit understanding. Tao Daonan even slapped the sandalwood table heavily. It's a deal. After that, there was no more nonsense. The Tao family members quickly got busy, preparing all the utensils and various medicinal materials for alchemy. The outsider Luo Chen had been sitting in the corner, watching this scene with interest. He was not from the family, although he had also come into contact with many family cultivators. But the internal struggles of these immortal cultivation families were only hearsay. Now it seems that it is quite interesting. They fought with words and refused to give in. Although they were very angry, they obviously knew how to control themselves. It seems that if you want to gain a foothold in the family, strength is very important, like Tao one who dares to start a new business. At the same time, interpersonal communication cannot be left behind. Otherwise, under fixed interests, how to distribute it to yourself depends on whether the person who divides the meat cuts it lightly. Now, what Tao one wants to do is to rush to be the one who divides the meat. No, it's not that simple. Once she becomes the one who divides the meat, then the people in the family who originally surrounded Tao Daonan will turn to her because of the interests. In this way, the internal situation can be pacified. And she can go outside without any worries to expand the meat that the Tao family can obtain. This is the way to stabilize the country before resisting foreign aggression. Luo Chen murmured in his heart, and couldn't help but look up to the woman who was surrounded by the cultivators. Just as he was secretly looking at Tao Wan, a pair of beautiful eyes happened to look at him. Dao, let's go to the alchemy room together. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He would naturally not refuse such a secret matter, and he could also learn about the alchemy attainments of other alchemists in Kingdom Valley. Then let's go together. On the forest trail, a man and a woman walked side by side. Behind them, 5 foundation-building true cultivators followed. A faint fragrance came from the wings of his nose, and he didn't know whether it was the fragrance of the woman next to him or the fragrance of the chrysanthemums on both sides of the trail. Dao Tao, you have great confidence in Yishan. Luo Chen said. Tao Wan curled her lips. I have more confidence in Tao Daonan's grandson Tao Yichan. Huh? Luo Chen was puzzled. Tao Wan raised her lips. He has been obsessed with family power these years, and his alchemy skills have been thrown away. He only has the title of a second-level alchemist, but I'm afraid he doesn't even have the confidence to make a second-level pill. Luo Chen suddenly realized. No wonder she was so confident. Besides, Yishan has been with you all the time in the past 2 years. Don't you have confidence in him? Tao Wan's eyes moved and fell on Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled. Then wait and see. On the other side, the mid-stage foundation building cultivator from Tao Daonan's room followed closely behind him at this moment, with a worried look on his face. Patriarch, how can you be so careless and agree to compete in alchemy? Yichan has helped you deal with too many mundane matters these years, and his alchemy skills are not up to par at all. Tao Daonan looked calm. He said calmly, Tao Yichan's alchemy skills are not up to par, so how can Tao Yishan do it? This time, we are competing to refine the unique Keijudan of our Tao family, which is of the 2nd grade. Tao Yishan is just a person with theories, and he will definitely not be able to practice it in a short time. The mid-stage cultivator next to him was stunned. He was puzzled and said, if you can't practice it, then what's the point of this competition? Tao Daonan sneered, in this way, isn't it back to the beginning? The beginning? The cultivator was stunned, and then suddenly realized, wasn't it that Tao Yichan's experience in managing family affairs was richer? He couldn't help but admire. Tao Wan is too arrogant, and only focuses on the dispute over Dao seeds. How can family affairs be so simple? After all, the clan leader is smart. Tao Daonan smiled without saying anything. In the spacious alchemy hall, 2 golden bronze tripods stood out. The ground fire was blazing, spewing flames from time to time, but it was not fired. The strong aroma of medicine spread in all directions. 2 figures stood beside the bronze tripod, and behind each of them were several key refining monks waiting in formation. Tao Daonan glanced at Tao Wan opposite him, and then waved his hand. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Yishan and Tao Yichan, 2 pairs, simultaneously cast spiritual spells, activated the formation, and drew out a blazing fire from the cave. With the help of their respective medicine apprentices, the medicinal materials were also delivered to them like an assembly line. Luo Chen watched this scene with interest. Suddenly, a voice came from his ear. Fellow Taoist Luo, please look carefully, this is the second-level cultivation elixir recipe I am going to give you. The Tao family's unique second-level elixir, the colorful chrysanthemum pill. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen's original mentality of just watching the show changed instantly. A pair of spiritual eyes became deep and bottomless, and strands of spiritual energy continued to flow into his eyes without being noticed by outsiders. Under his gaze, the two people who were refining the elixir, all their movements were in full view. Inside the copper cauldron, all the various medicinal materials were constantly undergoing transformation, and all the changes were in my mind. Chapter 329, Basic Competition, Pure Confrontation. In the huge alchemy hall, two second-level alchemists were concentrating on refining the colorful chrysanthemum pill. One looked serious, but calm. The other was concentrating, but his trembling eyebrows showed his nervousness. The onlookers were all silent and did not dare to disturb them. They said they were silent. In fact, many people were secretly communicating with each other through their spiritual consciousness. With Luo Chen's powerful soul, even if he did not deliberately eavesdrop, the conversations of some people in the early and middle stages of foundation building were clearly audible. Tisk, Yisheng has been tasked with guarding Yuan's Heo country for 10 years, but I didn't expect that his alchemy skills have not fallen behind at all. Not only has he not fallen behind, look at how he uses it in Suxin's hands, he is calm and skillful. Don't say, it's true. I'm afraid I can't even do this level if I were to deal with this cliff chrysanthemum. On the other hand, Tao Yuchen. No, he's too mechanical. He's too rigid, afraid of ruining the medicinal materials, but he missed the best time to integrate the medicinal power. In my opinion, Tao Yuchen's alchemy skills are already a level lower than Yisheng's. Here comes the point, let's take a look at how he handles this 5-color chrysanthemum. The alchemy competition is still going on intensely. Luo Chen just watched for a while, and his brows inadvertently frowned. Is Tao Yuchen worthy of being called a second-level alchemist? He was very surprised. The other party's level is a bit too low. Could it be that the other party's alchemy level has dropped significantly because of his indulgence in worldly affairs? But that's not right. When Tao Yuchen discussed with him, he also said it in a very convincing way. But when it came to the actual operation, there were many mistakes and omissions. It can be seen from this that Kingdom Valley's review of second-level alchemists seems to be very lenient. Looking at other enthusiastic foundation-building practitioners, Luo Chen suddenly thought, maybe it's not that they are too weak, but that I am too strong. That's right. In the eyes of the world, those alchemists who occasionally refine 1 or 2 second-level pills can be called second-level alchemists. For example, Qing Yuanzi, relying on the pill-raising technique, took a shortcut and luckily cultivated a 3rd-level pill. Didn't he also brag that he was a 3rd-level alchemist? Compared with these so-called second-level alchemists, Luo Chen's alchemy skills were honed by the number of pills that were counted in tens of thousands. Even second-level pills. He also refined them, at least not less than 2 or 3,000. Most of them were the most difficult to refine top-grade and top-grade pills. In comparison, the rest of the people are naturally not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with him. Of course, there are people who are better than you. For example, the 2 alchemists of the Tao family are not ranked in the entire Kingdom Valley, and they have not even obtained the Imperial Taoist title. It can be imagined that the 7 sons of Kingdom must be people with real talents and knowledge. I can't underestimate the heroes of the world. After sighing in his heart, he shook his head subconsciously. Now that he has achieved the great perfection of Mingshen Poshak, he can already do 3 things at the same time. I had a lot of daydreams before, but I always kept a part of my attention on the 2 people in the field. Therefore, I know the progress of the refining of Keiju Dan in great detail. Tao Wan, who is next to him, saw this. Curiously, he asked with his spiritual consciousness, "What's wrong?" "But what's wrong?" Luo Chen said lightly, "It's going to fail." Who? All failed. After this, Tao Wan couldn't help but look suspicious. She herself is not a brilliant alchemist. But since he grew up in a Dandao sect, he still has some insight into the refining of pills. Tao Yuchen may fail, but every step of my brothers is perfect, which is obviously a sign of imminent success. It's not just her. The other foundation building true cultivators in the field, as long as they have a little insight, have already discovered the huge gap between Tao Yixin and Tao Yijin in the level of alchemy, especially on the side of the clan leader Tao Daonan. Many people now showed panic. There were also voice transmissions, quietly converging to Tao Daonan. However, although Tao Daonan's face was ugly, he still remained calm and did not interfere. Alchemy, still continuing. After a while, a crisp and audible explosion sounded in the bronze tripod. All eyes gathered and saw Tao Yichen's extremely pale, bloodless face. "I failed," he murmured, and his body seemed to be trembling. "Alice." A sigh came from Tao Daonan's mouth. He did not blame the other party. Originally, Tao Yichen had some talent in alchemy. Not only did he pass the theoretical assessment of Kingdom Valley, but he also managed to refine a second-level elixir by chance. But later, he disliked the work of alchemy, which was too repetitive, too numb, and delayed his practice, so he gave up continuing to improve. Instead, he put his energy into handling the internal affairs of the Tao family. If he had been ruthless and forced him to continue to study alchemy, he would not be in such a mess today. Shaking his head, he looked at Tao Yixin. Could it be that he can really succeed in one go? Everyone's eyes, including Tao Yixin who had failed, were focused on Tao Yixin. If it were before, under the attention of everyone, he might have panicked. Perhaps the movements of the alchemy would be deformed. But in the year when he was in Luo Chen Huden Hall, when he was refining the elixir, Chu Lingjun, Mi Li and others followed him from time to time. He was used to being watched. Even if he was refining a simple first-level elixir, he could still be distracted and give a few instructions. At this moment, he was under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He was still unhurried, maintaining the final finishing work of the colored chrysanthemum pill. Seeing this, Tao Wan couldn't help but feel a little more relieved. Her impetuous brother seemed to have grown a lot in the past 10 years. He already had the demeanor of a general who remained calm when a mountain collapsed in front of him and kept his eyes on a deer on his left. It should be successful, right? She murmured in her heart. Under the expectation of everyone, Tao Yixin played the last spiritual formula. The ground fire fell back, and the bronze tripod trembled slightly. A scent of pills like chrysanthemums and orchids came to her face. Success. No. There is a hint of burnt smell. This is. Tao Yixin, who was originally happy, looked visibly worse when he took out the 3 green and yellow pills. It was at this time. Tao Daonan's voice sounded at the right time. The color is green and yellow, not 3 colors. This pill is not a finished product, and 1 pill is useless. Almost at the same time, Tao Wan's beautiful eyes fixed on Luo Chen. The other party shrugged and spread his hands. He looked like, although I guessed right, it has nothing to do with me. Tao Wan nodded and looked away. As expected by the other party, it failed. But, failure also has different levels. She looked at Tao Daonan. Tao Yichen's alchemy collapsed halfway and he didn't complete the final step of making the pill. Although Yixin also failed, he made a 2-color chrysanthemum pill, which shows that his alchemy skills are far superior to his. The superiority and inferiority have been determined. The position of the head of the family should be decided by the clan leader. Most people present, even many foundation-building true cultivators standing on Tao Daonan's side nodded subconsciously. Indeed, the superiority and inferiority of the alchemy skills of both sides have been determined. Then the position of the head of this family, unexpectedly. Ha ha ha. The old man's laughter rang out in the astonishment of everyone. Tao Daonan pointed at the waste pail in Tao Yixin's hand and said, "A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. What's the difference between not reaching the end and just starting? That's not how it should be said." Tao Wan narrowed her eyes slightly. Tao Daonan shook his head. "Then what should I say? You take these 3 waste pills and Yichen's pile of shapeless waste and sell them to others. Just because you are closer to success, can you sell more spirit stones? No, they are all worthless. Waste pills, it's waste pills." When this was said, everyone was shocked. But at the same time, they felt that there was nothing wrong. Others will not use the spirit stones they have worked hard to earn to buy a waste pill from you just because you are good at alchemy. So, according to the results, Tao Yixin and Tao Yichen are both failures. How can there be a difference between superior and inferior? There are many people who agree with this concept. Among them, even Luo Chen. When he was refining the chalcedony pill, he failed countless times, and the accumulated chalcedony waste beads alone were tens of thousands. But no one would spend a lot of money to buy those defective products. On the stage, Tao Yisheng's face turned a little pale. He couldn't accept this result, and Tao Wan couldn't accept it either. In my opinion. Tao Daonan continued. Yisheng is still too young. The position of the head of the family should be given to Yichen, who is experienced and mature. Tao Yichen is his grandson. Let him be the head of the family, and there is no difference between Tao Daonan himself running the family. Tao Wan sneered, glanced at Tao Yishen, and said slowly, since you said that if you can't succeed, it's all failure. Why not continue to refine the elixir, and there must be a result today. I think there is no need for this. Tao Daonan frowned. No, it is necessary. Tao Wan looked around at everyone and said grimly, do you want to hear outside in the future that the head of my Tao family was selected from 2 losers? Selected from 2 losers? Isn't that still a loser? Under Tao Wan's grim gaze, everyone was unable to refute for a while. In other words, the foundation building cultivators on Tao Wan's side didn't want to refute. They all spoke out in support of the alchemy competition to continue. Even Tao Daonan couldn't come up with a reason to object. The head of the family is different from the patriarch. The latter is responsible for matters such as sacrifices, bloodline inheritance, etiquette and hierarchy, and is often held by the elders with high prestige and age in the family. But the former is responsible for many things, big and small, both internally and externally. What is needed is young and promising, and what is needed is strong strength. It represents the face of a family. It can even be said that when people outside see you, they know that there is a big family behind you that rises and falls, honor and disgrace. This kind of identity cannot tolerate the stain of loser from the beginning. Seeing that everyone had no intention of objecting, Tao Wan turned his head suddenly. You have all rested enough. Continue to make the elixir. You are not allowed to stop until you can refine the Keiju Dan. Whoever refines it will be the new head of my Xia and ancient Tao family. No words. Tao Yishen naturally directed the medicine apprentices to help him prepare new raw materials, asked the pyrotechnicians to clear the underground fire channel, and asked the alchemists to clean the filthy copper tripod left by Alchemy. He looked very skilled, as if he had experienced this situation many times. This was all honed by Luo Chen in the past year when he was sent to Luo Xianhu as a coolie. On the other side, Tao Yichen also barely cheered up and did similar work in the same way. After a while, the underground fire was rekindled. Alchemy started again. Until this time, the atmosphere that had become tense due to the tit-for-tat confrontation before gradually eased. Tao Wan secretly glanced at Luo Chen several times without being noticed. In her heart, she felt quite emotional. Today's dispute between the heads of the family was a sudden idea that came to her mind after she saw Tao Yishen's recent transformation and learned that his alchemy skills had greatly improved. But in this, she also contained another idea. That is to simply test Luo Chen's ability. As for Luo Chen's attainments in alchemy, she only heard her younger brother bragging about it, and heard Tan Taiyu praise him a few times. Although later, she collected intelligence from the other party and learned that Luo Chen also had the title of Dan Chenzi. But she still had some doubts in her heart. It was extremely difficult for her to compete for the position of Dao Zhuang. She must not fall in the second round. If Luo Chen did not live up to his reputation, she would not mind replacing him with a second-level alchemist who was weaker than Wang Hezi. However, in this internal alchemy competition of the Tao family, Luo Chen had already shown his eyesight comparable to that of an alchemy master. When everyone thought that Tao Yishen would succeed, he predicted in advance that the other party would fail in the future. Even those of us who come from the great alchemy sect and have been exposed to it since childhood cannot judge it. But he said it in one word. Under the excellent eyesight, there is an extremely confident attainment in alchemy. In this way, regardless of whether Yishen succeeds or not, my goal has been achieved. These thoughts flashed through her mind. The expression on the woman's face became more and more calm. This scene fell into the eyes of Tao Daonan on the opposite side, making him feel impatient unconsciously. If this goes on, Yichen will lose sooner or later. The internal alchemy competition of the Tao family is still going on. After the first failure, the second failure came soon. After a simple rest, Tao Wan insisted on continuing. 1 day. 2 days. Even if they were given enough time to rest in the middle, for these pampered family cultivators, such a long time of alchemy still made them uncomfortable. Like Tao Yichen, looking at another failure, his eyes were dull and he looked heartbroken. Only Tao Yishen, even though he became pale because of the waste of spiritual power and excessive use of spiritual consciousness, but his eyes were piercing and brighter. Tao Wan, who had been paying attention to the progress, suddenly moved her ears. She subconsciously looked at Luo Chen. She saw that the other party nodded to her imperceptibly. In an instant, her eyes lit up. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, Tao Yishan will succeed. It seems that because of the successive failures and the constant stalemate, Tao Daonan can no longer bear it. Such a stalemate is clearly a challenge to his authority. Enough. There is no need to continue this farce. Tao Wan looked at him coldly. Why can't it go on when the winner is not decided? Moreover, farce? Does the clan leader think that the selection of the head of my Tao family is a farce? Tao Daonan's face was gloomy. Tao Wan, you don't have to provoke me with words. You did this just to gather the family's strength and compete for the position of Dao Seed. So what? Tao Wan raised his eyebrows and took the responsibility. Tao Daonan's expression froze. He didn't expect that the other party would admit it so openly. For a moment, he really didn't know how to control the other party. Suddenly, he turned his eyes to Tao Yishan, who was refining the elixir. I am the patriarch, and I have the power to appoint the head of the family. This farce should end. As he spoke, a powerful spiritual energy wave instantly vented. At the same time, a powerful spiritual energy wave also burst out from Tao Wan's body. The two collided instantly, and they were deadlocked for a while. This is the purest background competition, without any fighting methods or any exquisite spells. What is being compared is who has a higher realm and who has more pure and powerful spiritual power. About 3 breaths later. Bang! Tao Daonan's face turned pale, his beard on his face, and his Taoist robe seemed to be blown back by the wind. Tao Wan took a step forward, and a strong and confident momentum burst out. You are old. You should have abdicated long ago. Under your leadership, the Tao family is bound to decline. Now, the Tao family should be led by my sister and me and reach the peak. Every word, like 5 thunders hitting the top, constantly bombarded the old man's mind. Boom! Tao Daonan's spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly dissipated, and he could not resist at all. He himself retreated several steps in embarrassment. Almost at the same time, a refreshing fragrance of chrysanthemums spread from the alchemy hall. Under Tao Yishan's desperate gaze, Tao Yishan jumped up and stretched out his hand to the bronze tripod. 3 pills fell into his hand. Green, yellow and white, the 3 colors complement each other, and are listed as the 2nd level lower grade. Sister, I did it. I finally did it. Ha ha ha. Holding the 3 pills, Tao Yishan's pale face was full of excitement. Tao Wan subconsciously glanced at Luo Chen, who retreated behind everyone, and then said loudly, Congratulations. Everyone, why don't you meet the head of the Tao family? The foundation building true cultivators of her lineage immediately shouted, Meet the head of the family. The other foundation building true cultivators looked at each other. But after Tao Wan's sharp eyes swept over, he still reluctantly shouted that sentence. Meet the head of the family. Tao Wan showed a bright smile, and now looked at Tao Daonan. Clan leader, our Tao family has a new head. Do we need to hold a family meeting to announce this matter? Tao Daonan's beard was messy, and his face was gloomy. He glanced at the 2 siblings with hatred. Hold it tomorrow. After saying that, he left in a huff. He lost this battle for the head of the family. He lost to Tao Yishan and the powerful Tao Wan. He never thought that Tao Wan was so powerful now that she would not lose to him in a head-on confrontation with him, and even overwhelmed him. In full view of the public, everyone knew that he, Tao Daonan, was completely defeated. From then on, he had no prestige. After leaving the alchemy room, the dazzling sunlight sprinkled on his face, and he was subconsciously dazed for a moment. After opening his eyes, Tao Daonan was a little dazed. Am I really old? Chapter 330, 5 Peaks Valley, Blue Sky-Colored Glaze. On the 2nd day, hundreds of cultivators gathered on Xianan Mountain. After resting for a whole night, Tao Yishan, who changed into a brand new Taoist robe, appeared in front of everyone with a radiant face. With the support of everyone, he sat on the throne of the head of the family. A grand banquet was held. During this banquet, Tao Yishan also announced to everyone in public. From now on, Master Dan Chenzi will be the worshipper of my Tao family. Everyone, treat him with courtesy. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Chen calmly took a special token. The back was engraved with a 9-cloud pattern logo of Kingdom Valley, and the front was a small golden chrysanthemum. The meaning was self-evident. Kingdom Valley, Tao family. From then on, Luo Chen was the worshipper of the Tao family. Luo Chen was not surprised by this. Not only was he qualified to help Taiwan during the Dao Seed competition, it was also because if the other party really became the Golden Dan Dao Seed of Kingdom Valley, then when selling the top-grade elixir to Luo Chen, he would also need a nominal identity. The top-grade elixirs of Kingdom Valley are not usually outflowed. They are either consumed internally or exchanged with other major clans for precious resources. From the perspective of cultivation, low-grade elixirs are daily necessities, but high-grade elixirs can already be called strategic resources. Luo Chen is now a worshipper of the Tao family, and is nominally one of them. In this way, the elixirs are not outflowed. Taiwan does not have to worry about being punished by the rules of the clan. Of course, Luo Chen should not expect the treatment of a family worshipper. There are no spirit stones, no skills, and nothing else. Similarly, if the Tao family encounters trouble in the future, Luo Chen can choose not to take action. They get along with each other very flexibly. Luo Chen did not participate too much in this meeting for the head of the family to take the position. After getting the worship token, he hurried back to the Mohi courtyard. After closing the door, 5 things were placed in front of him. 3 jade bottles, a piece of paper, and a book. These things are the rewards that Taiwan gave him today. The reward for asking him to take action. The 3 jade bottles contained the 3rd level elixir Shenglong Den, a specialty of Kingdom Valley, the 3rd level elixir Bing Fang Wan, a specialty of Bing Bao, and the 2nd level elixir Keiju Den, which Tao Yixing had just refined yesterday. The first 2 were what Taiwan promised to give him last year. When used in conjunction with the secret technique of forming an elixir, Long Fang Ji, given by Tenteiyu, the chance of forming an elixir can be increased by 10%. In this way, no matter what happens in life in the future, Luo Chen finally has a little hope of forming an elixir. As for Keiju Den, Luo Chen specifically asked Tao Yixing for it. The other party did not refuse and gave it to him directly. Luo Chen was able to win the alchemy competition for the position of the head of the family with dignity, and among them, Luo Chen should be the first to win. Tao Yixing is not a person who does not know right from wrong. Otherwise, he would not have specially introduced him to all the cultivators of the Tao family on the grand day of ascending to the position of the head of the family today. This has far exceeded the relationship between friends and worshippers. Faintly, there was a feeling that he was regarded as a teacher. The reason why Luo Chen wanted these 3 colorful chrysanthemum pills was to match the paper. On the paper, the specific recipe of the colorful chrysanthemum pill was recorded. This was also a kind of cultivation pill recipe developed by the Tao family's ancestor, Nanshan Shangren. It was not handed over to Kingdom Valley, so it was not under the jurisdiction of the sect. As for the book, it was the experience of forming pills left by Nanshan Shangren. Yes, it is a copy. Looking at the 5 things in front of him, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Taiwan didn't trust his alchemy skills, and he was also worried that the other party would not give him rewards. In the final analysis, all he could do was to contribute to the 2nd round of alchemy. Whether he could win the position of Dao Seed would depend on Taiwan's own ability. What if he failed? Of course, there would be no possibility of purchasing high-quality pills. But if the other party got angry and didn't give it to him, Luo Chen would have nowhere to complain. Now that he gave it in advance, he felt at ease. He put away several pills and his experience in forming pills. For the time being, he didn't need these things. He would study them later when he had free time. Luo Chen focused on the recipe of the colorful chrysanthemum pill. It is essential to refine the pills for cultivation by yourself. Firstly, it was to prevent Taiwan from failing. He had no place to buy high-grade pills. Secondly, Luo Chen was preparing for a rainy day and took into account another reality. That is drug resistance. He had taken a large amount of Yankee pills during the key refining stage, and finally developed drug resistance. Although the recipe of the 2nd level pill was more perfect after the foundation was established, he couldn't stand taking too much and the frequency was too high. In order to avoid drug resistance, he has been using Shenglong pills and Hiki pills in rotation in the past few years. For this reason, it also slowed down some of his cultivation speed. What he was afraid of was that a certain kind of pill would develop drug resistance in advance. But that day will always come. Therefore, Luo Chen had to prepare in advance. The way to break the deadlock was on this colorful chrysanthemum pill. I want to see what the 2nd level cultivation pill formula developed by Nanshan Shangren, a 3rd level alchemist, is like. Looking at the thin piece of paper in front of him, Luo Chen couldn't wait to devote his mind and began to study it. While Luo Chen was studying the pill formula, in Kingdom Valley, the situation had long changed and the situation was turbulent. The battle for the Dao seed was imminent. More and more foundation-building cultivators began to show their faces. The number of escape lights in and out of the sect also increased. Some cultivators who had participated in the war between Luo's sect and Yuding's sword sect also came back one after another. Even some outside cultivators like Luo Chen came to Kingdom Valley in person at the invitation of the true disciples. Tao Wan found time to find Luo Chen several times. She offered to take him to meet the people she had recruited, but he declined. Sect disciples like these always look down on others. Even if they are polite on the surface, they still look down on casual cultivators in their bones. There are too few young men like Tao Yishan who are just starting out. Tao Wan did not force him, but just mentioned that she would take him to familiarize himself with the venue in 2 days. The venue for the second round of the alchemy competition. 2 days later, 2 beams of light rose from Xiaonan Mountain. They went straight to Yuanhe Mountain. The strong wind blew in his face, but when it reached Luo Chen, it separated strangely. This strange scene made Tao Wan, who was standing aside, surprised. It is said that Dao Yao's magic is extremely exquisite. This little wind control technique can make it so amazing. Luo Chen smiled modestly. Looking at the high mountain in front, he asked curiously, "Is the true sword fighting held in this mountain?" "No." Tao Wan shook his head, "It is in the real Kingdom Valley." "Oh." Luo Chen was a little surprised. Doesn't the area they are in now belong to Kingdom Valley? Soon after, he understood what Kingdom Valley is. Across Yuanhe Mountain, a huge basin suddenly came into view. Looking at the vast concave landform, he said in surprise, "Is it so?" Tao Wan smiled slightly, "That's right. As far as the eye can see, there are 5 tall peaks, neatly arranged in 5 directions. And between the 5 mountains, there are palaces, one after another. Pavilions, towers, pools and waterside pavilions are everywhere. Countless escape lights come in and out between the 5 peaks. The vast and surging spiritual energy is lingering in this huge basin, and it is not allowed to go out. It's like being locked. It's a big sect after all. Such a vast terrain is actually called a valley." Luo Chen sighed. He can feel that in this valley, the concentration of spiritual energy is generally at the level of a second-level spiritual land. This area alone far exceeds those ordinary second-level caves in Xianlan Peak. On the 5 surrounding peaks, the concentration of spiritual energy is more than 10 times that of Xianlan Peak, which is fascinating. Each peak is comparable to Xianlan Peak. In other words, each mountain can be regarded as a separate third-level spiritual land. The foundation-building cultivators of our sect live in this valley all year round. And the 5 mountains, Yuanhe Mountain, Longxiao Peak, Qingyan Peak, Danang Peak, and Luojia Mountain, contain third-level spiritual lands. Therefore, only masters who have condensed the golden elixir can live here. Of course, if you are accepted as a disciple by a golden elixir master, you can occasionally enter the third-level spiritual land to practice. Tao Wan briefly explained the layout of Kingdom Valley. There was no lack of pride in his words. Luo Chen was amazed. The spiritual land occupied by Kingdom Valley is not only vast, but also has a first-class layout. Not to mention the scattered spiritual lands in the outside world such as Xiaonan Mountain. Just these 5 spiritual mountains alone produce a lot of resources every year. In the Dan Valley nurtured by the 5 sacred mountains, the concentration of spiritual energy is bound to increase. As expected. Tao Wan then mentioned the situation of the Dan Valley. 400 years ago, when the war was launched, our Kingdom Valley predecessors conquered this place. Using secret methods to connect the mountains and rivers, move mountains and fill the sea, and create the pattern of 5 peaks covering the valley. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and the Dam Valley has reached the level of second-grade upper grade. Given time, thousands of years later, this Dam Valley will surely be able to become a 4th-grade spiritual land. By then, if a Yuan Yingzhenren is born in my Kingdom Valley, there is no need to find another 4th-grade spiritual land for cultivation. Listening to this fantasy, Luo Chen couldn't help but be shocked. The predecessors of Kingdom Valley had great ambitions. Using the means of moving mountains and filing the sea, they created the feng shui pattern of 5 peaks covering the valley. They even wanted to nurture this Dam Valley into a 4th-grade spiritual land. Suddenly, He remembered the Dan nourishing technique in Kingyun Danji. This Dan Valley, can't it be regarded as a big hill? Under the nourishment of 5 third-level spiritual lands, the grade continues to rise, and finally exceeds the limit of the 5 peaks themselves, reaching the 4th-level spiritual land. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's mind was shocked. The alchemy of Kingdom Valley seems to be no longer limited to ordinary pills. This is using the spiritual land as a pill. While he was daydreaming, the two flew very fast and soon arrived in the heart of Dan Valley. Landing on a flat ground, Luo Chen looked up curiously at the 9 high platforms far apart nearby. On each high platform, there was a spiritual light shrouding it, and the real appearance could not be seen. What is this? Tao Wan looked at the 9 high platforms with longing. This is the arena for the true sword fighting. If you want to fight for the Dao Seed, you must first defend an arena for 9 days. In this way, you will have the identity of a great true disciple. A great true disciple is still a true disciple. However, this identity will only appear during the Dao Seed dispute. Once it is over, it will be taken back. Of course, being able to become one of the 9 great true disciples during the Dao Seed's battle is already a sign of someone's talent. Even if he fails later, he will be recognized by the sect's high-level officials. Correspondingly, some cultivation resources will be tilted. Over the years, not all of the giant masters in Kingdom Valley have been promoted from Dao Seeds. Many of them have obtained resources through the identity of great true disciples, and thus condensed the Jinden. While speaking, Tao Wan played a sound transmission note. After a while, a Taoist flew over. Senior Sister Tao, Chu Wai, implicate the earth fire, take out the trial cauldron. The alchemist I invited needs to be familiar with the venue. The person called Chu Wai looked at Luo Chen curiously. Then he took out a small green cauldron from his storage bag, and after injecting spiritual energy, it swelled to more than 1 person's height in the blink of an eye. Compared with Luo Chen's huge Ice Emperor cauldron, this cauldron is very small. But the aura emitted from it made Luo Chen look sideways. A top-grade magical weapon? Or a top-grade magical weapon? No. Why is there still a faint smell of a magical weapon? This fluctuating aura of the grade of the magical weapon made Luo Chen very curious. Seeing this, Chu Wai pulled the earth fire on this high platform and explained to Luo Chen, "Let fellow Daoists know that this tripod is the treasure of my Kingdom Valley." Luo Chen was stunned. The treasure of the sect is kept by a foundation-building true cultivator? Are you kidding? That's not how it should be. Tao Wan shook her head and said, "This is indeed the treasure of the Kingdom Valley, but it is just one of the sub-tripods of the King Shinliuli tripod." Sub-tripod? Luo Chen was still puzzled. He knew that Kingdom Valley had a treasure of the sect, and the grade was as high as the top grade. It was a top-grade magical weapon that was not inferior to the demon-locking tower of Gishan Valley, but he had never heard of a sub-tripod. Moreover, if there is a sub-tripod, doesn't it mean there is a mother tripod? Seeing this, Tao Wan explained in detail, "In our Kingdom Valley, there is a top-grade magic weapon that was passed down 1,000 years ago. It was cast in a mother-child chain. The denominator is the King Shinding, and there are 36 Liuli sub-cauldrons. It is said that the ancestors of Kingdom Valley used this magic weapon to refine 4th-grade elixirs with a cultivation of the middle stage of the golden elixir, and became famous for a while. In order to make the second round of competition relatively fair, when you compete, you will all use the same Liuli sub-cauldron and the same grade of earth fire. Even the eldest brother Dan Yangzi is not allowed to use his original true fire, and must follow the competition system." Luo Chen was dazzled and a little dazed for a while. A magic weapon can actually be divided into 36 sub-cauldrons? No wonder he felt the aura at different grades on this Liuli cauldron. Chu Wai also chimed in, "Sister, you're right. This King Shinliuli Ding is a well-known alchemy magic weapon even in the 36 regions of the eastern wilderness. It's second only to Yao Wang Sec's Hazhong Ryu and Fenghu Palace's Xinfenglu. Although its reputation is weak, its power is not inferior at all. When my Kingdom Valley was at its peak, a 4th-level alchemist was in charge, assisted by 6 3rd-level alchemists and 32nd-level alchemists. When they were refining at the same time, they could transcend the cultivation limit and refine a 4th-level elixir." Luo Chen imagined that scene. A Taoist was high in the sky, controlling the Kingshin Mother Ding alone. Under him, the 36 alchemists, each guarding a Liuli subding, were refining a kind of elixir at the same time. That scene was indeed a bit shocking. "Today, I've really opened my eyes." With a sigh, Luo Chen shook his head and took a jade token from the other party. With this token, he could temporarily control the Lianli subding. A flame burst out from the cave, and Chu Wai looked at Luo Chen curiously. My fellow Taoist, why don't you bring your apprentice, the fireworker, to get familiar with it together? Tao Wan has always had this doubt. Luo Chen, my Tao family also has many first-level alchemists who can come to help you. If it really doesn't work, I can let Yishan come to help you. However, facing the doubts of the two, Luo Chen smiled confidently. No need. I can do it alone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, You are unworthy of being one of the 7th sons of Kingdom. Are you worthy of being compared with Dan Shenzi? Alchemy requires talent and countless repetitive alchemy experiences. What is the way of alchemy? Practice makes perfect, skill makes refinement makes wonder, and wonder makes one enter the Dao. The way of alchemy is the direct embodiment of talent and proficiency. Talent alone without hard work is just a name without substance, and it is not worth much use. If you don't have talent, but only work hard, you will only go further and further on the wrong path. This principle is not limited to the way of alchemy. Most of the arts of cultivating immortals are applicable. I'm getting off topic. In the alchemy industry, if you want to become a high-level alchemist, countless alchemy experiences are essential. But the power of one person is extremely limited. Therefore, often in the stage of laying the foundation, those who have the conditions will train a group of logistics monks who know their own alchemy habits to assist in alchemy. Otherwise, the preparation work in the early stage of alchemy and the aftermath of the later stage are enough to torture a novice alchemist to death. Like Luo Chen's initial stage of casual cultivation. Buying materials, processing medicinal materials, cleaning alchemy equipment, selling pills, all kinds of miscellaneous things took up too much of his time. During those days, it was easy to say that he got up early and went to bed late. Therefore, most of the alchemists who could achieve the 2nd level and above were not alone. Either they were cultivated by the sect family at a great cost, or they were like Luo Chen or Dan Yuanzi, who established a scattered cultivation force dedicated to serving themselves. In this process, logistical monks who assisted in alchemy were also indispensable. Now, it was heard that Luo Chen did not need logistical monks. It really surprised Tao Wan and Chu Wai. Facing their shock, Luo Chen did not explain too much. Instead, he concentrated on familiarizing himself with the relevant functions of the Lianli Ziding. As a sub-cauldron of a top-grade magic weapon, the grade of this cauldron was once fluctuating. Generally speaking, it was only at the top-grade magic weapon level. But under the catalysis of Luo Chen's spiritual power, 2 other formations were activated, and the grade instantly reached the top-grade magic weapon level. According to Chu Wai's explanation, if the mother tripod is present, the grade of the glazed sub-tripod can even reach the level of a lower-grade magic weapon. It is extremely mysterious. When Luo Chen was familiar with the glazed sub-tripod, Tao Wan also took the opportunity to talk about some of the famous top-grade magic weapons in the Jade Tripod domain. Nowadays, in the Jade Tripod domain's immortal cultivation world, magic tools and magic treasures are flooding, and the quality is uncertain. But if we really want to talk about top-grade magic weapons that can be ranked, there are only a few. The Qingshan glazed tripod of My Kingdom Valley is one of them, and the Red Flame fan of the Yan League, the Moonlight Ice Castle of the Ice Castle, the Measuring Ruler of Aleo Mountain, etc. These top-grade magic weapons are all extraordinary. They may be able to lay the foundation for the rise and fall of a sect, or have a strong offensive power. It is rumored that in addition to several sword balls that have reached the level of top-grade magic weapons, the Jade Tripod Sword Sect also has a divine tripod hidden in the Mountain Gate, which suppresses the sword sect's luck all year round. Luo Chen listened to these stories with interest. The tower that appeared in Dahofan came to mind subconsciously. The magic weapon of Qingshan Valley in the past, the Demon Locking Tower. It was also a top-grade magic weapon. Now it has fallen into the hands of Lauren Sect, and with a Grand Elder who has been promoted to the nascent soul stage, it is probably even more powerful. While they were chatting, Luo Chen used the Lianli sub-cauldron to simply refine several medicinal materials, and he had a rough idea of the general effect of this cauldron. There are no strange functions, some are just the most pure auxiliary alchemy formation. Perhaps this is why the 36 sub-cauldrons can cooperate with a mother cauldron to refine the elixir together. Single and incomparable function. Abandoning other things, it is a magic weapon made only for alchemy. In this way, a second-level alchemist like Luo Chen can easily and simply get started. Is it okay? Tao Wan asked. Luo Chen hummed. Then, Chu Wai took the two to the Foreign Affairs Hall of Dan Valley to register. The Dao seed struggle in Kingdom Valley has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the corresponding procedures are already very mature. Without any special changes, every link was extremely precise. For example, in the first round, each true disciple could only ask 3 helpers to defend the ring. For example, in the second round, the alchemy competition was divided into 3 stages. Along the way, Chu Wai explained the 3 stages of the alchemy competition to Luo Chen carefully. The first round is to compete in basic alchemy. Our sect will give the same amount of materials and rank them according to the time they are processed. The second round is to refine first-level elixirs. The third round is to refine second-level elixirs. The recipes of the 2 elixirs are not common in the outside world, but new recipes developed by our sect's third-level alchemists over the past 100 years. Before the competition, outsiders like Luo Daoya must sign a corresponding contract. It is guaranteed that the corresponding recipe will not be leaked without the consent of our sect, let alone used for commercial purposes. Hearing this, Luo Chen was slightly stunned. It is not surprising to compete in refining elixirs. But, it is a new elixir? Or a new recipe developed by a third-level alchemist in Kingdom Valley within 100 years? Seeing his surprise, Chu Wai smiled and explained, "This is the rule set by the founder of our sect. It must be a new pill formula. Even if we haven't developed a second-level pill formula, we must at least use a new first-level pill formula as the competition question." Tao Wan echoed, "That's true. I think the ancestor didn't want our Kingdom Valley to sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Instead, he wanted the younger generation of our sect to carry on the tradition and continue to innovate in the path of pills, so he set this rule." Hearing this explanation, Luo Chen was deeply moved. The founder of Kingdom Valley was really thoughtful. He had heard of too many giant sects that disappeared in the long river of history for various reasons. However, Kingdom Valley has experienced so many ups and downs, but it has become more and more prosperous. I think it is also related to the rules set by the Kingdom ancestor. After a while, the registration and contract signing process was completed. What surprised Chu Wai was that the name left by Luo Chen was Dan Chenzi, an alchemist with a Taoist name. It seems that senior sister Tao Wan has found an excellent alchemy master outside. After sighing inwardly, he sent the 2 out. As they walked, he reminded them of the details before the competition. The time is after the first round, which is still a month away. And before the first round begins, the elders of our sect will issue the corresponding pill recipes to the participating alchemists in advance. 3 competitions, winning 1 will be enough. If you can ensure 2 wins, it will be extremely beneficial for the ranking in the competition for the Great True Transmission. Of course, if you can rank in the top 3 in all 3 comprehensive rankings, then senior sister Tao Wan's Great True Transmission ranking can at least be in the top 3. It was very detailed and complicated. Tao Wan's expression became solemn, and her beautiful eyes looked at Luo Chen from time to time. What made her feel at ease was that the other party did not show any worry or fear. Instead, he looked calm and composed, as if he was not worried at all about the alchemy competition 2 months later. The 3 of them just walked to the door. A teasing voice came over. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Tao Wan. Hearing this voice, Tao Wan, who had just relaxed, suddenly became indifferent. A pair of beautiful eyebrows raised, and she stared at him without any hesitation. Shangwen Yan. Luo Chen's expression changed, and he looked at the people who came. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and the woman in the front was a woman in a white dress. She had the familiar arrogance that Luo Chen had seen Tao Wan for the first time. Under that arrogance, there was even a hint of domineering, as if everything belonged to her alone. She was in the 9th level of the foundation building realm, and she showed it unscrupulously. According to Tao Yishan before coming to Kingdom Valley, Shangwen Yan was one of the most threatening opponents of Tao Wan in the fight for the Dao Seed. Now it seems that regardless of other things, in terms of realm alone, she is not weaker than Tao Wan. Perhaps she noticed Luo Chen's gaze. Or perhaps the other party knew about Luo Chen from the beginning. Almost at the same time, Shang Wenyan looked at Luo Chen with a half-smile. Is this the freelance alchemist you invited from Xianlin after you failed to keep Wang Hezi? In one sentence, it not only belittled Tao Wan's inability to keep people, but also ridiculed Luo Chen for being a freelance cultivator, and a replacement after Wang Hezi left. Tao Wan's face became even colder. She said coldly, Shang Wenyan, your tongue is as sharp as ever. I just don't know if your sword can still be as sharp as your tongue when you get on the sword fighting stage. Shang Wenyan chuckled. Without Wang Hezi, how many places can you rank with this freelance cultivator? I'm afraid that by then, you won't be able to fight me. Tao Wan snorted coldly. Her eyes fell on the old man behind Shang Wenyan who had been avoiding her sight. You are a traitor, you are unworthy of being one of the 7 sons of Kingdom. How can you be compared with Dan Chenzi? After saying that, she left with Luo Chen. At the gate of the Foreign Affairs Hall, the disciples of Kingdom Valley who heard the news and rushed over to watch the excitement subconsciously set their eyes on the old man. Wang Hezi's face turned pale and blue, and his gray beard trembled with anger. He had never been insulted like this in his life. Shang Wenyan's expression changed slightly. The other party did not engage in a useless verbal confrontation with her, but instead pointed the spearhead at Wang Hezi. This hit her vital point. If Wang Hezi was shaken by this, or cared about his reputation, he would not perform well when fighting for her. It would inevitably affect her ranking in the true teachings at that time. You don't have to care about what that bitch said. She was the first one who didn't trust you. There is no such thing as you being treacherous. Wang Hezi's expression eased slightly. Besides, she said I was sharp-tongued. What she said just now was also trying to shake your heart with words. King Dan Kizi, you deserve the title for being honest. That Dan Chenzi is only 50 years old. Even if he has been refining pills since his mother's womb, how can he be compared with you? Wang Hezi nodded with a smug look on his face. When it comes to alchemy, he really has some say. Seeing that he has recovered his mood, Shang Wenyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This old guy is really hard to serve. There is a reason why Tao Wan couldn't keep him before. Normally, I have to be careful to flatter him, for fear that the other party will not be satisfied and will not work hard during the competition. In order to prevent the night from getting long and dreaming, it's better to sign the contract early. Shang Wenyan immediately took Wang Hezi to the Foreign Affairs Hall in a hurry. After they left, the monks who were watching around gradually dispersed. There was a faint discussion coming from behind. Sister Shangwen is just like what Sister Tao Wan said. She is good at talking, but not weaker than a sword. With just a few words, she coaxed the bad-tempered brother Wang Hezi into a good mood. I wonder what she will be like if she wins the position of Dao Seed, succeeds in forming a pill, and becomes the head of our Kingdom Valley. I still like Sister Tao Wan more. Although she is a little arrogant, she is indeed powerful. Haha, they have no hope. Brother Dan Yangzi will participate in the true sword fight again this time. In such a big Kingdom Valley, who can be his opponent? You're right. I still support my eldest brother. Flying over Yuanho Mountain and out of Kingdom Valley. 2 figures flew slowly on clouds. Thank you for just now. Thank you for what? Speaking for you? It's just for myself. Tao Wan said lightly. Luo Chen smiled lightly and said nothing more. When approaching Xianan Mountain, he suddenly asked, does your Tao family still have the refined colorful chrysanthemum pill? Tao Wan was surprised. Of course there is. This is one of my Xianan Mountain's assets. But didn't Yishan give you 3 freshly refined pills before? No, I want a medium or high quality one. If there is a top quality colorful chrysanthemum pill, it would be the best. Luo Chen said. Tao Wan frowned slightly. She thought for a while, since the ancestor passed away, my Tao family has not produced any powerful alchemists, and high-quality colorful chrysanthemum pills have never been refined. Luo Chen couldn't help but show regret. He had taken those 3 colorful chrysanthemum pills before. The medicinal power was a bit disappointing. Just like the Jade Marrow Pill and the Nourishing Key Pill, both are first-level cultivation pills. But the medicinal power of the Jade Marrow Pill is far inferior to the Nourishing Key Pill. Only the top-grade Jade Marrow Pill can barely be comparable to the low-grade Nourishing Key Pill. After taking those Keiju pills, Luo Chen roughly determined the medicinal power of the low-grade Keiju pills, which was only about half of the Shenglong pills of Kingdom Valley. He now wanted to know how effective the high-grade Keiju pills were. Only after knowing the details could he make up his mind whether to go back to refine this pill with all his strength after the true sword fighting in Kingdom Valley. Tao Wan saw Luo Chen's regretful look. She said, "When I go back, I will look through the Tao family's treasury to see if the Nanshan patriarch has left behind any corresponding high-grade Keiju pills. If so, I will send them to you as soon as possible." Luo Chen's eyes lit up. "Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist." Since the trip to Kingdom Valley, Luo Chen has stayed in the Tao family's Mo garden, never leaving the gate or the second door. In addition to daily practice, most of his time was spent on studying the recipe of Keiju pill. The corresponding medicinal materials were analyzed thoroughly. The main ingredients are actually 3 kinds of chrysanthemums, and they are all specialties of Xiaonan Mountain. If I want to refine this pill on a large scale in the future, I have to buy it from the Tao family. After a few visits, the relationship between the two sides has become closer. I wonder if this is Tao Wan's intentional move. Luo Chen put down the pill recipe and rubbed his eyebrows. Suddenly, his ears moved. There were hurried footsteps outside. After a while, Tao Yisheng hurried in. He was holding 2 boxes in his hands. Seeing Luo Chen reading a book in the yard, he shouted from a distance, "Brother Luo, the high-quality colorful chrysanthemum pill you asked for is here." Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 332, Confrontation in Mo Garden, The Future of Keijudan. Taking the box from Tao Yisheng, Luo Chen immediately opened it and looked at it. There were 10 middle-grade pills, 3 top-grade pills, and even a top-grade Keiju pill with 6.5 cloud patterns. Luo Chen was extremely surprised. "It's so complete." Tao Yisheng sat down opposite him and poured tea for him. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, "It was left by my Tao family's Nanshan ancestor. After all, this pill formula was developed by him personally and once pushed to the top level. It's a pity that due to the limitation of raw materials, the medicinal power has never been improved, and it is far inferior to the Shenglong pill of our sect. I didn't find it in the family treasury, but my sister went to the clan leader to find it." Luo Chen listened to his introduction while carefully looking at the pill in his hand. His eyes were extremely focused. This thing is related to his future cultivation progress. He had expected that the medicinal power would not be as good as the Shenglong pill. Now, he just wants to know whether the medicinal power of the higher grade Keiju pill can exceed that of the ordinary Shenglong pill. That old guy asked for a lot of things, but for just a few pills, he still put forward conditions. What's infuriating is that my sister actually agreed to this so-called marriage. Huh? Luo Chen raised his head and looked at Tao Yisheng in shock. Just for these pills? Marriage. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Tao Yisheng waved his hands quickly. "It doesn't really have anything to do with this." Tao Daonan just found an excuse. "What I didn't expect was that my sister actually agreed." Luo Chen frowned slightly, stared at him, and waited for the next words. Tao Yisheng sighed and leaned back in his chair in a somewhat dejected manner. "The marriage partner is Fu Li of the Fu family. After the Dao Seed competition, if my sister wins the Dao Seed position, this marriage proposal will be invalidated, and the Fu family girl and I will become Dao partners. If Fu Li succeeds, or if he fails, the marriage will continue, and my sister will marry into the Fu family." A complicated marriage plan. Luo Chen chewed on the meaning of the words, and after some judgment, he came to a conclusion. "This should be the result of a joint discussion between your sister and the clan leader. As far as I know, the Fu family has a giant master as a backer, but his lifespan is almost over. No matter who succeeds or fails, this marriage is beneficial to both sides." Tao Yisheng nodded dejectedly. "That's true. In order to compete for the Dao Seed, my sister offended many people in Kingdom Valley. In order to prevent retribution later, this marriage was made. Of course, this is all about the future. For now, we have obtained the full support of the clan leader's line. In the future, his lineage will do its best to assist me in being a good head of the family. Moreover, in the first sword fight, the clan leader will personally take action to help my sister seize the position of the 9 true disciples." Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help smacking his lips. It seems that it's not easy to get along in a cultivation family. There are exchanges of interests everywhere, and compromises everywhere. Both sides are compromising, and both sides are speaking for their own interests. The final appeal was for the entire family. They had been fighting fiercely and were covered in dust some time ago. Now, They were tied together tightly. Even Tao Daonan, an old man who was about to be buried in the ground, had to personally help Tao Wan. Brother Luo, I have only taken over the Tao family for a short month, but I am struggling. I feel that I am not capable enough and I don't have enough energy. It's hard to imagine how you supported such a big Luo Chen society when you had nothing. Do you have any experience to teach me? Tao Yishan looked at Luo Chen with burning eyes, his eyes full of confusion and hope. Luo Chen said casually, "This is the starting stage. Once you're familiar with the internal operation of the family, it will be fine." In response, Tao Yishan bit his lower lip bitterly and shook his head hard. Some things are not good just because you are familiar with them. This is just a matter within the clan. I can't handle it well. My sister needs to compromise with the clan leader to get the full support of the other lineage. If it involves a fight outside the clan in the future, what should I do? The words were full of confusion and fear about the future. Until this moment, Luo Chen realized that in just 1 month, Tao Yishan had become much more mature. Or rather, not mature, but mature. He lost his immaturity and became more responsible. Patriarch, head of the family. The carefree young man before, now began to worry about the management of a family of immortal cultivators. Luo Chen, who used to deal with Tao Yishan casually, could not continue to perfunctorily when the words came to his lips. Tao Yishan's name for himself has been changing all the time. Luo Daoyao in the Yuan's Hao Kingdom period, Dan Chenzi who was slightly respected later, and Luo Daoxian who taught him alchemy for a year not long ago, became the respectful and kind Luo Daoxian. Now, it is very common to call him Brother Luo. From the constant changes in the way he addressed her, it can be seen that his trust in her has been increasing. It shouldn't be perfunctory. Luo Chen sighed, looked at the distressed Tao Yishan, and said seriously, "Specific analysis depends on the specific situation. How to do it depends on the situation at the time. The experience I can give you is that you should look at things from a different perspective, not just on yourself." Tao Yishan frowned and asked for advice humbly. "Brother Luo, can you explain it in detail?" Luo Chen straightened his clothes, sat upright, and looked serious. Individual strength is extremely limited compared to that of a family sect before it reaches a high enough realm. And you are only in the initial stage of foundation building. Naturally, you will feel overwhelmed when dealing with internal and external affairs. But you should take a broader view. You are the descendant of a giant and cultivator. Your family has more than a dozen foundation builders, including late foundation builders like your sister and Tao Daonan. You even have the identity of a true disciple of Kingdom Valley. In many cases, these external things can be lent to you for help. When facing the enemy, you often don't have to do it yourself. You can completely use their strength to fight theirs, or form alliances. This is the big direction. In the small direction, you have to consider the interests of various parties, what you can satisfy, what others can give you, or you can take advantage of others' strengths and make up for your own weaknesses, and seize benefits from others and give them to others. To be more concise, use one faction to fight another, and you are the one who divides the meat. Others are not targeting you, but the meat in your hands. And this Mohi confrontation lasted a whole afternoon. What Luo Chen taught was not profound knowledge, but some relatively superficial theories. He had not received systematic teaching in this regard. Many things were explored little by little based on his previous life's theories and this life's practice. It was just personal talk. How to implement it specifically depends on the specific situation at that time. Luo Chen specifically reminded that it is not advisable to copy blindly, but to make a decision after careful analysis. But at least, after an afternoon of teaching, Tao Yishan had more or less some concepts in his mind. In the future, as he handles more and more family affairs, these things will slowly merge into his instincts. This is the case in the world of immortal cultivation. For those with outstanding talents, what they are taught from childhood is cultivation and the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. The so-called dealing with people and managing subordinates is rarely taught specifically. When the realm is high, everything can be suppressed naturally. But obviously, not everyone can reach the highest realm. Now Luo Chen, from the perspective of an outsider, has instilled some conceptual things into Tao Yishan. With his intelligence and wisdom, he will always benefit in the future. The only pity is that his extraordinary talent for alchemy will be buried in the complicated affairs. In this life, people have limited energy. It is impossible to be proficient in everything and become a versatile person in the world of immortal cultivation. Even Luo Chen has learned to delegate power during the key refining period. He is only responsible for making major decisions, and the specific implementation must be carried out by the people below. Tao Yishan left. With a lot of things in his mind, he left Mo Garden with hope for the future. After Luo Chen had a simple and sumptuous dinner, he entered the practice room. He took out a medium-grade colorful chrysanthemum pill and swallowed it. Since he was promoted to the 5th level of foundation building, the spiritual energy required to break through this realm has been more. Compared with the 4th level of foundation building, it has more than doubled. If he had not penetrated 100 meridians before, he would only take the 2nd level low-grade pills as an aid. It would take at least 10 years for him to break through. But now, with the help of the blood evil pill, he has penetrated 100 meridians, and has the master level Immortal Evergreen Sutra as his main practice. As long as he is equipped with a top-grade cave, he is confident that he can break through to the 6th level of foundation building within 6 years. This is the confidence that Luo Chen has gained from the skyrocketing cultivation speed after his meridians are connected. However, Luo Chen will not be satisfied with just this. In the huge Kingdom Valley, there are hundreds of great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. Many of them stop at the 7th or 8th level of foundation building, or like Tao Daonan, who is already at the 9th level of foundation building. Don't they want to achieve the great perfection of foundation building? No. It's just because the further you practice, the slower your progress becomes, and even every small realm is as difficult to cross as a natural chasm. It takes Luo Chen 5 or 6 years to reach the 5th level of foundation building. He can imagine how much time will become after he reaches the late stage of foundation building. 50 years? 100 years? He doesn't want to wait until Tao Daonan is more than 200 years old before he can sprint to the golden elixir stage. His goal is the great sect geniuses like Tao Wan and Sheng Wenyan. He has already reached the 9th level of foundation building at the age of only 150. There is plenty of time to complete the foundation building stage and sprint to the golden elixir stage. My goal is no longer limited to ordinary sect disciples. This generation of genius is the one I should pursue. His mind gradually calmed down. Luo Chen concentrated on refining the medicinal power of the middle-grade colored chrysanthemum pill. The current cultivation realm could not satisfy him, and the better third-level spiritual land was even more difficult to find. If he wanted to speed up his cultivation, he could only rely on elixirs. And the way of alchemy happened to be the skill he was most confident in. 3 days later, Luo Chen walked out of the practice room with an uncertain face. He had tested the medicinal power of colored chrysanthemum pills at different grades. The lower-grade colored chrysanthemum pill was only half of the lower-grade Shenglong pill. The middle-grade colored chrysanthemum pill was comparable to the lower-grade Shenglong pill. The upper-grade colored chrysanthemum pill exceeded the lower-grade Shenglong pill, but was still not as good as the middle-grade Shenglong pill. Only the top-grade colored chrysanthemum pill slightly exceeded the middle-grade Shenglong pill. If Luo Chen had seen such a rise in price when he was in the early stage of foundation building, he would have been extremely happy. After all, the medicinal power of the middle-grade Shenglong pill, after digestion, is already half the effect of running the cultivation method of the upper-grade cave residents once. One pill is equivalent to half a day of hard practice. It is excellent no matter how you look at it. But Luo Chen's current realm is already the 5th level of foundation building. What he craves is a miraculous elixir of the upper-grade Shenglong pill level. A mere middle-grade one can only be said to be a compromise. But Luo Chen has studied the recipe of the Keiju pill. He doesn't know how difficult it is to refine, but he can judge the cost of a portion of raw materials through his rich experience. One portion costs 100 spirit stones, which is comparable to the Jeju pill. If Luo Chen wants to refine the best Keiju pill, even if the consumption of brushing proficiency in the early stage is not counted, the success rate of the top-grade pill alone is only 10%. This means that he has to spend 1,000 spirit stones to harvest a top-grade Keiju pill. It is reasonable to buy a bottle of second-grade middle-grade elixir with 1,000 spirit stones. But what is unreasonable is that the number of pills produced in each furnace of the colored chrysanthemum pill is very likely not high. Tao Yisheng only produced 3 pills at the beginning. If it were Luo Chen, he might be able to double it, or even produce 7 or 8 pills. But compared with directly purchasing second-grade middle-grade elixir, it is still not cost-effective. Luo Chen is not a stupid person, he knows how to calculate. Just by calculating this account, you can find that after reaching a higher realm, Refining the best-colored chrysanthemum pill is a loss-making business. Self-sufficiency will only get half the result with twice the effort. That's right, if it is a cultivation pill formula that is not inferior to the Zongmiao Pill, the Tao family will not give it to me. I should have expected it long ago. Just like the garbage pill formula of the Jade Marrow Pill can be circulated outside, as long as the big sect controls the cultivation pill formula with better effect, it can completely suppress the ordinary cultivation pills made by scattered practitioners from the perspective of cost-effectiveness, and thus occupy most of the market. After thinking this through, Luo Chen had only a bitter smile on his face. The recipe of the Keiju pill in his hand suddenly became useless. It was useful, but it was not very useful to Luo Chen. It was useless? Not necessarily. If Luo Chen developed resistance to Zongmiao Pill in the future and could not find other substitutes, then the top-grade Keiju pill, which was comparable to the middle-grade Zongmiao Pill, could be a backup. But this backup was a bit weak. With a bitter smile, Luo Chen walked out of the Mo garden. Looking towards the Tao family's main house, he was silent for a while. Perhaps, even Tao Wan didn't expect that his demand for pills was so high. For ordinary casual cultivators, it would be a great blessing to be able to refine pills for their own use. But Luo Chen's requirements far exceeded those of ordinary casual cultivators. Forget it, maybe I'm a little greedy. The current situation has long exceeded my initial expectations. How can I become a big fat man in one bite? Shaking his head, Luo Chen drove the cloud to leave the Mo garden. He planned to go out and relax. Tao Yishan mentioned before that the sect market in Kingdom Valley has been very busy recently. The Dao Seed contest is imminent, and many foundation building true cultivators in the sect have returned, as well as many helpers invited from outside, and even many foundation building disciples from other sects have come to watch the ceremony. With so many people gathered in a short period of time, it is natural that there will be transactions. If you are disappointed in the alchemy path, maybe you can make up for it in other places with your luck. With beautiful hopes, Luo Chen drove the cloud into the Kingdom Market. Chapter 333, Kingdom Market, meet familiar people again. The layout of Kingdom Market is similar to other large markets that Luo Chen has seen. He did not stay in the shops opened by those families. Luo Chen took the token given to him by Tao Yishan and went directly into an antique high-rise building. Gaoyang Building. This is a relatively high-end trading site in the market. The participants are at least in the initial stage of foundation building. When Luo Chen arrived, there were already many cultivators in the foundation building period, communicating or trading. During this period, Luo Chen stayed indoors, so he did not know too many people. He naturally could not get involved in the communication between cultivators. Therefore, his attention was directly focused on the transaction. Is it so simple? There is no auction with complicated procedures. The transaction in Gaoyang Building is purely based on their needs. Some people go on stage to shout, and some leave messages on the jade disc in the building, specifying their requirements. There are also direct bartering when cultivators communicate with each other. Luo Chen looked for a while, thinking. Perhaps it is close to the true sword battle, so this wave of Gaoyang Building gatherings, the trading items are more related to weapons and talismans. In a short period of time, he saw several good top-grade magic tools being traded. Even from time to time, magic tools were taken out for sale. However, the magic tools that were very popular among the foundation building cultivators before were rarely seen this time. Luo Chen was also surprised at first. Later, when he saw that other people were not very interested, he understood the reason for the silence. Most of the cultivators who can participate in the true sword fight are great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. With their years of accumulation, it is not difficult for them to get one or two magic tools. As Tao Wan said, now the magic tools in the J tripod domain are extremely rampant. Even a small place like Daohofang had magic tool transactions, which shows how rampant they are. And generally, magic tools are usually not used as soon as they are obtained. They often require a long period of sacrifice and refining before they can play their effect. Now that they are hastily taken out to sell, except for some cultivators in the early stage of foundation building who like to join in the fun, other people are really not very interested. Looking at those magic tools that no one cares about, Luo Chen was slightly tempted, but after learning a little about the properties and functions, he gave up. It was not suitable for him. Luo Xian, who now also has many magic weapons. Even Duan Feng had already cast one of the 2 magic weapon embryos left by the Duan family last year. It would be useless for him to buy these back. If there were magic weapons with water attributes, or defensive properties, he might buy them without hesitation. Sima Wei Niang, as the president of Luo Chen, was still short of a suitable magic weapon. Perhaps, I can trade the 9-ring tin staff left by Wei Tuo for a water magic weapon. Just when Luo Chen was thinking this, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building suddenly shouted loudly, "A family heirloom resurrection pill, is there anyone who wants it?" When the 3 words resurrection pill came out, many people looked over at the same time. When they saw the man's face, someone laughed and said, "Liao Lang, are you selling your property again?" "Yes, last time you sold all the magic weapons left by your ancestors, and this time you even sold this 3rd-level healing elixir that can bring the dead back to life. It's really like a son selling his father's land, and he doesn't feel sorry at all." Being ridiculed like this, Liao Lang's face looked a little ugly, and it turned pale. But he turned his head and ignored the people who laughed at him, and shouted to himself, "Does anyone want it? The 3rd-level resurrection elixir, as long as there is a breath, you can be resurrected and escape from the dead. If you are seriously injured and your Danshin Qi Si is damaged, you can also use this elixir to recover, reshape your Danshin Qi Si, and repair the meridians throughout your body. I only want spirit stones. Whoever offers the most price, I will sell it to him." The crowd laughed as usual. There were many people who introduced Liao Lang's situation to friends who didn't know the truth. It was nothing more than that his family had fallen into poverty, his aptitude was not good, and he needed a lot of resources to assist in his cultivation. Therefore, he often sold his property to exchange for spirit stones to buy resources for cultivation. Amidst the laughter, Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on the pill. Just as Liao Lang said, the resurrection pill, the effect of the medicine is incomparable. It is very famous among the 3rd-level pills. It is also one of the few elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation that can repair the Danshin Qi Si. Luo Chen's focus was not here. Instead, it was on the phrase resurrection from the dead, escape from the dead. The 2nd-level spell he practiced, Turtle Spirit Covering Armor, when it was fully developed, had the magical effect of avoiding death and prolonging life. But the prolonging life technique had a huge flaw. Once it was cast, if the method of resurrection could not be found within 3 days, he would still die. If he had this pill in hand, then Luo Chen would have an extra trump card in a deadly situation. But if I want to buy it, I'm afraid it will cost a lot. Luo Chen murmured and looked around. Although those people laughed at Liao Lang, they were not soft-hearted when it came time to bid. The price was quickly called up to more than 15,000 spirit stones. Such a price really scared many foundation-building cultivators. The price of a 3rd-level elixir is very expensive, but in the spiritual medicine pavilion, it is only 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones per bottle. If it is spread out to each pill, it is only a few hundred yuan. Someone actually bid 15,000 for a mere 3rd-level resurrection pill. This is really beyond many people's imagination. However, considering the magical effect of this elixir, many foundation-building cultivators are still flocking to it. Who doesn't want to have such an elixir when their life is in danger? The price is still soaring. Soon, it reached more than 20,000. One cultivator didn't know whether he was short of money or wanted to deliberately ruin Liao Lang's business. After being outbid, he cursed and yelled, "Okay, go and compete." The Liao family's things were all obtained by their ancestors from a 1,000-year-old ruin. The magic weapons are rotten and the medicinal power of the elixir is almost gone. I don't believe that this time the raw elixir still has some medicinal power left. After saying that, under Liao Lang's angry eyes, he spread his hands and retreated behind the crowd. "Sheyan, you." Before he could curse, he was interrupted by the words of other monks who made bids. "Really? Your raw elixir this time can't really be an elixir from 1,000 years ago, right? There's still some medicinal power preserved. Don't use inferior elixir to deceive people. Liao Lang, you are also an inner sect disciple of Kingdom Valley. If you do this kind of thing, it will only bring shame to the sect." Faced with questions and doubts, Liao Lang's face flushed, and he said to himself, "Don't believe what that person said. Although my elixir has been passed down for thousands of years, it still retains at least 50% of its medicinal power. Although it may not work for the Golden Pill Master, it will definitely work for us who are practicing the foundation building. I won't suffer a loss if I buy it, And I won't be fooled. I will never do anything that will tarnish the reputation of Kingdom Valley. If you don't believe it, you can ask the head of the sect. He has personally tested the medicinal power of the rejuvenating pill. After these words were spoken, the doubts of the crowd dissipated a lot. However, the bids were getting lower and lower. Obviously, everyone still doubted the effect of the rejuvenating pill. But this kind of elixir is not easy to test directly. Looking at the slower and slower bids, Liao Liang felt desperate. He wanted to kill Shan Yan, his mortal enemy who ruined his good deeds. Just after the price was stuck at 28,000, no one bid anymore. This price really made Liao Liang dissatisfied. He looked at the other people in Gaoyang building. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Believe me, this pill is really effective. Even the master of my sect's Taden Academy bought a few pills from me and reverse-derived the general formula. You don't trust me, so how can you not trust the third-level alchemist in Kingdom Valley? However, the more he said now, the less people believed him. The words of Hawking had a dissuading effect. Even the foundation-building true cultivator who bid 28,000 felt a little regretful. Wasn't it too much of a loss to spend so many spirit stones to buy a pill that probably didn't have much medicinal power? He even felt that the eyes of others behind him were looking at him as if he were a fool. It was at this moment. A bid was heard from the crowd. 30,000. The plain voice was like a life-saving straw. Liao Liang's eyes lit up immediately. This price had already reached his minimum standard. But on the surface, he still showed dissatisfaction, and he was indeed not satisfied. After persuading him several times, he saw that no one bid, so he handed the pill to the young man in the red fire cloud robe with some regret. Dao, you really got a great bargain this time. Luo Chen smiled, but didn't say anything. Whether it is a bargain or a loss, everyone has a scale in their heart. These days, he has discovered that although the true disciples of the sect have no worries about resources, they don't actually have much money on hand. Tens of thousands of spirit stones are still a huge sum of money for them. They can take it out, but they will feel bad. In comparison, this amount of spirit stones is just a drop in the bucket for Luo Chen. Spend a little money to buy a possible means of saving life. It's not a loss at all. After taking the pill, he checked it briefly. The fragrance of the pill still lingered in his ears, but the specific effect was not easy to check. At least, it proved that there was still residual medicinal power. Let's test it carefully after returning. Luo Chen put away the pill, and didn't care about the eyes of others, but squeezed in front of the jade disc. It was densely packed with information on many transactions. Most of them were left by foundation-building cultivators who were not convenient to come here for a long time. This move was due to the way the sect distributed tasks. Luo Chen looked for a while and found a lot of good things. They were things that were rarely seen in places like Daohofang and Xianlan Xiancheng. For example, the second-level Meridian Protection Pill that can assist in foundation building, the Flowing Evil Pill that can wash away the evil spirit in the body, etc. Most of them were sold by the pill. The big sect said that good things would not flow out, but in fact they just did not flow out on a large scale. For the disciples, some small and petty actions were also turned a blind eye. These things were of no use to Luo Chen. But he could buy them back and give them to the key refining cultivators of Luo Xianhu. In recent years, Luo Xianhu monks have repeatedly failed in building their foundations. If these things help, perhaps a few more can build their foundations. Ku will also build her foundation, so it will always be good to prepare a foundation-building elixir for her. Luo Chen was not stingy and immediately told the monks of Gaoyang Tower who were standing by his side about his intention to buy. It was just some trivial spiritual stones anyway. However, his extravagant style of frequent purchases made some monks of Kingdom Valley in Gaoyang Tower look at him sideways. They were amazed at his financial resources, but also ridiculed him for not having seen the world and wanting to buy everything he saw. Luo Chen did not care about these looks. Not only did he decide on the many resources to be purchased, but he also put the 9-ring tin staff of earth attribute left by Wei Tuo on the jade disc. He specified that he wanted to exchange it for a magic weapon of water attribute. If there is a price difference, it can be negotiated in person. After all this action, a long time had passed. Luo Chen looked at the sky and prepared to leave Gaoyang Tower without planning to stay for long. Wow, it's you. A familiar voice came to his ears. Luo Chen, who was about to go downstairs, turned around and saw an old acquaintance. Why are you here too? Chu Kui smiled. If you can come, why can't I? With just 2 simple sentences, Luo Chen vaguely understood why the other party was here. His eyes subconsciously fell on the man with a majestic appearance next to Chu Kui. The other party was also looking at him. Brother Chu, don't you introduce them? Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen, and seeing that the other party did not object, he introduced them enthusiastically. This is the Yuxuan He family, the true disciple He Yuan King. This is the Dangsha Luo Chen Society, Ho Lingjin Luo Chen. What Dangsha Luo Chen Society? He Yuan King had never heard of it. Probably it was a small force in Xianlan Immortal City. But the fact that the other party had a Taoist name meant that he must have something. He Yuan King couldn't see through Luo Chen's true realm, but he also nodded to him in a friendly manner. Hello, Lord Ho Ling. If you have time, you can come to Yuxuan Mountain and sit for a while. Luo Chen also returned the greeting. You are too polite, he's henchman. After seeing that the two knew each other, Chu Kui said to He Yuan King, you go and do your work first. I will go out with him for a walk. Things are expensive here. I, old Chu, can't afford them. He Yuan King smiled and shook his head, and did not try to persuade them to stay. He watched Chu Kui and Luo Chen go downstairs together. Then, he called someone over. Check for me who this Lord Holing Luo Chen is, and who invited him to Kingdom Valley. On the long street of Kingdom Fang, 2 figures walked leisurely, and the moonlight stretched their shadows very long. Are you the He family's worshipper now? It's temporary. You know I have 7 or 8 worshippers of Zeuxin families. After the true sword fighting here is over, I won't have this identity anymore. Tisk tisk, to be able to invite you, I'm afraid a Yuan King must have spent a lot of spirit stones. A small prophet, a small prophet. Chu Kui smiled proudly and looked at Luo Chen. What about you? Who invited you? Luo Chen took out a sign from his storage bag and shook it in front of him. Nanshan Tao family. Chu Kui was stunned for a moment. Did Tao Wan, that woman, invite you? Luo Chen asked curiously. Do you know her? Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen as if he was an idiot. This expression made Luo Chen frown unconsciously. Did he overlook something? Suddenly, he remembered when he first came to Xianlan Fairy City. As a guide, Su Xiaoliu introduced some of the customs of Xianlan Fairy City, and especially mentioned the ranking of the Xianjiao list on the Taoism stage. It was also at that time that he first heard of Chu Kui, the #1 foundation building casual cultivator in Xianlan. Think about it carefully. When Su Xiaoliu introduced the top rankings of the Xianjiao list, he mentioned Tao Wan's name. Ranked 3rd, only behind Lin Qingxuan, the swordmaster who fought in all the 10 immortal cities, and the Taoist Bingbo fairy of the Ice Castle. Tao Wan naturally couldn't have fought in all the 10 immortal cities. The place where she mainly practiced fighting skills was probably Xianlan Immortal City. In the process, she would naturally get to know Chu Kui. After thinking about this, Luo Chen was not surprised why Chu Kui looked at him with that expression. He said helplessly, since you know her, what do you think of her combat power? Is there a chance to win the position of Taoist in Kingdom Valley this time? Evaluate combat power? This Chu Kui is interested. He put his hands behind his back, acted like a master, and began to give instructions. Chapter 334, Dual Dao Numbers? Nothing to be afraid of. Tao Wan is very strong. Generally speaking, after cultivators advance to the late stage of foundation building, without using magic weapons, the gap between them is not that big. Everyone has a strong reserve of spiritual power, and the power limit that ordinary magic weapons can release is just that. Therefore, the standard for judging the strength of cultivators in the late stage of foundation building depends more on the degree of sacrifice and refinement of magic weapons. The deeper the degree of sacrifice and refinement, the greater the power of the magic weapon, and the stronger the strength displayed. Hearing this explanation, Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, so one-sided? The battle of cultivators should also consider other things, such as talismans, spells, secret arts, formations, puppets, etc. Chu Kui shrugged. So I said, it's under normal circumstances. Those things you said, high-level talismans are hard to come by, spells are easy to learn but hard to master, secret arts are rare, and formations must be prepared in advance. Luo Chen raised his hand. Okay, I understand what you mean. Chu Kui smiled. He forgot that Luo Chen's battle at Qinhu River was a famous battle made by relying on his superb spells. Thinking about it carefully, There is indeed a 5 elements divine sect in the East Wilderness immortal cultivation world that is famous for its spells. What he said was indeed too one-sided. Let's just talk about the impact of magic weapons on the strength of foundation building cultivators. For those in the initial stage, if they can master 10% or 20%, they are considered to be quite powerful. For a mid-stage cultivator like you, if you can sacrifice and refine to 30% or 40%, and attack suddenly, few enemies of the same level can resist it. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. The power of magic weapons is indeed far beyond ordinary magic weapons. It can even be said that it is not a weapon that a cultivator at this level of foundation building should master. For example, Wang Heichao forcibly activated the Zhuanhou sword and destroyed his top-grade magic weapon King Shengzhou Jiao Banner. If he had not had the temporary defense of Lan Keihiki, he would have been seriously injured as he was also in the early stage of foundation building. However, Chu Kui underestimated him. With his powerful soul and the means of spiritual restraint, he has a very high level of mastery of the Zhuanhou sword. Later, after the sacrifice of the Yanlong Jiazhun formation, he is now in the middle stage of foundation building, and has already sacrificed the Zhuanhou sword to about 60%. In other words, he can exert 60% of the power of this magic weapon. It was because of this that he could suddenly strike with a sword and instantly kill Fei Changqiu of Shangongmen. According to Chu Kui's theory, as long as a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building sacrifices a magic weapon to 50% of its power, he is considered a strong man of the same level. Then how should his strength, Luo Chen, be judged now? Tao Wan is strong because she has had a magic weapon left by the Nanshan patriarch since she was a child, the flowing cloud flying sleeves. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are countless magic weapons named after the flowing cloud flying sleeves. But Tao Wan's is quite powerful. It is rumored that it was personally refined by the Supreme of Xianfan City in the early years. It is a good thing that is qualified to be used as a life magic weapon. Tao Wan has been familiar with this treasure since she was a child. After building the foundation, she has been practicing it diligently and can use it to perfection. In my opinion, she has already refined it to 70%, or even 80%. Chu Kui sighed repeatedly, with admiration in his eyes. You know, for magic weapons, the foundation building true cultivator can only exert about 80% of its power at most. Higher, limited by the realm level, it is impossible. I fought with her once on the Taoism forum. Although it was just a simple exchange, not a life and death fight. But her magic weapon has a very obvious restraining effect on my fierce and domineering Kishin stick. So, she ranks 3rd and I rank 7th, and I am very convinced. Luo Chen was surprised and said, "It's rare to see you admire a cultivator of the same level so much. When you mentioned Tan Taiyu, you didn't respect her at all. What's there to respect about the women of Ice Castle? They are fickle and changeable." Chu Kui curled his lips. Even though he was far away from Xianlan Fairy City, he would not say bad things about the female cultivators of Ice Castle behind their backs. Let's get back to the point. In my opinion, in the huge Kingdom Valley, not counting those old generation of late foundation building cultivators, among the same generation, only Dan Yangzi can suppress Tao Wan, and Yi Yuanqing and Fu Li are just on par with her. The evaluation is so high? Luo Chen asked curiously, what about Sheng Wenyan? Tisk, what a proud and arrogant foolish woman. She can't even rank Kingdom Valley's own fairy city in the top 3 of the Xianjiao list. How can she compare with Tao Wan? Is Sheng Wenyan's evaluation so low? Thinking of the quick meeting in the Foreign Affairs Hall, Luo Chen was thoughtful. The other party used the means of poaching to weaken Tao Wan's competitiveness. It can be seen that her own strength is indeed not too strong. So, you are optimistic about Tao Wan's winning the position of Dao Seed? Luo Chen said. Chu Kui smiled. That's hard to say. What do you mean? Chu Kui talked freely. The Dao Seed competition in Kingdom Valley depends not only on personal strength, but also on comprehensive ability, such as financial resources, alchemy, connections, etc. You should have analyzed this from the ranking of the great true transmissions before the true transmission sword fight. Luo Chen chewed on these words. In the end, he had to admit that it was indeed very similar to what Chu Kui said. Whether it was the first round of the ring battle for the great true transmission or the second round of the alchemy competition, both involved their comprehensive strength. Otherwise, just relying on fighting skills, They might not be able to sit in the position of the 9 great true transmissions. Only the last round of the true transmission sword fighting would truly show personal strength. Chu Kui couldn't help but look at Luo Chen. Speaking of which, since you were invited by her, you won't have to go to the ring to fight a few rounds at that time, right? He still recognized Ho Lingjin's ability. But if it involved a battle between late-stage foundation-building cultivators, he was not optimistic. Luo Chen looked at him with a smile. Forgot my other Taoist name. Chu Kui was stunned. Then he laughed. I forgot that you were called Dan Chenzi at first. Dan Chenzi. Interesting. A mere mid-stage foundation-building cultivator can actually have 2 Taoist names. Is it so easy to get along in the casual cultivator world now? On Yuxuan Mountain. He Yuan King looked at the information about Luo Chen collected by the people below and couldn't help laughing. He already knew that Luo Chen was not the candidate for the ring battle, but an alchemist invited by Tao Wan in desperation after Wang Hezi surrendered to the enemy. The purpose should be the second round of the alchemy competition. Thinking that he was just an alchemist who had worked hard in the group of casual cultivators, He Yuan King didn't care much. But when he saw the intelligence that He Yun from his Yi family had had contact with Luo Chen, He Yuan King's eyes paused. Come here, ask He Yun to come to my place. Young clan leader, Zhuan Yunzi has been concentrating on studying alchemy recently to prepare for the alchemy competition. He Yuan King's eyes turned cold. Do you think I don't know that the alchemy competition depends on accumulation? How much improvement can you get by sharpening your sword before the battle? Go and invite him quickly. The He family cultivator stopped arguing and ran out hurriedly with his head down. About a cup of tea later, Zhuan Yunzi He Yun, one of the 7 sons of Kingdom, came to the door with an irritated look on his face. Brother Yun, the young clan leader is waiting for you inside. Okay, you go down first. After waving his hand to dismiss the servants, Zhuan Yunzi took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. He pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Yuan King, what do you want to talk to me about? He Yuan King stared at him with a pair of eyes, and after a careful look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He Yun, are you planning to follow Wang Hezi's example, only keen on alchemy, and don't even care about cultivation? Zhuan Yunzi said as a matter of course, the way of alchemy is broad and profound, and I have only seen the tip of the iceberg now. If I don't devote all my energy to it, how can I become a master of alchemy? Besides, I have low qualifications, and the family has already cultivated me with all their efforts to build my foundation. How dare I dream of the great way of golden elixir? The family has you, brother Yuan King, the white jade pillar that supports the sky. It's enough. I just need to use my alchemy skills to contribute to the family. These words were said slowly and leisurely. People who really listened to them felt like they were bathed in spring breeze. He Yuan King no longer concealed the smile on his face. It's great that you have such a heart. If I win the position of Dao Seed and take charge of Kingdom Valley in the future, I will definitely summon you to the Taitan Academy. Hearing the 3 words Taitan Academy, Zhuan Yunzi's face showed joy. I will do my best to help you win the alchemy competition. I believe in your alchemy skills. Although you are a rising star, except for Dan Yangzi who can suppress you, the other 5 will definitely not be your opponents. Brother Yuan King, you are too kind. I can only say that I will do my best. After a tug of war, the brothers were friendly and respectful. He Yuan King suddenly said, Dan Chenzi Luo Chen, do you know him? Hearing Luo Chen's name, Zhuan Yunzi's face subconsciously stiffened for a moment, but soon, he nodded. I do know him. He is a very interesting friend. Just very interesting. He Yuan King asked back. Looking at Zhuan Yunzi who didn't know what was going on, he said bluntly, he will also participate in the alchemy competition and replace Tao Wan. Do you know anything about his alchemy attainments? It turned out to be for this matter. Zhuan Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he stroked his chin and said, Luo Chen can get the name of Dan Chenzi, so his alchemy skills must be good. As far as I know, he is very good at refining a first-level elixir, which can easily achieve a top grade 1. Easily achieve a first-level top grade 1. He Yuan King lost his voice, with surprise on his face that he couldn't hide. Alchemy, whether it is a first-level or a second-level 1, it is not surprising. But if you can stably achieve a high-grade elixir, it would be a bit terrifying. This means not only talent. There is also this practice of thousands of hammers. The alchemy skills have been polished to be extremely solid. Most of the current Kingdom 7 sons find it difficult to achieve this level. They were eager to refine higher-level elixirs, and they didn't care much about the repetitive and boring low-level elixirs. Only those brothers in the Titan Academy in Danyang Peak, who were over 200 years old and studied alchemy all day long, could achieve such accomplishments. Zhuan Yunzi said casually, "The elixir is called Jade Marrow Pill. I have tested it. The power of the top-grade Jade Marrow Pill is only equivalent to the low-grade Yankee Pill of Yao Wang sect." Huh? So that's it. You said it earlier. He Yuanking was obviously relieved. This kind of elixir that has reached the top grade and is only equivalent to the low-grade Yankee Pill must be some inferior stuff circulating outside. There is no difficulty in refining it. As long as you put in some effort, many people in Kingdom Valley can reach that level. In this way, Luo Chen is not to be feared. The so-called Dao name of Dan Chenzi is probably given by an incompetent person among the casual cultivators. Seeing that he can refine elixirs, he deliberately flattered him. In this way, Taowan has nothing to worry about. All the worries in his heart were gone. He Yuanking smiled and said, "I am very confident that I can win the first round, and I will join forces with others to consume senior brother Danyangzi as much as possible to create good conditions for you. Don't let me down when the time comes." Zhuan Yunzi felt a sense of pressure and bowed and said, "I will do my best. Not try my best, but do my best." He Yuanking spoke almost word by word, "I want to enter the third round with the first place in the true teaching." Zhuan Yunzi's waist bent deeper. The almost paranoid eyes fell on him, like a thorn in the back. Back to Mo Garden, Luo Chen told the two Tao family key refining monks who were serving him to pay attention to the possibility that there might be guests looking for him recently. He made a lot of transactions on the Jade Bee trading in Gaoang Tower. The contact address left was the Tao family in Xiaonanshan. After giving the order, Luo Chen entered the yard and closed the door. This familiar scene made the two Tao family key refining monks who were serving him very emotional. Other outsiders, after being invited to Kingdom Valley, are always keen to walk around, make friends and visit the true disciples in the valley. Expand personal connections, collect resources, exchange cultivation experiences, etc. Only the guest invited by their Tao family. After coming, if there is nothing, he will not go out of the door or the second door. Just like a hard-working cultivator. Perhaps, this is why other casual cultivators can build a foundation and have a good alchemy skill. In fact, Luo Chen is indeed a hard-working cultivator, but he is not without cultivating personal connections. The reason why he came to Kingdom Valley quietly and did not walk around is very simple. The Tao family is already the limit of his current personal connections. Before he showed more outstanding value, he had already been marked by the Xia and Anshan Tao family since he entered Kingdom Valley. In this case, what new personal connections can he cultivate? Nodding acquaintances? Drinking and eating friends? No. Frequent outings are likely to arouse Taowan's suspicion. After all, the other party had just experienced Wang Hezi's rebellion. As long as the realm is not too different, Luo Chen can still guess clearly about other people's thoughts. Like now, studying alchemy honestly and practicing behind closed doors every day is what Taowan wants to see the most. Back in the practice room, Luo Chen took out the resurrection pill and looked at it carefully. From time to time, he also used some alchemy techniques to separate the fine powder and judge the approximate medicinal strength. It is something that ordinary foundation-building cultivators cannot do. In front of him, a master-level alchemist, it is actually not that difficult. After a series of tests, Luo Chen put away the resurrection pill with satisfaction. Liao Liang exaggerated a little, but he did not lie. Although this resurrection pill does not have most of the medicinal strength left as boasted, it does have 30% of the medicinal strength left. Although it has no effect on the realm of Jind and Shangren. But for the foundation-building cultivator, it is enough. Isn't he a foundation-building cultivator now? Another life-saving trump card. Luo Chen chuckled, adjusted his mind, and began to meditate and practice. Although Xianan Mountain is a second-level spiritual land, the concentration of spiritual energy is relatively average. Taowan has arranged the best practice area for him, but the concentration of spiritual energy is only at the level of the middle-grade cave house in Xianlan Peak. As a result, his practice speed has slowed down by half. However, this is only temporary. The true sword battle and the Dao seed battle are about to begin, but it will only delay it for 1 or 2 months. He has been in the Tao family in Kingdom Valley for a month. Without stopping to practice every day, his cultivation is slowly increasing. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Luo Chen woke up. He looked at the system panel. Realm, Foundation Building Level 5 and 2 over 100, it took a full month to increase by 1 progress. To reach the 6th level of Foundation Building at this speed, it will take at least 10 years. I have to finish things here as soon as possible, and then return to Xianlan Fairy City to practice with the help of the upper-grade cave house. After the Foundation Building, the importance of spiritual anti-cultivators has jumped to the first place. Luo Chen has begun to miss the rich spiritual energy of the top-grade cave. After leaving the training room, Luo Chen was about to eat the sumptuous breakfast prepared for him by the Tao family, when his eyes fell on a woman squatting in front of the pond in the courtyard, fiddling with the black lotus leaves. Because she was squatting, her curves were exquisite, and her waist and hips were protruding. The soft silk was close to her jade back, and her 3,000 black hairs were attached to it, exuding a deep luster under the reflection of the morning sun. Some strands of hair hung down to the water. In the clear water, faces that were somewhat expectant and somewhat nervous were reflected. As if she had noticed others' gazes. Tao Wan raised her head and looked at Luo Chen, who was standing by the window, in high spirits. She stood up gracefully and brushed the hair on her cheeks behind her ears. Dao, the battle for Dao Seeds has begun. Chapter 335 The Dao Seed War begins. Go to the Heavenly Palace to get the pill formula. Ling, ling, ling. 3 bells rang, spreading thousands of miles and reaching the azure sky. For a moment, countless cultivators drove their escape lights and flew towards the 5 huge peaks from all directions. The spiritual energy was like light, lingering and steaming. The escape light transformed into the 5 elements, colorful. There were also many foundation-building cultivators, dressed in robes, riding on clouds and mist, laughing and talking. Luo Chen and Tao Yixing were among the crowd. Looking around, they were a little dazed for a while. This grand scene should be called 1,000 immortals coming to pay homage, right? In comparison, the foundation-building ceremony of Dangsha Peak was really a small one. No wonder in the world of immortal cultivation, foundation-building cultivators rarely hold foundation-building ceremonies. In front of such a large-scale event held by a large sect, the mere foundation-building ceremony was really laughable. Coming back to his senses, Luo Chen looked at their group of people. Led by Tao Wan. Tao Daonan and Qilingyan are the assistants. There is also a senior brother who participated in the last true transmission battle and is at the 8th level of the foundation establishment. In this way, the main force for the Dao Seed competition has been gathered. Of course, Luo Chen, who is among the crowd, will fight alone in the second round, and is also a very important member. As for the other cultivators, most of them are relatives and friends who came to cheer for Tao Wan. On the side, Tao Yixing explained to Luo Chen, 3 bells are usually only sounded when there is a Dao Seed competition. If it rings 6 times, it means that a new giant master is born in our sect. When the bell rings 9 times, either a Yuanying true person is born in Kingdom Valley, or a matter of life and death is encountered. Luo Chen was curious, is it only Kingdom Valley, or is it the same for other sects in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world? It's all like this. Tao Yixing said slowly. Luo Chen yearned for it. He planned to have a chance in the future to give Luo Xianhu such a thing. Set the standard a little lower. When a giant master is born, ring 9 times. While they were talking, the group had already crossed the 5 peaks and arrived at the Pill Valley. Seeing the scene of the Pill Valley, Luo Chen could not help but be surprised. I hadn't seen it for a while, and it had changed so much. The prototype of the 9 high platforms had been completed. The shrouding spiritual light was removed, revealing a high and lofty appearance. There were tall buildings on top, and there were arenas under the tall buildings. In addition, the 9 high platforms were surrounded in a circle. In the middle, a huge circular platform stood out. At this moment, this platform has not been opened, so it is not set up for the first round. In addition, there is also a suspended heavenly palace, which was hung high above at some point, overlooking the entire Pill Valley. There were shadows on it, and many immortal cultivators had already appeared. Tao Yixing stood aside and explained to Luo Chen, this heavenly palace is a flying boat of the magic weapon level. It is shaped like a palace and is the carriage used by the head of our Kingdom Valley to travel. This Dao Seed competition was held unexpectedly, but the corresponding specifications will definitely not be lowered. There will be masters from the 5 peaks to watch the battle. Those immortal cultivators in the foundation building period are from other sects who came to watch the ceremony during this period. Speaking of which, Brother Luo, you will also go up later. Luo Chen said, to receive the pill formula. Yes. The masters sent by Danyang Peak every year are all elders of the Taitan Academy. New pill formulas usually come from the Taitan Academy. After hearing this, Luo Chen took a deep breath and had a hint of expectation. Sure enough, not long after Tao Yishan finished speaking, a golden elixir master came out on a cloud from the 5 peaks. Tao Yishan introduced those people to him. The one who came out of Qingyuan Peak was the head of Kingdom Valley, the one who came out of Danyang Peak was the elder of Taitan Academy, and the one who came out of Longshao Peak was also famous. The one from Luojiao Mountain is my sister's master, Master Bisu, who is at the early stage of Jinden. I didn't expect that he would come out to watch the ceremony. I guess he came to support my sister. Luo Chen was surprised. Did they say that Tao Wan didn't have a master of Jinden behind her? It turns out that she has a master. But according to Tao Yishan's words, the other party's appearance seemed to be beyond his expectations. While the two were talking, more huge escape lights flew out from Yuanhou Mountain. They were all Jinden masters, and their number clearly exceeded the 5 people Tao Yishan mentioned. They are all from the 7 Yuding sects who came to watch the ceremony, but this time there are not as many as before. I heard that only Lauren sect, Alao Mountain, Beihou Palace, and Bingbao sent people. In other words, Jianzong and Yanmeng didn't send anyone? Can it be understood that the 7 Yuding sects are divided into 2 factions, led by Lauren sect and Jianzong? But Beihou Palace has always been neutral. There are only 3 Jinden masters in the sect, so they should not get involved in these things, right? There is also Bingbao, which Luo Chen is familiar with. It has obtained the management rights of Kingdom Valley in Xianlan Fairy City for the next 10 years, but the other party has maintained an ambiguous relationship in the battle between the 2 major sects. Until now, it has not personally taken action. All kinds of thoughts fluctuated in the sea of consciousness. Until Tao Wan's voice came from the crowd. Occupy the first place and defend for 15 days, and you will be one of the 9 true disciples. Dan Chenzi, you can go up and get the pill formula. More than a dozen foundation-building true cultivators all looked at Luo Chen. There was curiosity, doubt, expectation and envy. Facing these scrutinizing eyes, Luo Chen was at ease. He patted his sleeves, rode the white cloud, and flew from bottom to top towards the heavenly palace. During the flight, he looked around. There were many people like him, all heading for the heavenly palace. These should all be my opponents in the second round. Luo Chen chuckled and quickly went to the heavenly palace. As soon as he landed, 2 pairs of eyes instantly fell on him. No disguise at all. He subconsciously looked over and saw a familiar pair of cold eyes. Ice Castle, Juking Fairy. Unexpectedly, she came to watch the ceremony. Beside her, stood 2 female foundation building cultivators. Luo Chen also recognized one of them, Shi Lan. At some point, she had already established her foundation. She even followed Juking Fairy and seemed to be quite valued. However, the 2 eyes that looked at him unscrupulously before, except for Juking Fairy, the other one was not Shi Lan. He slowly raised his head and looked at the source of the other gaze. Luojiao Mountain, Master Bisu, Tao Wan's master. Are you the alchemist invited by Wanwen? You must perform well in the second round. The voice was lively and childish. Luo Chen's face condensed, and he said respectfully, I will do my best. Bisu smiled and said nothing else. Then, under the guidance of the Kingdom Valley disciples, the alchemists entered a hall in the heavenly palace. There was an old man with a white beard waiting for them impatiently. You know the rules, right? You can use the recipes used in the competition, but you can't pass them on to others, and you can't make large-scale refinements for profit. I'll give them to you in advance. Whether you can refine them in half a month depends on your ability. There are 2 recipes, one first and one second. They are the latest research and development. Only half a month is given to study and refine them. The difficulty makes all the second-level alchemists nervous. But since it has come to this point, no one will back down. Soon, someone came forward first to receive the copy of the recipe. That person walked in front, and no one dared to block his way. They all subconsciously made way. Who is this person? This person is my sect senior brother Dan Yangzi. A familiar voice came, and Luo Chen turned his head and saw Zhuan Yunzi's face. Zhuan Yunzi smiled slightly. Dao, long time no see. Luo Chen returned the greeting, I hope you are well. Zhuan Yunzi shook his head and followed Dan Yangzi. The giant elder of Taitan Academy was rude to everyone, but when he saw Dan Yangzi, he smiled. Before leaving, he even patted Dan Yangzi on the shoulder to encourage him. It's a pity, if the senior brother hadn't made a mistake, there would be no need to go through this. Fortunately, it is because of this that we have the opportunity to become famous. Listening to his mutterings, Luo Chen, like everyone else, carefully looked at Dan Yangzi. His demeanor and appearance were extraordinary. Between his eyebrows, there was a strong sense of self-confidence. It seemed that starting over again would be easy. Facing the stares of the crowd, his steps did not even slow down, and he walked straight out of the hall. I'm going to prepare for the first round of the ring battle. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the eldest brother this time. Zhuan Yunzi sighed. Luo Chen retracted his gaze, and there was a faint pressure in his heart. People say that in this generation of Kingdom Valley, Dan Yangzi is the best in both alchemy and swordsmanship. His attainments in alchemy are ranked first among the 7 sons of Kingdom. If he wants to help Taiwan win a good ranking, the other party is undoubtedly the biggest competitor. However, strangely, Zhuan Yunzi's face did not seem to be too worried. He asked tentatively, you don't seem to be too worried about your eldest brother? Could it be that your alchemy skills are better than his? Zhuan Yunzi shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? Senior brother's alchemy skills are well known in Kingdom Valley. Although he is not that old, he has already made a name for himself in Taitan Academy. I am a junior student, so I can't be compared with him. But, at this point, he showed a sly smile. Alchemy is very state-dependent. Senior brother must pass the first round before he can participate in the second round, and there is no one to help. Finally, his most powerful original true fire cannot be used. In this way, we can compete with him. Luo Chen agreed with the previous words. But, original true fire? In an instant, he remembered the many opponents that Taiwan introduced to him before he set out. Dan Yangzi, the biggest threat. But not invincible. After the opponent established his foundation, he contained a sourceless fire in his body, so he made rapid progress in alchemy. It can be said that most of his alchemy attainments are placed on the sourceless fire called Purple Extreme Heavenly Fire. If it is not allowed to be used during alchemy, it will be much less threatening. Sourceless fire, origin true fire. Luo Chen silently recited these terms, looking forward to it. There are many strange things in the world of immortal cultivation. The most rumored ones are rootless water, sourceless fire, immaculate wind, and silent thunder. If you have one of these things, it will greatly improve the cultivator's practice, fighting, and immortal cultivation. Especially for alchemists, if you have rootless water and sourceless fire, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Based on his experience in alchemy, Luo Chen summarized the 4 ways of alchemy fire. Control fire, melt fire, absorb fire, and transform fire. If he can also receive a sourceless fire in his body and achieve the origin true fire, alchemy will probably usher in a qualitative ascension. Speaking of which, I do know a method to make sourceless fire. Should I try to operate it in the future? Luo Chen remembered the information he had browsed in a book called Qingyang Ju on the fire system when he searched through the books in the Luoxianu library. On it, there is a record of the production and cultivation method of a kind of Qingyang magic fire. There are many taboos. But for the alchemist, there are definitely many benefits. While he was daydreaming, Zhuan Yunzi beside him suddenly reminded him. It's our turn. Yes. Luo Chen cheered up and walked forward, ready to get the recipe. When he passed an old man, the other party glared at him fiercely. It was Wang Hezi. Luo Chen's face did not change, as if he didn't see the resentful eyes, and he walked to the elder of Taitan Academy. Aren't you my Kingdom Valley alchemist? Junior Luo Chen, meet the elder. Let me see your contract. Yes, no problem, take the recipe. In addition, Taitan Academy will provide you with the corresponding medicinal materials, and you can try to make pills during this period. Thank you, elder. After a brief conversation, Luo Chen received the corresponding 2 recipes. When he left the Heavenly Palace, the battle below was already in full swing. Dao, we part here. See you in the second round. Goodbye. Zhuan Yunzi greeted him and went straight down the Heavenly Palace. Luo Chen looked back and saw the group of high-ranking giant masters who also went down the Heavenly Palace without hesitation. Come on, Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Yun's sword controlling skills are really outstanding. Junior Brother Zhou is younger than me, but his cultivation progress is so fast. I'm afraid his opponent will be defeated in less than 20 rounds. Cheers, discussions, and noises. Every sound was heard. When Luo Chen flew down on the cloud, he looked down and was shocked. All 9 arenas had been occupied. And the challengers of each were also coming one after another. So many foundation building cultivators were obviously fighting alone, but when the number increased, the solemn and murderous aura made people's skin cold. There was a giant and master standing on the huge empty platform in the middle, looking around with a sharp eye. This is a giant and stage elder from Longshao Peak, who is responsible for controlling the intensity of the battle. Try not to have a fatal fight. Injury is fine, but death is not. With the power of one person, he suppressed 9 battlefields. The giant and cultivator is much stronger than I thought when I was in the key refining stage. Luo Chen was feeling emotional. On a high platform, Tao Yishan was waving at him. Has Tao Wan taken someone to occupy a high platform? Very quickly, Luo Chen flew over. As he stepped onto the steps, the eyes of a group of Tao family cultivators fell on him. The meaning in their eyes had already thrown away many doubts, and there was only hope and expectation. Have you got the pill formula? Yes. Luo Chen nodded and looked around. The elder of Titan Academy said that he prepared a lot of medicinal materials for me. I wonder where they are. Tao Wan pointed to the back. Each high platform has a ring in front and a tall building in the back. It draws the earth fire and can refine pills at any time. Luo Chen does not intend to delay. Time is too tight. Only 15 days to study 2 pill recipes. He had never been so anxious in his life. He nodded to Tao Wan and was about to go to the back. Just as he turned around, a clear voice rang out from outside the ring. Senior Sister Tao Wan, Junior Brother wants to take the position of the Great True Transmission. Can you help me? Luo Chen turned around and looked. A young man flew up from under the ring. Behind him, there were 3 late-stage foundation building cultivators, ready to fight. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen sighed. When did late-stage foundation building cultivators become so worthless? The more he understood these big sects, the more he felt that the Luo Xian who he had worked hard to pull together was so weak. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? Honestly, eat the portion that can be eaten, that's the real thing. He did not stay to watch the fight, but left the scene directly. Tao Wan glanced at his back and then turned around. Junior Brother Qi. Under her command, Qi Lingayan smiled calmly, flew out of the crowd, and landed on the ring. First battle, Qi Lingayan. Which Taoist friend will go first? Chapter 336, Dust-Reducing Pill and Soul-Feeding Pill. Chu Kui invites Dan Yangzi to fight. Dust-Reducing Pill. What a bad name. In the quiet room, Luo Chen looked at the second-level pill recipe in his hand and complained casually. What a good pill, why is it called Dust-Reducing Pill? Don't you know that there is also a dust in my name? Although he complained, Luo Chen looked at this pill recipe that had never appeared in the world of immortal cultivation, and his eyes were full of surprise. This is actually a recipe for a cultivation pill. However, it is different from the conventional elixir that grabs the essence of medicinal materials and melts them into one pill. This dust-reducing pill takes another path. The essence of qi refining is to refine essence into qi and refine qi into spirit. The so-called refining essence into qi is in the scope of the 3 realms of qi refining, foundation building, and golden pill. It is about extracting energy from the original essence of the human body, breaking through the realm, and finally achieving the human body pill, which is the golden pill. But the human body is weak, far inferior to all races in the world. How much essence can a mere body refine? Therefore, some human ancestors came up with a way of cultivation to absorb the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth. From this point of view, the orthodox way of cultivation in the world of immortal cultivation has deviated from the original path of refining essence into qi. In other words, it is still on this path, but what is refined is not one's own essence, but the essence of heaven and earth. Even after a small achievement in cultivation, the cultivator will naturally condense the essence in blood-containing essence, spirit and spirit in the body, feeding back to the body. However, this dust-reducing pill, on the other hand, goes the other way, tracing back to the source, and comes to the most basic way of refining essence into qi. After taking this pill, a large amount of essence will be quickly extracted from the cultivator's body and converted into spiritual energy. In this way, the cultivation will be accelerated. Dust-reducing pill, dust-reducing pill. If this pill is taken too much, the immortal body after the muscle changing and marrow washing will gradually return to the mortal body. Therefore, it is called dust-reducing. In this way, this name is very appropriate. I am not unfamiliar with the art of refining essence into qi. When Ming Shinposha was first created, it was to use the stimulation of evil spirits to transform qi and blood into spiritual energy, so that a martial arts master could embark on the path of cultivating immortals. These two have the same purpose. One is to use evil spirits, and the other is to use the power of elixirs. It's just that the dust-reducing pill is too simple and crude, and even has the taste of magic pills. If taken for a long time, it will really cause great damage to the cultivator's physique. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen seemed to see a cultivator taking this pill for a long time. The physique after Yijin Fasu gradually became as weak as that of an ordinary person. But he also thought of another possibility. If a cultivator who has already achieved success in physical training takes this pill, can he speed up his practice while ensuring that his physique will not fall to a dangerous level? Luo Chen subconsciously glanced at the attribute panel. Realm, Foundation Building Level 5, 2/100, Blood River Realm 50 out of 100, with the opening of all meridians and his persistence in the 5-organ health fist for many years, he has completed the 2 small realms of opening meridians and refining organs. If we don't consider the 5 levels of opening the orifices and the transformation of the light and dark pills, he can be considered to have achieved success in body refining. If he consumes this body refining foundation and takes the dust reduction pill, how much spiritual energy can he gain? How much can the realm of the immortal way increase? If he takes other spiritual medicines that are beneficial to body refining, such as the golden jade liquid, can he keep his body from falling? Luo Chen didn't know the details. He regretfully put this pill recipe in his bag. Now, it's not the best time to study this second-level pill recipe. With his talent for alchemy, it is impossible to study a second-level pill recipe to the point where he can directly start refining in a short period of time. Maybe the 7 sons of Kingdom have this talent. But now he definitely can't. But he had the system in hand, so he could just get started when the time came, without much effort. From this point of view, he had already won the second round of alchemy. Achievement points are hard to come by, and getting a second-level recipe is a good use of them. But if I put them on that first-level recipe, it would be a bit of a loss. Luo Chen muttered, taking out a copy of the first-level recipe. He planned to use this half-month to study the recipe carefully. With his knowledge and alchemy attainments, it would not be difficult to get started with a mere first-level recipe. Feeding Spirit Pill. It's also a pill I've never seen or heard of. The scientific research ability of the Titan Academy in Kingdom Valley is quite impressive. They can actually come up with 2 brand new recipes in succession. Because of the soundproof formation blocking it, no matter how lively the battle outside was, Luo Chen couldn't see, hear, or understand it. It was not until late at night that the noise outside gradually came to an end. The Tao family cultivators excitedly discussed the results of today's battle. Judging from their happy expressions, the ring battle today must have gone well. However, everyone subconsciously slowed down their pace and lowered their voices when passing Luo Chen's room. The person inside is a key figure that will affect the second round. In the meeting hall, Tao Wan looked at the 4 people below, Tao Daonan, Qi Lingayan, Tan Xiao, and Tao Yisheng, who is qualified to attend the meeting. Slowly said, on the first day, we saved a place in the ring. Thanks to senior brother Qi and senior brother Tan, they tried their best. Tan Xiao shook his head. In the last Dao Seed competition, I personally participated in the Dao Seed competition, but in the end I didn't even sit in the position of the 9 true transmissions. This time, it can be regarded as bullying the weak. Tao Wan chuckled. Those junior brothers who came to challenge, their subordinates were also senior brothers who participated in the Dao Seed competition decades ago. They are in the same class as you, so how can they bully the weak? After she said this, Tan Xiao's guilt dissipated a lot. Indeed, there were many losers like him in the last session. Not only did they fail to win the Dao Seed, they also failed to get the position of the Great True Transmission, which could receive some resources. Therefore, for the sake of Dan formation, they would never miss the sudden opening of the second Dao Seed competition. Even if they were over 150 years old and could not directly participate in the quota of the Great True Transmission, They could achieve the corresponding goals indirectly by helping qualified disciples. Once the disciples they each chose won the position of Dao Seed, they could obtain resources that were not inferior to those obtained by the Great True Transmission in the past through each other. Due to the short time interval, there were many late-stage foundation-building cultivators like Tan Zhao who participated in the second battle. This also led to the unprecedentedly fierce competition on the first day. In the past, there were not so many late-stage foundation-building cultivators participating in the battle. Most of them were late-stage and middle-stage foundation-building cultivators, mixed together. At this moment, Qi Lingayan also smiled and said, "In Kingdom Valley, apart from the eldest brother Dan Yangzi, the talents of junior sister Wenwen are the best choices. If you don't become the Dao Seed, who else can be worthy?" As he spoke, the strange emotions in his eyes were undisguised, surging and passionate. Tao Wan slightly avoided the passionate gaze. Instead, he talked about other things. Everyone saw it today, there were very few challengers on the ring occupied by the eldest brother. This is not in line with the strategy we set before. When mentioning this, Qi Lingayan frowned and said, "Are the others afraid?" Tan Zhao hesitated and said, "Although the eldest brother is alone and has no helpers, he has been a Dao Seed for decades and has accumulated great prestige. It is reasonable that the junior brothers and sisters below dare not challenge him." Tao Yishan, the youngest, worriedly said, "But in this way, wouldn't he be able to wait for the fatigue and safely survive the 15-day ring battle?" After this, everyone was silent. With Dan Yangzi's ability, if he hadn't spent the first 15 days, he would have been able to easily get through the second round. Once he reached the third round, with his advanced ranking, he would definitely not be able to resist the rising stars like Tao Wan. Yes, although they are of the same age. But Dan Yangzi is indeed a senior. He is a man of outstanding talent. He won the position of Dao Seed with a body of the 8th level of foundation building decades ago. Now he has reached the 9th level of foundation building, and he is not far from the perfection of foundation building. Tao Wan, Shangwen Yan and other new 9th level foundation building people are unlikely to be his direct opponents. In the silence, Tao Daonan's old voice spoke. "No need to rush. In the first few days, first secure the position of the great true disciple. In the next few days, when it comes to the ranking of the true disciples, no one will ignore Dan Yangzi, the most threatening competitor. Then, it will be his most difficult time." When everyone heard this, it was like a revelation, and they understood it instantly. Time has not yet reached the white-hot stage. By then, Dan Yangzi will not face one or two scattered challengers. Instead, he will face the other 8 true disciples in a round-robin battle. Tao Wan was determined and said, "Brother Qi, Brother Tan, you are tired today. Go down and rest early to recover your spiritual power. I may have to trouble you again tomorrow." The two did not refuse. After a cultivator advances to the late stage of foundation building, his spiritual power is several times that of before. But he can't stand a lot of squandering. Especially since the ring battle is a long and fierce battle, it is necessary to adjust your breath and recover every day. After the two left, Tao Wan looked at Tao Daonan first. "Patriarch, what did the Fu family say?" Tao Daonan said slowly, "Several families have reached an agreement with the Fu family and will send people to challenge Dan Yangzi one after another. It is impossible for him to enter the final true disciple sword fight in a complete state." In this way, Tao Wan was relieved. Then, she looked at Tao Yishan. "Is Dan Chenzi still researching the recipe alone?" Tao Yishan scratched his head and was about to speak when he saw Tao Wan's cold eyes. He subconsciously retracted his hand and stopped scratching his head. His sister said that these little movements were a sign of immaturity and should be avoided as much as possible. He gathered his mind and said seriously, "Brother Luo is indeed researching alone and has forbidden anyone to visit and help him." Hearing this, Tao Wan couldn't help but frown. Tao Daonan also said puzzledly, "Other alchemists have hired a large number of medicine apprentices and fire workers to help them test the properties of various materials in the recipe. How could Luo Chen be so arrogant?" "It's not arrogance, it's self-confidence," Tao Yisheng said with absolute trust in Luo Chen. With Brother Luo's alchemy attainments, he is familiar with most of the low-level medicinal materials and doesn't need other people to help him test them. But Tao Daonan was mature and prudent and wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by Tao Wan. "Let him go, the list has been decided, and it is impossible to change the candidates." Hearing this, Tao Daonan looked at Tao Wan in confusion. If Tao Yixing had confidence in Luo Chen, he could understand it. After all, during this period of time, he already knew that the other party's rapid progress in alchemy was due to Luo Chen's guidance. But why was Tao Wan so confident? Facing his question, Tao Wan did not explain anything. Looking at the dark night outside, Tao Wan narrowed her eyes slightly. She was not confident in Luo Chen's alchemy, but she had enough knowledge of the other party's determination to obtain high-quality elixirs. If the other party did not want to miss this opportunity, they would never give up in the second round. What they have to do is to get as good a ranking as possible in the first round. No matter how the outside world is, Luo Chen is unmoved. He has been researching the recipe of the soul-feeding pill day and night, and has already reached a very critical point. This is not a pill for people to eat. It is a pill for monsters, or spirit beasts. Ordinary clans and families raise monsters and domesticate them into spirit beasts, which often requires a lot of blood food. High-level spirit beasts are fine, as they have learned to swallow the essence of the sun and the moon, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transform it into monster energy. However, low-level spirit beasts are not smart, and their instinct for blood food has been soaked into their bones. In this case, if it is a place like Daohofang that is close to the Million Mountains, it is fine. There are enough channels to purchase various blood foods. But in the Taiping area inland, there is no such convenience. The blood food shipped in from outside is often not very fresh, and it is also expensive. This can be seen from Luo Chen's auction of the second-level monster corpse in the Snow Lotus Hall. In this way, if only 1 or 2 mountain-guarding spirit beasts are domesticated, the cost is still within the acceptable range. But if a large-scale domestication of spirit beasts is required, the cost is too high. There is simply not so much blood food. Therefore, the alchemy masters of Taitan Academy studied a new pill recipe, the soul-feeding pill, based on this. The main material is still some kind of blood food that spirit beasts like. But it only accounts for a small part. More of it is mixed with other medicinal materials, minerals, and spiritual liquid, and finally melted into a pill. Taking it in this way can greatly reduce the pressure on the supply of blood food. The other raw materials are the existence that can be mass-produced by the cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. The cost is greatly reduced invisibly. This thing, if it were placed on the earth in the previous life, wouldn't it be feed? After studying the principle of this pill, Luo Chen curled his lips. The difficulty of refining it is not great at all. In fact, it is much simpler than dealing with jade for the jadeite pill. As long as you understand the corresponding pill theory and cooperate with the corresponding pill technique, refine and mix it together, it will be considered a pill. That's right. If it is a pill recipe with high refining difficulty, it is impossible to give only 15 days of preparation time. The focus of the competition should still be on the dust-reducing pill. After Luo Chen muttered for a while, he did not hesitate to invest in the actual refining. All the materials have been prepared by the Taitan Academy. Even the earth fire and furnace needed for alchemy were fully equipped. 5 days later, in Luo Chen's sleepless experiments, he finally succeeded in producing 1 furnace of soul-feeding pills. This furnace alone produced 30 complete pills. This amount of pills has exceeded the level of only 20 pills produced from 1 raw material of the jade marrow pill. It can be seen that the difficulty of refining is indeed very low. After refining the finished product, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, he went to bed and fell asleep. During this period, he was exhausted from studying the pill formula and experimenting with pill refining alone. But everything was worth it. After a rough study of the recipe of the dust-reducing pill, he had already used the system to get started. Next, he just needed to wait for the second round to start. While others were still working hard on the experiment, he could already conserve his energy and wait for the hard work. This sleep lasted for a whole night and half a day. The next day, in the arena battle with a huge crowd of people, Luo Chen came to Tao Yixing quietly. "What's going on now?" "Huh?" Tao Yixing was shocked. He never thought that Luo Chen would come out of retreat in just 10 days. He knew what this meant better than anyone else. Before he could ask the other party about the situation, Luo Chen looked at a platform that was raised to the highest point in surprise. A burly man, holding a long black and yellow stick, stepped onto the stage under the attention of everyone. Chu Kui, the He family's worshipper, invites Brother Dan Yangzi to fight. Chapter 337, Is this the sect's true teaching? Hai will to fight, great voice. After the majestic spiritual energy expanded, it rushed in all directions like a sound wave. On the high platform, the young man who was studying the pill formula slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Kui. He was not as handsome as a cultivator. Instead, his face was ruddy and red, and there was a faint purple pattern between his eyebrows, as if burning. Without much nonsense, he jumped up and landed on the ring. At that moment, in Chu Kui's eyes, it was as if a ball of fire fell from the sky. Because of Chu Kui's previous voice, everyone in the Dam Valley noticed this place, including the golden elixir elder from Longxiao Peak. He raised his hand, and a huge light curtain expanded around the entire ring. Everyone realized that this battle might be very fierce. Otherwise, the elder of Longxiao Peak would not be so solemn and open the defense formation in advance. Behind the Tao family ring, Luo Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but cheer up. Unexpectedly, he would witness a duel of top masters as soon as he came out. Moreover, one of them was his old acquaintance Chu Kui. Perfect. He also wanted to know how strong Chu Kui was, and how high his appearance fee was. He should be quite good, right? He asked casually, "What is our current ranking?" Tao Yishan replied immediately, "With the successive actions of the clan leader and senior brother Qi, we are currently ranked 5th, and our ranking is relatively stable. There are fewer and fewer subsequent challengers, and we mainly face challenges from the lower-ranked Great True Transmissions." Luo Chen asked curiously, "Then what is the ranking of your senior brother and the Yuxun He family?" "Senior brother is now number 1. Huh? Luo Chen was stunned, and subconsciously said, "Isn't he not allowed to bring helpers? How can he be ranked first?" Tao Yishan smiled bitterly, "But he is the senior brother." Luo Chen frowned slightly. But soon, he figured out the reason. Regardless of what mistake Dan Yangzi made, he was knocked down from the position of Dao Seed to the position of an ordinary true transmission. But he has been a senior brother in Kingdom Valley for many years in the name of Dao Seed. Whether it is strength or prestige, it is enough to intimidate everyone. Perhaps, because of some interests involved, ordinary true disciples don't want to trouble him at all. In a more conspiracy theory direction, even this new Dao Seed dispute may be a small punishment for Dan Yangzi by the superiors, giving him a chance to reform and regain his position. Of course, the latter speculation is too childish. But the people below can't help thinking so. After all, a good successor to the sect, the future head of Kingdom Valley, was inexplicably withdrawn. What do those ordinary true disciples think? Under these circumstances, ordinary true disciples naturally dare not take action. But the other 8 people who have already secured the position of great true disciples will not think so. When it comes to the Dao Seed dispute, every ranking order is crucial. How difficult is it to fight from 9th to 1st in a short period of time? No one is willing to try. People with high rankings naturally have a huge advantage of waiting for the opportunity. They have masters who are specially recruited under their command. This can be used to consume Dan Yangzi, knock him down from a higher ranking, or consume his spiritual power. He Yuan King, who is now ranked 2nd, is planning to do this. In fact, it is not just him. Anyone who wants to compete for the Dao Seed will regard Dan Yangzi as the top enemy. After Chu Kui is done, it is estimated that other people will also send people one after another. Of course, this is all later. At this moment, Luo Chen has already focused his attention on the first arena. Chu Kui took the lead. The long stick in his hand turned into a huge stick shadow and smashed it directly on his head. The power of the vast magic weapon has not been concealed from the beginning. Facing Chu Kui's attack, Dan Yangzi's face became fierce. He stretched out his hand and swung a sword. The brilliant sword light, like a waterfall rolling back, rolled forward, and directly hit the huge stick shadow into pieces. Not only that, he even had enough strength to attack Chu Kui. Dan Yangzi is known as the best of both Dan and sword. In addition to his alchemy skills, which ranked first among the 7 sons of Kingdom, his sword-controlling skills were also extremely powerful. Chu Kui did not dare to underestimate the opponent. He pulled back and kept smashing with a long stick in his hand. Each attack completely exceeded the strength of the ordinary late-stage foundation-building attacks. The elder of Longxiao Peak, who was in charge of controlling the situation, frowned unconsciously. This Chu Kui was obviously a casual cultivator. The fighting power he showed was not inferior to the true teachings of the sect. Facing the leader of the foundation-building generation of Kingdom Valley, he also fought back and forth. Especially, His own realm is only the 8th level of foundation building. The casual cultivators who can grow up outside, let alone their potential, are not weak at all in their fighting methods. Dan Yangzi wants to fight quickly, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. On the huge and wide arena, the two figures were no longer calm as before. The fighting between each other has gradually increased in intensity. Many Kingdom Valley disciples who were cheering for Dan Yangzi around couldn't help but be curious about Chu Kui's origins. Where did this expert come from who could fight against the eldest brother? After learning that the other party was the leader of the independent cultivators in Xianlan Immortal City, known as Xiangzi, he felt relieved for a while. It is understandable that there are few powerful independent cultivators in such a large world of immortal cultivation. However, such a talent was actually won over by the Yuxunhe family. I wonder how much he Yuan King spent? Compared with these ordinary people, they care about the relationship between victory and defeat differently. Above the heavenly palace, a group of giant masters looked at the fierce battle below, and their brows frowned. This kind of attack intensity should not appear in the battle of the foundation building period. The speaker was the head of Kingdom Valley, Kingai Unzi. Here, he has the highest status, but the time to achieve the Jinden realm is the shortest. The oldest Aleo Mountain Jinden couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this because of the proliferation of magic tools and treasures? It's hard to say how long these crudely made, low-grade magic tools can be used, but the power that bursts out instantly is simply a wound to the foundation building true cultivators with low defense capabilities, and death to those who are hit. A few hundred years ago, magic tools were not so rampant. The heart of Xianfan City. Kingai Unzi's face changed slightly. Brother Yuan, be careful with your words. The Yuan surnamed Jinden from Aleo Mountains nodded coldly and said no more. This topic seemed to be taboo. The others looked at each other, but did not dare to say more. Only the Jinden master Shixiang from Behu Palace smiled seductively. Since you all know the wolfish ambitions of Xianfan City, why do you still help the tyrant? As she spoke, her eyes occasionally looked at the faces of the Jinden cultivators in the ice castle and Kingdom Valley. The fairy Juking remained silent, her face as if it was 10,000 years of black ice that could not be melted. Kingai Unzi opened his mouth and finally smiled bitterly. I can't help myself. Master Shixiang, you should pay attention to the battle between the Xianjiao of our sect. Master Shixiang curled his lips. What's so good to see? That young cultivator has been holding back and not using his full strength. If you ask me, are the cultivators of your Kingdom Valley so busy refining pills that they can't stand the fight? Kingai Unzi frowned. Why do you say that? Dan Yangzi also didn't use his full strength, but he also had the upper hand. It's just a competition on the ring. If it's a life and death battle, it's still unknown who will win. Master Shixiang said. It's just a fight to the point, how can it be a life and death fight? Kingai Unzi shook his head, that would miss the true meaning of the competition. Master Shixiang smiled lightly, not paying attention. This level of battle really didn't interest her. The battle below will eventually end. You go back and forth, after 100 rounds. After Chu Kui took Dan Yangzi's sword head-on, he withdrew in a slightly embarrassed manner. Brother, please stop. I admit defeat. Dan Yangzi looked at him, the sword in his hand clanging, as if he was unwilling to give up. Chu Kui, right? I remember your name. After saying that, he flew back to the high platform. He took the time to adjust his breath and meditate, and didn't even have time to study the recipe. Obviously, this is just the beginning. Chu Kui smiled casually, and immediately left the formation and returned to the second high platform. As soon as he landed, He Yuan King's dissatisfied voice came over. You obviously still have some strength left, why do you admit defeat so easily? Chu Kui spread his hands and said innocently, Boss, you don't really want me to beat him to death on the ring? I'm afraid that the Golden Dan master of your sect will be killed by a palm thunder in anger. Huh? You have to be able to do it. He Yuan King laughed. Chu Kui shrugged, that's terrible, I don't have that ability, why should I kill him? Besides, I think I did a good job of the consumption you asked me to do. He Yuan King nodded. But I always felt that something was wrong. The other party seemed to be working without putting in any effort. As if he had sensed his employer's dissatisfaction with him, Chu Kui's face became serious and he said solemnly, Of course, if you want me to fight with my life, it's not impossible. You get what you pay for. Next, I can also attack the following 7 great disciples. As long as you guarantee that I will not be held accountable in the future and add another reward, I will definitely satisfy you." He Yuanking was stunned. He subconsciously asked what else the other party wanted in return. However, the price he got made him look ugly. "You are too much? How can you ask for such a high price?" Chu Kui shook his head. "They are all your closest and most beloved brothers and sisters. Aren't they worth this price?" Seeing that Yuanking's face was getting even more ugly, Chu Kui put away his serious look and rubbed his hands. "Don't be so rigid. Give me a suitable price and I will consider it again." He Yuanking opened his mouth wide with disbelief. He had never seen such a shameless cultivator in his life. He has already become a tribute to the He family. Even if it is temporary, he should do his part. Why did he have to give his all and raise the price temporarily? Let's not talk about the conversation on the He family's high platform. The battle just now has caused an uproar among the disciples of Kingdom Valley. Even if the eldest brother Dan Yangzi won. But Chu Kui's methods have obviously not been exhausted. Are the casual cultivators outside so powerful now? Ordinary disciples are talking about it, let alone the other 7 great disciples. For example, on the Tao family's high platform, Tao Wan also looked solemn. In the case that she can't take action personally, it's a bit risky for the 3 of her subordinates to face Chu Kui head-on. According to the rules, each great disciple can have 3 people under his command to challenge each arena once. Finally, according to the number of wins and losses and the relationship between each other, a comprehensive ranking is made. The calculation method is very complicated. But for the cultivators, it is nothing. Looking at Tao Wan's solemn face, Tao Daonan's old voice sounded at the right time. "Don't worry. The He family is now ranked 2nd, and their only goal is to be the 1st. Next, they will not take the initiative to attack us except to consume Dan Yangzi. Besides, even if Chu Kui really wants to fight, I can just do it." After he said this, the first to breathe a sigh of relief were Qilingyan and Tan Zhao. The pressure from Chu Kui just now was really a bit too much? Tao Wan nodded. "Our goal is the top 3. In addition to consuming the eldest brother, Shang Wenyan and Du Changfang who are ranked in front are our targets. Of course, we have to save some strength to face the challenges of the lower-ranked ones. If things don't go well, I will also take action myself." In the back. After watching a battle, Luo Chen heard the unconcealed conversation between Tao Wan and others. A strange idea came to his mind. The sect's true teachings don't seem to be that strong? Or is Chu Kui too strong? Or is the fighting power of the Kingdom Valley cultivators relatively weak? In order to verify these ideas, he focused on the next few battles. There were lower-level great disciples who sent people to challenge the upper-level ones. There were also people from various families who took turns to challenge Dan Yangzi. Among them, there was no lack of Tao Wan, who sent Qilingyan to take the initiative to challenge Shang Wenyan's side. The victory and defeat of each fell into Luo Chen's eyes. And the fighting methods of the late-stage foundation-building cultivators in Kingdom Valley were also seen by him without any concealment. These people have a high realm, but their fighting methods are single. Relying on the magic weapons that they are not proficient in, it seems to be open and close, but lacks many changes. If it were me, with the help of the best magic tools, talismans and spells, I could create several opportunities to determine the outcome in a battle. Strange, it seems that the sect's true disciples are not as invincible as the rumors say. Luo Chen thought silently in his heart. Of course, he would not be arrogant. After all, a bystander can see clearly. Sometimes, it is clear from the outside, but when it is your turn to really go on the field, it is hard to say how much of your strength can be exerted. The only thing that makes Luo Chen sure is that Chu Kui is indeed confident and dares to quote a high price to the employer. Through the previous battle, he has seen something. Chu Kui is not just a pure key cultivator, he also practices some body cultivation techniques. Unlike Wang Yuan, who is a pure body cultivator, he is more like Luo Chen, who practices both magic and body. He focuses on controlling magic tools and magic treasures, and the body is only a secondary practice. No wonder he could see at a glance that I had entered the 2nd level of body cultivation. I think he is also at this level. That's right, there are no pure body cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation nowadays. For example, Wang Yuan also practiced key cultivation techniques for the sake of longevity. After affirming Chu Kui's strength, Luo Chen had no desire to watch the subsequent battles. This kind of sect competition is limited to fair competition. If it is not a life and death fight, Many things cannot be seen. It is enough to understand the general level of the sect cultivators. In comparison, it is more important to go back and refine the soul-feeding pill and the dust-reducing pill. In less than 2 days, it will be his turn to appear. Since Chu Kui can use this Dao seed battle to become famous, Luo Chen may also be able to do so. With a greater reputation and a higher status, it will be much easier for him to walk in the world of immortal cultivation in the future. At least, when facing the ice castle, he has more confidence. Hey, where's Brother Luo? Tao Yishan, who is immersed in the battle with his senior brothers in the sect, found that Luo Chen had left without knowing when he came to his senses. Tao Wan in front of him looked sideways and nodded slightly. No wonder Luo Chen was able to achieve such success in the Dao of alchemy. He does not like to fight, does not like to make connections, and has a pure heart. This is the reason for his success. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Alchemy Competition. Luo Chen is under everyone's attention. 5 days later. The first round of the ring battle is over. Luo Chen stood in front of Tao Wan and looked at their ranking. 4th. Tao Wan sighed. 4th place is the result of their best efforts. Even I personally took action once. Following her line of sight, Luo Chen looked at the main force of the ring battle. Tao Daonan's face was no longer rosy, and his old age became more and more obvious. It is said that he personally fought with Chu Kui. In that battle, he was at the 9th level of the foundation building realm, but he did not defeat the opponent. Instead, he suffered serious injuries. In addition, Qi Lingayan and Tan Zio were not in good condition. The former's right arm was drooping limply, and the latter's spiritual power was fluctuating and unstable, showing a deficit state. In this case, he was able to kill from 5th to 4th. I think it has something to do with Tao Wan's personal attack and victory over another true disciple Du Changfen. However, it is really embarrassing for the great true disciple to personally fight in the first round. Of course, winning is a good thing. This means that if you rank high, you will have enough time to observe your opponent and adjust yourself when the third round of the true sword fighting begins. This is the specific ranking. You can take a look. In fact, there is no need to give a list. Luo Chen only needs to look at the height of the platforms on all sides to observe which ones are ranked at the top. The first one is still the senior brother Dan Yangzi of Kingdom Valley. With his own strength, he has faced the round-robin battles one after another and still maintained the first place, which shows that his combat power is indeed good. At least, his spiritual power is strong enough to withstand consumption. The second one is Yujuan and He Yuanking. The third one is Shengwen Yan. The fourth one is Tao Wan. The fifth one is Du Changfen. The sixth one is Fu Li. I need to enter the top 3. Luo Chen, can you help me? Tao Wan looked at Luo Chen with a burning gaze, his eyes full of hope. Judging from the current ranking, it is not easy to enter the top 3. The second round is divided into 3 competitions. The top 5 win, and the bottom 4 lose. Only the winner can move the ranking. And you have to compare with opponents with the same ranking. At least, they have to keep the top 3 in every game, so that Tao Wan can move up 1 place from the 4th place. This is very difficult. However, Luo Chen just smiled. Wait for good news. After he finished speaking, the high platform in the middle was bright. An old man with white hair descended from the heavenly palace. It was the elder of Taitan Academy. He looked around and said without much nonsense, "The first game of the second round, the basic alchemy competition, starts now. Please ask all alchemists to come on stage." Under the expectant eyes of more than a dozen foundation-building masters of the Tao family, Luo Chen jumped out of the crowd and landed in front of an alchemy cauldron. He reached out and touched the seemingly transparent glass cauldron, and his eyes swept over the other alchemists who came on stage one after another. The first one was Dan Yangzi. The other party's face was solemn and slightly pale, which showed that the round-robin battles during this period had consumed him greatly. This state is not suitable for alchemy. The second one was Zhuan Yunzi Hiyun. Facing Luo Chen's gaze, the other party smiled slightly, which was quite friendly. Luo Chen thought that the other party's origin might be related to the opportunity of his previous life, and it could be regarded as a legacy. He also smiled kindly. At this moment, He also sensed a malicious intent. Turning his head, he saw Wang Hezi not far away from him, within a range of 5 feet. The other party was looking at him with resentment. A voice transmission came, and it was not concealed. "Little thief, I will let Tawan know how huge the gap between you and me is." Calling him a thief, "You are really disrespectful to the old man." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and did not reply at all. The next moment, the eyes of the elders of the Titan Academy fell fiercely on Wang Hezi. The alchemy competition is about to start, and you are not allowed to whisper or communicate with your spiritual consciousness. If you do it again, you will be disqualified from the competition. Being scolded, Wang Hezi shuddered. That's right. When refining the elixir, it is most taboo to disturb. If you can release your spiritual consciousness without restraint, can't you easily interfere with others? The alchemy competition in Kingdom Valley is just a literary competition, not a so-called martial arts competition. It is a competition of time and the grade of the elixir. Those means must not be used. With this interruption, Luo Chen was too lazy to look at other people. In this second round, he came to win the championship. He has received all kinds of benefits from Tawan, so he should do his best. If the other party can really win the position of Dao Seed, it will undoubtedly be of great help to his future practice. After the head of the Taitandine wave with sleeves, the familiar and unfamiliar medicinal materials were neatly placed in front of Luo Chen and others. The first round is a competition of basic alchemy skills, decomposing and refining materials. 3 copies of each material are provided. You only need to produce one finished product. But it must meet the corresponding standards to be qualified. The specific standards have been written on paper. The winner will be determined by the speed of time. Now, start. Almost instantly, 3 second-level alchemists started to move. When faced with familiar herbs, they started to work directly. From easy to difficult, it can increase confidence and shorten the time. However, there were 6 people in the field who were not in a hurry, but looked at the 5 herbs in front of them. Luo Chen was among them. He had worked with 4 of the 5 herbs before. First level Azure Star Grass, first level Azure Aloe, first level Red Flame Ganoderma Lucidum, and second level Blue Smoke Jade. He had not worked with the other one before, but he had learned about it through various diagrams and alchemy secrets. It was called Yin Chatsu. It was the mold of a second-level monster beast, called Chatsu, but it was not the remains of a cicada bird, but just looked similar. It was also very simple to deal with this kind of herb. There were at least 3 alchemy techniques that could be handled separately. But if you want to achieve the standard of clear blue sky and no loss of vitality set by the elders of the Titan Academy, it would not work. At least, you need 2 other first-level herbs to neutralize it to achieve this kind of effect. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Didn't Kingdom Valley provide the corresponding auxiliary herbs? But how could the other party set an impossible task? His eyes swept over the other 4 medicinal materials. Various medicinal properties emerged in his mind one by one. Zhangxing grass is poisonous. Shianking aloe has mild medicinal properties and has the special effect of healing wounds. The red flame Ganoderma has a strong medicinal power and often burns the other auxiliary materials with its burning medicinal properties. There is jade smoke in the blue smoke jade, which is one of the main materials for refining Yuludan. Its nature is extremely cold. If I use red flame as the base, burn all the poison of Zhangxing, supplement it with extremely cold jade smoke, and then neutralize it with Shianking aloe, the spiritual liquid obtained seems to be equivalent to the 2 auxiliary materials needed to process Yin cicada mold. No. In this way, there is a conflict, but it is just specious. What if we deal with it at the same time? In a vague way, Luo Chen has understood the method. His eyes swept across the whole scene. Among the 6 people who had not taken action before, 3 of them had already taken action. Only Luo Chen, Dan Yangzi, and Zhuan Yanzi were left, still thinking. But then, Dan Yangzi made his move. His first move was to boil the red flame Ganoderma with earth fire and process it with a cloud transformation hand. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen finally confirmed his idea. Sure enough, this first round was not a pure alchemy competition at all. Among them, there were also tests of pharmacology. Sometimes, you can learn by analogy and use other people's stones to attack jade. However, Dan Yangzi's order of medicine seems not to be the optimal solution. As a major alchemy sect, the alchemy atmosphere in Kingdom Valley is very strong. Even some disciples who do not have alchemy talent will most likely learn some corresponding alchemy knowledge in advance during the key refining period. Even if it is not for alchemy, they have to prepare for many alchemy-related tasks in Kingdom Valley. Therefore, for the second round, although there is no colorful and earth-shaking battle, but many disciples also came to watch with great interest and did not want to miss any game. It is the first game now. Everyone knows that it is to deal with the medicinal materials. This kind of thing is not difficult. Some of the disciples in the key refining stage who were well off often practiced in private. Seeing the several medicinal materials given by the elders of the Titan Academy, they all subconsciously started to discuss. Hiss. Someone hissed first to show respect. Then, there were all kinds of discussions. The test questions given this time are also difficult. Yes, the 3 first-level medicinal materials, the star grass is highly poisonous, the skin of the sky blue aloe is extremely hard, and the red flame ganoderma is even more overbearing. Any one of them must be handled carefully and it takes a long time. These 3 are okay, it just takes a little longer. Look at the 2 second-level medicinal materials, one is a mineral material, and the other is a monster material. Although they can both be used as medicine, the processing is extremely complicated. I know about the blue smoke jade, but I heard that you have to use the broken jade hand to extract the essence of the jade smoke. At least you have to be an expert in the broken jade hand to extract a wisp of jade smoke. Strange, don't you need 2 auxiliary materials to process the Gion cicada shell? Did the elder forget to give them? Amidst the discussions, 3 of the 9 alchemists on the stage moved instantly. Their skilled movements proved that they were confident in handling limited medicinal materials. From easy to difficult, this is the experience summarized from many alchemy competitions, which is irrefutable. These 3 seniors seem to have studied the records of previous competitions. Hey, why are the other 6 people not moving? On the high platform, 6 alchemists did not move. This scene attracted everyone's attention in an instant. The elder of Titan Academy stood in the center of the high platform and swept his eyes over the 9 people. Looking at the 3 people who moved first, he cursed in his heart, stupid things. He swept his eyes over the remaining 6 people and nodded secretly. I do have some knowledge, and I am not confused by the so-called experience of the past competitions. For us alchemists, there is no such thing as going from easy to difficult. We just follow the principles of alchemy. I wonder who among these 6 people will be the first to come up with a solution to the problem of Gian Chanshu. Dan Yangzi has a very high talent for alchemy. He follows his intuition, so it will definitely not be difficult for him. Wang Hezi is old enough and has extensive experience and knowledge. He should also be able to come up with a reasonable solution. For Gian Chanshu, although I didn't give you any auxiliary materials, these 4 herbs can be combined into at least 3 solutions to its medicinal properties. It depends on which one you can understand. His eyes swept over Luo Chen. Seeing that the other party was thinking, he actually had time to look at others. After all, he is just a casual alchemist with a weak foundation and poor understanding of pharmacology. He just got a Taoist name by chance. At this critical moment, when you can't think of anything, you try to look at other people's solutions. This is not stupidity. This is worse than stupidity, pretending to know when you don't know, stealing other people's achievements. Is this kind of person worthy of participating in the alchemy competition of my Kingdom Valley? In his heart, the elder of Titan Academy already disliked Luo Chen very much. As a result, he also disliked Tao Wan who invited Luo Chen. A glance from a distance, cold and disgusted. Tao Wan didn't notice this look. At this moment, all her attention was on Luo Chen. Seeing that 3 of the 9 people moved first, she remained motionless. Because, there were several other people, like Luo Chen, who did not move. Seeing that Dan Yangzi was the first to move among the 6 people, she was still calm in her heart. The eldest brother has an extremely terrifying talent in alchemy and ranks first among the 7 sons of Kingdom. If it weren't for his position as a Dao Seed, he would have been invited to join the Titan Academy as an exception and become an elder of the Titan Academy. However, when he saw Zhuan Yunzi, Wang Hezi, and the other 2 people, all began to take action one after another, inciting the earth fire to refine the medicinal materials. She couldn't sit still. The Tao family cultivators behind him finally couldn't suppress their dissatisfaction. What is Dan Chenzi doing? Does he know how to refine the elixir? Will he make a fool of himself by staying there? If he really can't, just process one kind of medicinal material. Master, Didn't you tell him the various experience and tricks of the alchemy competition before? Tao Yisheng's face flushed. He turned his head and roared in a low voice regardless of everyone's emotions. Shut up. Brother Luo's alchemy attainments are beyond your imagination. Just watch carefully. At the end, he added a sentence. Noisy. Perhaps with the support of Tao Wan and the clan leader, Tao Yisheng's prestige as the head of the family has gradually taken shape during this period. Under his scolding, those who were older than him could only glare and keep silent. Tao Wan listened to the discussion later and was indeed uneasy before. He even blamed Luo Chen a little. If it really didn't work, he could just deal with a few common medicinal materials first. However, his brother's inexplicable strong confidence in Luo Chen seemed to infect him. Looking at Luo Chen's back, Xin Cheng's fingers subconsciously clenched into fists. You are sure? At this moment, on the high platform, the ground fire came out of the cave, and the fire was blazing. Various medicinal materials were processed, and the strange fragrance emitted made people's noses tremble. 8 of the 9 second-level alchemists have already started to move. Luo Chen, the only one who didn't move, became the focus of everyone's attention. Not a hero, but a clown. Under the attention of everyone, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. Amid exclamations, he directly threw the Giun cicada shell into the Liula's eating. What is he doing? Is he stupid? This is the most difficult herb. Shouldn't it be left for last? It's not a matter of order, but there are no auxiliary materials. Does he want to destroy this Giun Chen too? At this moment, the elder of the Taitan Academy, who had originally despised Luo Chen, suddenly widened his eyes. No way. Chapter 339 shocked the whole audience. Everyone was shocked. On the high platform, Luo Chen used the Yuan Pei hand, which was only at the proficient level, to process the Giun cicada shell very slowly. The speed was very slow. He was very careful, as if he was afraid of destroying the second-level material. Under the control of the Yuan Pei hand, strands of Yuan Qi began to peel off from the cicada shell, and then slowly gathered in the center of the abdomen. Without Yuan Qi, the originally golden skin of the Giun cicada shell gradually turned gray. While performing the alchemy technique of Yuan Pei hand, Luo Chen was confirming his thoughts in his heart. If we go by intuition, the method to deal with this second-level monster material is the one I thought of at first. Use red flame Ganoderma as the base, burn away the poison of the azure star, supplement it with extreme cold jade smoke, and then neutralize it with azure aloe. The spiritual liquid obtained is equivalent to the 2 auxiliary materials needed to deal with the Giun cicada shell. But this is just a trick. It seems to be right but not right. The neutralized spiritual liquid obtained may achieve the corresponding results, but it will definitely not be as clear as the sky. People who are familiar with pharmacology will definitely avoid this wrong intuition. The order of Dan Yangzi's medicine shows that he also discovered this trap. So, he took the second way, which is also the safest way. First, add red flame Ganoderma and azure aloe, and use the most common principle of water and fire in the alchemy to create a milder environment for the volatilization of the medicinal properties. But in my deduction, although this method is safe, it loses speed. The real treatment method, and also the best treatment method, should be my way. With a thought, Luo Chen directly took out a piece of blue smoke jade. Ignoring the Giun Chansu, which had turned gray and seemed to have been wasted, he used his great perfection folding jade hand to quickly extract the faint blue smoke from the jade. Because Luo Chen had been standing still before, he became the only outlier among the 9 people. Therefore, when he started to move, many people's eyes were on him. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong to remove the Giun Chansu first, the scene of handling the blue smoke jade was fully displayed in front of everyone. The folding jade hand, which was not a bit of fireworks, was so skillful, so natural, and so beautiful. It was as if it was not a wisp of blue smoke taken out of the jade. Instead, under the warm sunlight, a wisp of misty clouds naturally emerged. Gudong. Someone swallowed subconsciously. Many Kingdom Valley disciples stared at the pair of slender fingers in a daze. What a perfect pair of hands. What a flawless alchemy technique. In the distance, on the high platform of the Tao family, Tao Daonan and his grandson Tao Yichen looked at each other in surprise. What level has the skill of this jade-breaking hand reached? Mastered? Perfect? Reached the pinnacle? As a second-level alchemist with some talent, Tao Yichen was shocked and said, "This is already superb." I have only seen Elder Zongmiao perform such a method when the elders of the Titan Academy occasionally gave lectures. Elder Zongmiao. He is the dean of one of the 3 academies of the Titan Academy. In the entire Kingdom Valley, he is also the alchemy master second only to King Danzi, and his basic alchemy skills have reached perfection. 1/3 of the elixirs in Kingdom Valley are made by her. This Luo Chen, a mere second-level alchemist, has such a skill? Not only were his grandfather and grandson shocked, but other foundation-building true practitioners who were slightly familiar with the way of alchemy were also shocked by this move. Only Tao Yishan, although happy, looked as if he was not surprised. Humph, this is just the beginning. Brother Luo's alchemy skills have only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Tao Wan glanced at Tao Yishan, who was sober while everyone else was drunk, and did not lecture him as before. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. If Luo Chen's other alchemy skills were also so powerful. No, even if he was only half proficient. Even if he couldn't finish processing the Gyun cicada shell, he would have enough time to process the other 4 medicinal materials. In this way, with time and the quality of the finished product, it would not be a big problem to rank in the top 5 or top 3. However, thinking of this, she felt a little aggrieved. Since you are so powerful, why don't you start from easy to difficult and establish an advantage first? There were many movements, discussions, and psychological activities outside the venue. None of them had anything to do with Luo Chen. He just processed the medicinal materials in the glass cauldron in an orderly manner. The blue smoke jade was processed. A wisp of jade smoke wrapped the gray Gyun cicada shell. Only then did Luo Chen breathe a sigh of relief. There is no such thing as going from easy to difficult. The questions this time are clearly going from difficult to easy. If we don't deal with the most difficult herbs first, the difficulty will only increase exponentially later. The person who set the questions is really insidious. As he muttered, he reached out and summoned the red flame Ganoderma. Just like Dan Yangzi did at the beginning, he used the cloud transformation hand to deal with it. A cloud of fire condensed by the medicinal power slowly took shape. Then, it became violent and manic under the baking of the ground fire. At this time, Luo Chen used his Huangxi hand to peel off the hard outer skin of the sky blue aloe like peeling silk from a cocoon. Then, he did not release all of its medicinal power. Instead, he released it separately. Once, and again. The 2 herbs that should have been water and fire complemented each other, but because Luo Chen released them separately, the fire was strong and the water was weak. As if provoked. The fire was getting stronger and stronger. The huge fire cloud continued to roast the Gyun cicada slough wrapped in jade smoke in the Liula's eating. The originally gray cicada slough slowly turned black. A strong smell of burning spread involuntarily. On the high platform, the other alchemists also smelled the smell. Subconsciously, many people looked at Luo Chen intermittently. Shang Wenyan ranked 3rd and Tao Wan ranked 4th. Therefore, Wang Hizi, the alchemist under Shang Wenyan, was the closest to Luo Chen. He was also the first to smell the smell. Failed. Haha, after all, you are a young boy who doesn't understand pharmacology and acts rashly. Without neutralizing the liquid medicine, how can you deal with the Gyun Chantide? Luo Chen's failure made him feel very good. So much so that the speed of refining medicinal materials became faster. In his opinion, as long as the 4 kinds of medicinal materials are fused to produce the corresponding spiritual liquid, it will be a piece of cake to solve the Gyun Chantide. Failed? No, there are 3 portions of each medicinal material, and he has enough time to boil new spiritual liquid. When others saw the failed Luo Chen, there was no expression on their faces. Those with a kind heart just cast a sympathetic look. Zhuan Yunzi glanced at Luo Chen from the side. Then, he subconsciously looked at the half-cooked medicinal materials in his alchemy cauldron, with a thoughtful look on his face. Slowly, his face became uncertain. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Zhuan Yunzi waved his hand and cast a cleaning spell, directly clearing all the medicinal materials in the sulfur ion cauldron. This sudden scene, in the eyes of everyone watching the game, it caused an uproar. On the second high platform, He Yuan King was furious and slammed the table. "Asshole, what are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, a cold gaze fell on him. The majestic pressure of the golden elixir condensed into a beam, directly pressing him back to his seat. Don't know the limit. Don't know the truth. Don't care about the overall situation. 3 consecutive no's made a Yuan King pale, and cold sweat dripped onto the floor. Chu Kui was shocked on the side. Subconsciously, he looked at the white-haired elder of the Titan Academy in the alchemy competition. The power of the golden elixir was so terrifying. Pursing his lips, he said cheerfully, "He's henchman, let's just watch the game honestly." He Yuan King forced his palpitations and sat up straight. He forced a smile and bowed to the other side. "It's the disciple Meng Lang." "Humph." The elder of the Titan Academy snorted lightly, but did not hold him responsible. With a soundproof formation, the sound outside could not affect the people inside. Just now, it was mainly because Yuan King went too far. He roared so loudly. I don't know if the sudden action of standing up affected this junior. Turning his eyes back, he looked at Zhuan Yunzi, and his eyes showed admiration. Make a decision when it is necessary, and don't be confused. Although you have to start all over again, you are on the right path, and you will surpass other people who have gone astray. This boy is a great talent. He has already thought about it. After the alchemy competition was over, Zhuan Yunzi was invited to study in Titan Academy. He was young and would surely become a great alchemy master in the future. In his eyes, Zhuan Yunzi, who had returned from his wrong path, was a great talent. What about Luo Chen, who had been on the right path and making rapid progress? It's a pity that he is just an outsider cultivator with unclear foundation and a troubled time. Otherwise, he could have become a guest elder of Titan Academy. Looking at Luo Chen's various alchemy techniques without any worldly air, the more the elders of Titan Academy admired him, the more they felt sorry. Such a person is simply a genius born for the way of alchemy. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that our sect already has such a rough jade. He glanced at Dan Yangzi without leaving a trace. The other party just looked up at Luo Chen and then concentrated on his own business. Luo Chen was on the most correct path. But Dan Yangzi was also on the right path. It's just that his path was relatively slower. In fact, it wasn't slow. The main thing is that in the second round, Dan Yangzi was restricted from using the original true fire. Otherwise, even if the road is long and difficult, the other party can make rapid progress. That's not right. This kid's foundation is too solid. Before, he used the broken jade hand to perfection. I thought he had been immersed in this art for many years and had achieved this, so it's fine. Why are the cloud transformation hand and the stream washing hand so perfect? It's time to deal with the last Zhangxing grass. He won't even use the Sukes in hand. Under the expectant and horrified eyes of the Titan Academy elders, Luo Chen cast a traction spell. The spiritual grass with azure starlight slowly floated above the Liu eating. At this moment, Luo Chen controlled the earth fire with one hand to roast the Giun cicada shell. With the other hand, he pinched the seal with one hand. The pure wood spiritual power, in the performance of the Sukes in hand's alchemy, penetrated into the Zhangxing grass with ease. The next moment, starlight, drop by drop, fell down. This is not the pure medicinal power of Zhangxing grass, but the poison of Zhangxing grass that the alchemists in the world discarded like a worn-out shoe. Countless people watched the starlight fall into the alchemy cauldron. There was an uproar. Instead of taking its essence, he took its poison. What on earth is this alchemist doing? However, the next moment, in the transparent colored glaze alchemy cauldron, a strange and beautiful scene stunned everyone. The starlight entered the cauldron and fell on the pitch-black cicada shell. A puff of green smoke suddenly rose. Then, the originally pitch-black cicada shell trembled sharply. The black color gradually faded. The gray-white turned blue, and suddenly trembled, and finally became clear and transparent, as thin as a cicada wing. The huge yuan key that was originally wrapped in the center was now fully released, spreading to every corner of the cicada wing. Luo Chen made a light move, and the flawlessly processed Giun cicada shell slowly flew towards the white-haired old man of Taitanelon. This scene is like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, or like a cicada chirping for a whole summer, finally blooming after dormancy. The old man looked at the cicada slough in his hand with a complicated expression. The sky is clear, the vitality is intact, and the finished product is perfect. It took half an hour. The first alchemist to process the Giun cicada slough is Dan Chenzi. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and did not delay any more. Instead, he lowered his head and processed the other 3 medicinal materials. The reason why he did not process the other 4 was because he had already processed the Zhangxing grass when he was refining the poison of Zhangxing grass in the last step. Sometimes, the processing of medicinal materials can be done at the same time. Take the dregs and the essence at the same time. when Luo Chen was the first to deliver the finished product. There was a dead silence in the damn valley. And when the elder of the Titan Academy said that it was a qualified, no, perfect finished product, the whole damn valley was boiling. Successful. How is it possible? How can he get a perfect product by refining it randomly? You must be kidding. Do you think an alchemist who can use the alchemy techniques such as Hua in hand and Sux in hand to perfection will refine the medicinal materials randomly? Brother, you can lie to everyone, but it's meaningless to lie to yourself. Although I don't want to admit it, this senior named Yan Chenzi seems to have a higher alchemy attainment than our eldest brother. No, I don't believe it. Eldest brother is flawless. It's hard to say whether the eldest brother is flawless. But everyone knows that Luo Chen used many flawless alchemy techniques to refine the flawless Giyan Shatsu. On the high platform of the Tao family, a group of cultivators looked at each other, and then they all burst into loud cheers. What does it mean to be the first to handle the most difficult Giyan Shatsu? Everyone knows it. With the other basic alchemy techniques that Luo Chen had shown before, it would be easy to handle the other medicinal materials. In the crowd, Tao Yishan was proud of it. He glanced over, and the family's foundation-building cultivators all gave him affirmative looks. It seemed as if they were saying, I'm convinced. The family head's vision was indeed good. Sister. Before he could take credit, Tao Wan in front of him said without turning back, after the first round, there will be a simple rest time. Go and get the Yuran incense made by my Tao family's ancestor and provide it to Luo Chen. Tao Yishan was stunned. The clan leader Tao Daonan next to him subconsciously said, but, that is not prepared for your true sword duel. There are only 3 left made by the ancestor. Tao Wan still looked at Luo Chen with a burning gaze, but her words became calm because of her strong confidence. If Luo Chen gains an absolute advantage in the second round, it is inevitable that I will enter the top 3. Instead of coveting a little recovery during the sword duel, it is better to help him win the second round, so that I can have more rest time. It's the best of both worlds for him and me. Tao Daonan suddenly realized, I almost lost the big picture because of the small one. Tao Yishan said nothing, and even didn't read the follow-up. He took the 2 families to build the foundation and went straight to Xianan Mountain outside Kingdom Valley. The Tao family's Yuran Xiang is specially refined and preserved. It cannot be stored in a storage bag, but must be kept in a secret way at all times to ensure that the medicinal power is not lost. While everyone outside the venue is noisy, inside the competition venue, there have been earth-shaking changes. Chapter 340 Am I really not as good as Dao Chenzi? On the high platform of the alchemy competition, an anxious atmosphere spread unquestionably as Luo Chen successfully processed the return origin cicada shell. Every alchemist's heart became heavy. Someone has already walked ahead. The most anxious people in the field were the 3 alchemists who chose to process the first-level medicinal materials in advance from easy to difficult. They had already processed as Hangsing grass, the sky blue aloe, and the red flame Ganoderma. Then, when faced with 2 second-level medicinal materials, they were in trouble. The blue smoke jade was still easy. But how to deal with the return origin cicada shell was a huge problem in front of them. Not everyone can do multiple things at the same time. They naturally couldn't handle the medicinal materials in their hands while monitoring the refining process of Luo Chen, Dan Yangzi and others. Even Zhuan Yanzi only realized that he had gone astray through the tip of the iceberg revealed during Luo Chen's processing. Then, he reanalyzed the pharmacology and took the path of Luo Chen. The advantage of this is that the direction is right, but the speed is slower. But the others were not so lucky. They had missed the opportunity for Luo Chen to process the Giyan cicada shell. They had no place to learn. For a moment, the 3 pioneers froze there. Among the remaining few people, the alchemist of the Fu family looked at the failed processing of the Giyan cicada shell in the Liulaziding and fell into deep thought. He first looked at Luo Chen, then at Dan Yangzi who was not in a hurry, and finally at Zhuan Yanzi. After a long time, he made a decision. There were 3 materials in total, and 1 failed. The tolerance rate was already very low. First, process the other 4 materials into corresponding finished products. Then, use the last one to try to process the Giyan cicada shell. As for the method, he has already understood a little from Zhuan Yanzi. This can be regarded as learning from Luo Chen. Compared with his calm decision, another person was not so calm. Looking at Luo Chen who was enjoying the admiration of the masses, Wang Hezi looked down at the Giyan cicada shell he had processed. Most of the vitality was retained. However, the cicada shell was not as bright as the blue sky. In other words, it contained a lot of impurities. Undoubtedly, this was a failure. It cannot be used as medicine. How could this be? From a pharmacological point of view, my treatment method was correct. What went wrong? Why was Dan Chenzi successful? On what basis could he succeed? In terms of age, seniority, and origin, he should not be the first to succeed. Wang Hizi, who was furious, stood there, his old body trembling. To the extent that he could not even change his mind and make the decision to secure the first 4 materials. The reason for his loss of composure was naturally because he was hit hard by Luo Chen, a casual cultivator who he looked down upon, in the path of alchemy, which he was most proud of. Such a blow was really unacceptable to Wang Hizi, who had devoted his life to the alchemy. Especially when Dan Yangzi completed the treatment of Gian's cicada shell and handed it to the elders as the second one, and was judged to be qualified. His mentality was a little unstable. In this first round, I think I am not inferior to anyone, and I am aiming for the first place. Why am I so behind now? No one told him the answer. In this world, some people have talent, some have chance, and some have the mentality of decisiveness. If none of these 3 are present, then one's achievements can be seen at a glance. The elder of Titan Academy glanced at Wang Hizi, who was at a loss, and shook his head imperceptibly. Although he was a second-level alchemist, he was not awarded the name of the 7 Sons of Kingdom until he was more than 200 years old. The truly excellent alchemists would have been invited to join Titan Academy at this age. Wang Hizi. After all, he is a little bit lacking. On the contrary, this Dan Chenzi, his foundation in alchemy is too terrifying. In his eyes, in the eyes of tens of thousands of monks watching the competition in Kingdom Valley, Luo Chen's hands were processing the remaining 3 medicinal materials slowly but quickly. Sometimes he danced like a butterfly flying through flowers. Sometimes it was like a clever girl washing sand and gently washing her silk clothes. The seemingly unworldly alchemy technique, when it landed on the red flame Ganoderma, was tender and tender, as if the spiritual technique was used to steam delicious food in steam. It took Luo Chen half an hour to process the Gian cicada shell. During this time, he also used the souks in hand to process the Zhangxing grass. Now, when it came to processing the remaining 3 medicinal materials, his speed soared instantly. When all the processed materials were handed over to the hands of the Titan Academy elders, only another stick of incense had passed. Zhangxing grass, perfect. Sky blue aloe, perfect. Red flame Ganoderma, perfect. Blue smoke jade, perfect. Gian cicada shell, perfect. Looking at the leisurely Luo Chen, the Titan Academy elders took a deep breath. 5 kinds of materials, the finished products are all perfect, and the total time is the first. Tao family's worshipper Dan Chenzi ranks first in the alchemy competition. The moment he gave his instant evaluation, countless people held their breath and waited. When he said the word first place, the breath that was held suddenly burst out. Luo Chen stood on the high platform. His excellent eyesight allowed him to see the moving lips of countless disciples outside. Although there was a soundproof formation blocking him, most cultivators knew the trick of reading lip shape. Even if he couldn't hear it, the outside world must have been buzzing at this moment, and the sound reached the sky. This is good. Only with enough shock can he make a name for himself as Dan Chenzi. The mere fire spirit lord is not enough to dominate the foundation building period. Only the Taoist named Dan Chenzi can allow him to break free from the realm restrictions and communicate with higher level beings on an equal footing with the noble status of a master of alchemy. And this is just the beginning. Now that it's done, go down and rest. There are 2 more matches, which are also the 2 most exhausting competitions. You have to be prepared. The elder of the Titan Academy said so. Luo Chen clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, master. I will go down and prepare now. Seeing his politeness, the elder of Titan Academy couldn't help but stroke his beard and smiled kindly. The disgust and dislike he had felt before had long since disappeared. He stretched out his hand to open the formation and said, "Second round, keep up the good work." Luo Chen nodded. This old man is quite nice. He was not an alchemist from Kingdom Valley, but he was not displeased when he won against someone from their sect. He even encouraged him kindly. The moment he stepped out of the formation, countless eyes were on him. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably feel like a thorn in his back. But he smiled casually, gathered a cloud of spiritual energy under his feet, and flew towards the Tao family platform. Wherever he passed, countless eyes followed him. The other great disciples on the other platforms also looked at him with different meanings. Some were surprised, some were scrutinizing, some were curious, and some were disgusted. Among them, there were many who were interested in him. Of course, Luo Chen could also sense the angry and humiliated malicious gazes. He ignored them all, and with his wide sleeves and belt fluttering, he stepped into the cheers and congratulations. He passed the crowd. The woman in a high position smiled at him. Luo Chen nodded slightly, and then went to the quiet room at the back. Not long after Luo Chen left, on the alchemy platform, the second person also appeared soon. It was Dan Yangzi. He was the second to complete the processing of Gian Shan 2 in a moderate and peaceful way. This was the most difficult step. The subsequent materials were not difficult for him. It took him a little more effort than Luo Chen to give the finished product. When delivering the materials, the elders of the Titan Academy looked at him with a complicated expression. Why bother? Dan Yangzi said nothing and walked away directly. In his expression, he didn't seem to show any regret for being behind Luo Chen. Next, it should be Zhuan Yanzi, and then Fu Wei. But Wang Hezi, he has a solid foundation, but because he is distracted, his speed is the last. I don't know where he has been refining pills all these years. The disturbances in the outside world have nothing to do with Luo Chen at this moment. He curiously looked at a spiritual incense specially sent by Tao Yishan. Leisurely incense. A spiritual incense developed by Nanshan Shengren, the ancestor of the Tao family, when he was alive, can quickly restore the tired soul and make people happy. Not only that, when the monks meditate and regulate their breath, they can also enter the state instantly. A spiritual incense that seems to have ordinary effects, but it is quite effective for the monks to recover. A faint chrysanthemum fragrance lingers between the wings of the nose. Tao Wan is really thoughtful. Luo Chen no longer pays attention to the leisurely incense, but focuses on the 2 pill recipes in his hand. The second and third rounds are all about refining pills. The difficulty of both pills is not high. Even the second level dust reducing pill, Luo Chen could easily refine it after using the system. So, the next 2 rounds are not difficult for me at all. Others, even Dan Yangzi, who has a terrifying talent for alchemy, was busy dealing with the round-robin battles in the past half-month, and had very little time to study the pill formula, so he can't be my opponent. In this case, my only opponent is myself. The second round of the alchemy competition gave people very little time to rest. But because Luo Chen finished first, he rested for a full hour. When he stepped onto the alchemy platform again with a full spirit, he clearly found that a small number of alchemists in the field were not in perfect condition. This is because they didn't rest enough. When he looked at others, others were naturally observing him. After all, he was the absolute winner of the first round. He was still a free-spirited alchemist with no master. How could he not attract attention if he defeated them in such a public place? Dan Yangzi glanced at Luo Chen, and then looked at the pile of materials in front of him expressionlessly. He was ready to make pills alone. Zhuan Yanzi was not in a hurry. He looked at Luo Chen and even nodded to him in a friendly way. He seemed not to be affected at all. He was the third to finish the competition just now. After he stepped down, he was not scolded too much by He Yuanking. Facts have proved that his decision to destroy the wrong materials and choose a new path was correct. He Yuanking could not criticize him too much in front of others. On the contrary, it was Wang Hezi. He lowered his head at this moment, full of anger, but nowhere to vent. In the last round, he only got the 6th place. After he stepped down, although Shengwen Yan did not criticize him, the questioning eyes of others were even more uncomfortable than slapping him. We must not lose this time. That Dan Chenzi is so arrogant that he didn't even ask for help to make the pill. I will definitely be able to suppress him. Let's return the shame of the last game this time. While roaring inwardly, he whispered to the 2 people beside him, when I make the pill later, assist me with all your strength. There must not be any mistakes. The 2 people looked a little nervous and nodded quickly. This scene was not only happening to Wang Hezi. The other alchemists had more or less 2 or 3 logistic monks who assisted in making the pill. In the entire arena, only Luo Chen and Dan Yangzi were alone. Countless monks outside naturally discovered this situation. There were many discussions about this. It's understandable that the eldest brother can't ask the medicine apprentice and the fire worker for help. After all, The second round is restricted. Why is that Dan Chenzi also alone? Did the Tao family support him? It's also possible that he is the kind of person who is used to refining pills alone and is used to being alone. It's all possible, otherwise how can he refine such a superb alchemy skill? But in this case, I'm afraid his pill refining speed will be left behind by others. Faced with these discussions, the 9 people on the field turned a deaf ear. Everyone's eyes fell on the elders of the Titan Academy. Time is up. Second round, second game, refine the first level soul-feeding pill. Each person has 10 materials, and it ends when they are used up. The requirement for a successful pill is at least low grade. Defective products are considered failures. Now, the game begins. After the order was given, everyone started to move. Among them, the 2 people who made the most noise were obviously Dan Chenzi and Dan Yangzi. Both of them had no helpers and had to deal with the semi-finished materials by themselves. Therefore, they made a lot of noise. And the operation of the 2 people once again amazed everyone. Such a smooth processing of medicinal materials, such a skilled alchemy technique. Multitasking, processing 3 materials at the same time, Dan Chenzi can do 3. Big Brother is not much behind, his fire control skills are amazing. Luo Chen had no time to pay attention to others. While processing the materials, he controlled the earth fire and slowly burned the alchemy furnace. When the temperature reached a certain level, he directly put some semi-finished materials into the alchemy furnace one after another. This strange scene once again attracted the attention of the elders of the Titan Academy. Is this to refine and process medicinal materials at the same time? But if so, the control of the earth fire will reach an extremely strict level. How can he be so confident? The elder of the Titan Academy frowned slightly. But gradually, he saw the way. Use fire to melt ki, and use ki to control fire. He is not using the earth fire to refine the elixir, but has clearly fused the external earth fire with spiritual power, and can control it as if it were his own arm. This boy not only has a terrifying proficiency in basic alchemy, but also has reached an extremely high level of control over the elixir fire. In this way, Dan Yangzi will be left behind. It seemed just as he expected. If Dan Yangzi and Luo Chen's speeds were roughly the same before, when it came to refining later, Luo Chen relied on his skilled means of melting fire and gradually widened the gap with his multitasking. It was not that Dan Yangzi was inferior to others. It was that the other party was used to refining the elixir with a purple extreme heavenly fire. Now that he was not allowed to use this killer weapon, he could only use conventional means to refine the elixir. Instead, he became less skilled. But he was only a little slower than Luo Chen, and his speed was still higher than that of others with helpers. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 3 have already been reserved by Dan Chenzi and Dan Yangzi. The top 5 winners of the 3 rounds, plus Zhuan Yanzi, a good seedling, will leave only 2 places for others to compete for. For the Titan Academy elders who are experienced in alchemy, just by looking at some details, they have roughly determined the subsequent winning and losing trends. As expected. With a slight fragrance of the elixir coming out of Luo Chen's cauldron, many things are self-evident. Wang Hizi, who is closest, naturally smelled the fragrance of the elixir. It was not from his own cauldron, but from Luo Chen, whom he regarded as a great enemy. At that moment, he looked a little dazed. How could this be? He had helpers, but he couldn't beat the other party? It was this daze that made him make a big mistake. Uncle, there seems to be something wrong with the condensed elixir. I can't suppress the power of the medicine, uncle, hurry up. Wang Hizi suddenly woke up and subconsciously played the spiritual formula. However, it was too late. He silently looked at the dark mass of waste liquid in the glass cauldron, and felt a chill in his heart. An inexplicable thought emerged in his mind. No wonder Tawan looked down on me. Am I really not as good as Dan Chenzi? Chapter 341, 3 consecutive championships, Dan Chen became famous. Master Gongfeng, you are so awesome. With Master Dan Chenzi here, our Tao family will thrive. Didn't you see that old man Wang Hizi just now? He looked like he had lost his parents. It was so cool. It's what he deserves. He deserves it. He is already old. Everyone gives him face and respects his efforts over the years. But he clearly promised senior sister Tawan, but he betrayed the enemy in the middle of the battle. Now that he is not performing well, I am afraid that his life will never be easy in the Shengwen family. Master Dan Chenzi, please come this way. Luo Chen was the first to refine the soul-feeding pill and the first to finish the competition. Since he got off the high platform, he has enjoyed unprecedented respect. If the first competition brought him surprises, then the second success, he enjoyed unprecedented admiration from the Tao family. Luo Chen responded calmly. He walked all the way and came to Tao Wan. Thank you for your hard work. Tao Wan stared at him, her tone was much gentler than before. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. It's just a piece of cake. Just a piece of cake? Tao Wan's eyes moved around, looking at the alchemists on the stage who were still struggling to make pills, and she was speechless for a while. After a while, she said, now, you have won 2 first places in a row. No matter what the ranking is in the next round, I have the opportunity to move forward from 4th place. In the 3rd round, you can be more restrained. The meaning of her words was not distrust, but absolute trust. Because in the first 2 rounds, Luo Chen's alchemy skills had completely convinced her. But conservation? Luo Chen was stunned, not knowing what it meant. But as his eyes passed over the Tao family, looking in all directions, countless Kingdom Valley disciples knew the answer in their hearts. On those people's faces, there was curiosity, surprise, and admiration. But more of them were dissatisfaction, indignation, and anger. That's right. This is Kingdom Valley after all, and most of the participating alchemists are from Kingdom Valley. Among them are Dan Yangzi, Wang Hezi, and other excellent alchemists who are listed among the 7 sons of Kingdom. Although I defeated them on behalf of the Tao family, I am not from Kingdom Valley after all. The sense of honor of the sect naturally makes them stand on their side, so they begin to hate me. If I win 3 first places in a row, it will be great, but it will undoubtedly completely steal the limelight from the alchemists of Kingdom Valley. Luo Chen is not a stupid person. He quickly figured out the key. He also knew why Tao Wan said that. But sometimes, you must show off when you should, otherwise who will make up for his lost benefits? Luo Chen thought about it and said with a smile, promotion and ranking is inevitable. But I'm afraid that I can only squeeze out Shengwen Yan, who is ranked 3rd. Tao Wan was stunned. Then she noticed that Zhuan Yunzi raised his hand on the stage, indicating that he had refined the soul-feeding pill. Fellow Taoist Tao, the top 3 have always been controlled by me, Dan Yangzi, and Zhuan Yunzi. Behind them, they represent the 1st and 2nd place respectively. If I rank too low in the 3rd game, I guess you can only be 3rd in the end. Do you want to fight the 4th place first, then the 2nd place, and finally face the 1st place who is waiting for the opportunity? Facing Luo Chen's words that went straight to her heart, Tao Wan was silent. The true sword fight was imminent, and the Dao Seed competition was imminent. She couldn't give up because of the advantage brought by the ranking. Even if it was just a jump of 1 or 2 places. Luo Chen's words were still ringing in her ears, like the temptation of the devil. Inviting foreign aid to join the battle is one of the rules of the Dao Seed contest. It shows your connections, wealth, and means. He Yuan King can get the 2nd place, and Shu Kui from Xianlin has put in a lot of effort. He defeated many foundation-building disciples of your Kingdom Valley, but I didn't see He Yuan King worry about these things and hurt the reputation of his own sect. Finally, as a worshipper of the Tao family, am I not a part of the Kingdom Valley? If the previous few sentences are just the weight on the camel, then Luo Chen's last sentence is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yes, even if the details of the Dao Seed contest are spread in the future, people will only say that it was Dan Chenzi, the worshipper of the Tao family, who crushed and defeated the alchemist of Kingdom Valley. The Tao family is itself a family of immortal cultivators in Kingdom Valley. How can it be said that it will damage its reputation? I don't have to care about the opinions of low-level disciples. What I should consider is how to compete for the position of Dao Seed in the most advantageous situation. After figuring this out, Tao Wan smiled. I was overthinking. Looking at Luo Chen, she couldn't help but say, your ability to win the first 2 games has already proved your attainments in alchemy. But in the 3rd game, you are refining a 2nd-level elixir. Are you so confident? She was not questioning. She was kindly reminding. For example, the 7 sons of Kingdom, they are not best at 1st-level elixirs, but 2nd-level elixirs, as well as the research of 3rd-level elixir recipes. The 3rd competition is the most important. Luo Chen knew it. If it weren't for the limitation of livelihood, if it wasn't for earning spirit stones and buying cultivation resources, he wouldn't have spent a lot of time on repetitive and useless 1st-level elixir refining. As an aspiring alchemist, He also wanted to use all his energy on the research of second level, or even third level and fourth level elixirs. In comparison, these alchemists in Kingdom Valley, without any survival pressure, must have already been doing this step. But this problem is definitely not difficult for Luo Chen. He smiled slightly, then wait and see. Luo Chen's successive victories brought great pressure to the others. Among these people, the ones who were most shocked were Wang Hizi and Sheng Wenyan, who ranked third behind him. I asked my uncle to help, and I also invited two powerful netherworld evils from outside, so that I could get the third place. Now, you are defeated again and again. Wang Hizi, don't you want the spiritual fruit that can prolong your life? Faced with this accusation, the old Wang Hizi's face trembled wildly. He gritted his teeth and said, I will never lose in the third round. Sheng Wenyan sneered, you said before that you could rank in the top 3 in all 3 competitions. Now, except for the 5th place in the second round, you have no record. How can I trust you? Wang Hizi said unwillingly, no, in the third round. Huh? The third round is about refining second-level pills. There are very few second-level pill recipes that can be accessed by independent alchemists like Dan Chenzi, and they are definitely not as good as alchemists like us from Kingdom Valley. I have the confidence to surpass him. I hope you won't let me down. Sheng Wenyan said coldly, looking at Wang Hizi as if he were looking at a dead person. The ranking advantage that she had worked so hard to win in the previous round was repeatedly weakened by Wang Hizi's defeat. She didn't dare to think about where the overall true transmission ranking would be after the second round. In comparison, on the He family side, although Zhuan Yunzi was also blamed accordingly, it was not so serious. Big Brother's background is too deep. The first round did not consume him as much as expected. But Luo Chen, who has emerged as a rising star, actually has such a superb alchemy skill and won 2 games in a row. He Yuanqing was a little disappointed. Looking at Zhuan Yunzi, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He wanted to scold him. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhuan Yunzi had tried his best. He won the 3rd place in 2 consecutive games. Even the elder of Titan Academy admired him. But when I think about it, if Dan Chenzi wins the championship again, with a terrifying record of winning 3 championships in the second round, I am afraid that Tawan, who is now ranked 4th, will be ranked up wildly. 4th? No, it is very likely that he will squeeze out his 2nd place. In silence, Zhuan Yunzi suddenly said, in fact, Brother Yuanqing, you guys were quite successful in exhausting the senior brother. With his alchemy skills, he shouldn't be too far behind Luo Chen. The rest time given in the second round is very short. And the refining of the second-level elixir is also very laborious. So, in the next round, I have a great chance to get a better ranking than before. He Yuanqing was stunned. Staring at Zhuan Yunzi, he couldn't help but say, are you sure about this? I am very sure about refining the dust-reducing pill. Zhuan Yunzi said confidently. He said so. Then He Yuanqing would naturally not spoil the fun. If you can get a better ranking, I will definitely fight for you to get a place in the Titan Academy. Zhuan Yunzi showed a hint of joy on his face and bowed. In the second round of the alchemy competition, there is only a short rest time, no long rest. The 3 games were almost consecutive. For those who ranked lower, there was almost no breathing time. Even Luo Chen, who ranked the highest, only rested for an extra hour or 2. 2 games have passed. When the third match started, Luo Chen found that many people had already started rubbing their foreheads. Processing materials, solving pharmacological problems, refining new elixirs, and succeeding. This in itself puts great pressure on alchemists. When Luo Chen was refining elixirs, he had to control the number of times every day. Now this match does not give enough rest time, and for alchemists, mental fatigue is also a major test. The most difficult one is not us, but Dan Yangzi. Luo Chen looked far away, looking at the man opposite. The purple lines between his eyebrows seemed to dim. From the first round of round-robin battles to the 3 consecutive matches in the second round, I am afraid that he has been exhausted to the extreme in terms of spiritual power, soul, and energy. This second match is more difficult than the previous one. I wonder if he can still hold on. His eyes wandered. He saw Wang Hizi not far away. Unexpectedly, the opponent did not stare at him with resentment like before. Instead, he closed his eyes and remained silent, concentrating and calming down. You have adjusted your state quite well. Luo Chen smiled and didn't care about these people. When he looked at others, others were also looking at him. Seeing that calm smile, everyone was shocked. They all realized that for the third game, Dan Chenzi was bound to win. They didn't let people wait too long. Soon, a large number of medicinal materials were placed in front of everyone in different categories. Luo Chen looked at the things in front of him. Red scorpion cinnabar, baling grass, 7-colored stone, fire spirit fruit. They are all common medicinal materials, and many of them can even be found in the mortal world. With these medicinal materials, the second-level recipe of the dust-reducing pill was combined. Ordinary medicinal materials, tracing back to the pharmacology of the source, means that the difficulty of refining this elixir is not great. In my ears, the old voice of the elder of the Titan Academy came. The rules are still the same as before. There are a total of 10 raw materials. The first one to make a pill will be included in the results. If all 10 materials are used up and there is no success, it will be directly listed as a failure. Now, start. An order was given. On the competition stage, the 9 alchemists were busy. The key refining monks who were in charge of helping were even more nervous, helping their alchemists to process various materials. Luo Chen's leisurely expression also became solemn. No matter how simple it is a second-level elixir after all. You must go all out. Without too much delay, he began to process various medicinal materials in different categories. The superb basic alchemy technique once again attracted countless eyes. Everyone wanted to know, will he succeed this time? Can he surpass the younger generation of alchemists in Kingdom Valley and achieve his own reputation? If he really achieves this achievement, the name of Dan Chenzi will definitely resound throughout the Yuding domain. Even if he is just a casual cultivator, I am afraid that countless olive branches will be thrown to him. Even the Golden Pill Master must be treated with courtesy. Under the attention of the crowd, Luo Chen was still unhurried. It took an hour to process many semi-finished medicinal materials. Luo Chen officially began to refine the dust-reducing pill. Use red scorpion cinnabar as the base, and evenly apply it to the bottom of the cauldron. Then put in the 7-colored stone. This refining method is a bit similar to the chalcedony pill, which belongs to the category of mineral pills. Assisted by the baling grass and fire spirit fruit that contain abundant spiritual energy. As early as after learning this pill recipe, Luo Chen tried to refine it with all his strength several times. Although the pill did not succeed. But the process steps are already familiar to him. According to his estimation, when it comes to the competition, it will take at most 6 or 7 times to successfully refine the dust-reducing pill. The overall success rate of the pill is still maintained at about 1/10 of the system. However, as the alchemy progressed step by step, Luo Chen vaguely realized that he was perfect at every step. It seems that this furnace has a great chance of success. Success in one go? Is this too shocking? So many people are watching. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but when he noticed the burning eyes of the elder of the Grand Dan Academy of Kingdom Valley, he gave up deliberately doing bad things. Poor operation will definitely not be hidden from the spiritual sense of the Golden Pill Master. In that case, it will make people suspicious. That's it. Then he finished it in one go, showing his terrifying alchemy attainments. This place should be the place where I will become famous. Hesitation was gone, and he could only make progress bravely. Luo Chen cast a series of spiritual spells to catalyze the fusion of the medicinal power in the alchemy furnace. The surging earth fire, under the control of his superb fire melting technique, was sometimes large and sometimes small, but it could always provide the most needed firepower just right. Time passed slowly. Until, if it doesn't work now, when will it work? Luo Chen laughed loudly and put in the last medicinal material. As if catalyzed, the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace merged rapidly, and finally turned into pills under the kneading of spiritual power. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and waved. The snow-white dust-reducing pills flew towards the shocked elders of the Titan Academy. Elder, please check. The elders of the Titan Academy grabbed all the dust-reducing pills with a horrified look. Just one time, it succeeded? What kind of terrifying alchemy is this? Even if he had refined it privately countless times in the past half-month, it was too sensational to have such a result. He swallowed his saliva. Low-grade dust-reducing pill, it took 3 hours, passed. You. Luo Chen smiled modestly, it's a bit of luck. I have experienced many failures in private, but I didn't expect that I would succeed just now. Luck? The elders of the Titan Academy thought it should be so. After all, Even a third-level alchemist could not guarantee 100% success. But, looking at Luo Chen's unrestrained and calm appearance, everything seemed to be expected, so how could it be luck? This boy really showed his terrifying alchemy skills in all aspects. Such a talent, how could it be a pearl left in the ocean? Dan Chenzi, are you willing to join my Kingdom Valley Taitan Academy? Chapter 342, The First and True Teachings, Go to the Heavenly Palace Again. The Taitan Courtyard is the essence of our Kingdom Valley. All the cultivators there are experienced old alchemists, and there are 3 third-level alchemists in charge, Kingdon, Xingyan, and Chiding. The elder who wanted to recruit you to the Taitan Courtyard as a guest is Master Chiding. Once you enter the Taitan Courtyard, the fighting and killing in the outside world and the struggle for power and profit in the sect will no longer have anything to do with you. All you have to do is devote your life to the way of alchemy. Make profits by refining elixirs in batches for the sect, study ancient elixir recipes, and innovate and create new elixir recipes. Of course, there are many benefits. Don't worry about the resources for cultivation. At least you will have at least 1 bottle of the top-grade Zongmiao Pill you want every month. On the high platform of the Tao family, Tao 1 enthusiastically introduced the situation of the Taitan Courtyard of Kingdom Valley to Luo Chen. From the third-level alchemists to the old first-level alchemists, all kinds of situations were introduced clearly. The corresponding rights and obligations were not kept private. After listening to this, Luo Chen frowned. This Taitan Academy doesn't seem to be as good as he imagined. In summary, why does it sound like a big tool man, no different? Moreover, only 1 bottle of Zongmiao Pill is given a month? Considering that after entering the Taitan Academy, there are still a large number of pill recipes for reference and research, it seems that these are nothing? With those pill recipes, he can refine them himself. In fact, this alone is enough. Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Others did not dare to disturb him. Since Luo Chen refined the Zongmiao Pill and won the 3rd victory, several hours have passed. Facing the invitation of Elder Chiding, Luo Chen claimed that he would consider it. The other party also knew that he was too anxious, so he asked him to come down and rest first. At this moment, after listening to Tao Wan's introduction, Luo Chen was unable to make a decision for a while. After entering the Taitan Academy, there are many pill recipes for him to study, and there will definitely be no big problems in cultivation. But the attribute of a tool man means that he has to do things against his will many times. Moreover, he knew better than anyone that his family's qualifications needed a huge amount of resources to support them. If he could not participate in the business outside, then the Luo Tian club that he had supported would definitely not be able to take care of it, and he would lose a huge amount of income. That was the foundation that he had spent countless efforts to build. The most important thing is, it seems that I can't make the decision. Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the heavenly palace hanging high in the sky. There was a pair of cold and indifferent eyes that had been looking at him since the first alchemy competition. In name only. He, Luo Chen, belongs to the lineage of Bingbao Juking. Luo Chen glanced at Tao Wan, who could not hide his excitement, and slowly made a decision in his heart. It doesn't matter if he doesn't enter this Taitan Academy. He has the connections of Tao Wan, the great true disciple, in Kingdom Valley, which is enough. It's better to be free outside than to be bound by the sect. Moreover, sect disciples are not as glamorous as they seem on the surface. They say that there is no shortage of resources, but it's just talk. Haven't you seen that there are thousands of foundation-building cultivators in Kingdom Valley, and hundreds of late-stage great cultivators, not to mention the dozen or so giant masters? Such a large number of high-level cultivators requires a huge amount of resources. Even if they are distributed according to realm and status, there will never be much in each person's hands. This can be seen from the fact that people like Tao Wan and Dan Yangzi have to personally go out and roll up their sleeves to fight, just to compete for the position of Daosi that can obtain more resources. Their direct descendants are not enough. What about me, an outsider? After making the decision, Luo Chen's heart was relieved. At this moment, he had the leisure to pay attention to the intense alchemy competition on the stage. Tao's henchman, I have won 3 first places. I wonder how high your ranking will be. Tao Wan thought about it and said uncertainly, at least I can get into the 2nd place. As for whether I can get the 1st place, it depends on the result of the last game of the eldest brother. Luo Chen's 3 consecutive championships have brought huge influence. Tao Wan, who was originally ranked 4th, can use this opportunity to improve his ranking. he can easily get the third place, and even the first place. If Dan Yangzi can still keep the good result of the second place in the third round of refining the dust-reducing pill, he will naturally not have this opportunity. But now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Dan Yangzi's alchemy process is not going smoothly. Failed again. Tao Wan whispered, unable to hide his excitement. Luo Chen pulled Tao Yisheng over and asked, "This is the third time your senior brother has failed. This is the third time since you left the stage." Tao Yisheng said excitedly and a little disappointed. There must be a reason for his contradictory look. Luo Chen was too lazy to think deeply. Looking at Dan Yangzi struggling on the stage, he shook his head regretfully. He could see that the other party's understanding of the recipe of the dust-reducing pill was not perfect. Some details were handled very roughly. The most important thing is that he was unfamiliar. From beginning to end, he showed an unfamiliar state of refining. That's it. In the past half-month, Dan Yangzi had suffered from the constant battles. Every day, he had to deal with continuous enemies and had to leave time for meditation and recovery. How could he have enough time to study 2 pill recipes? Moreover, studying the pill recipes was only the first step. The subsequent refining experience must be personally refined several times or dozens of times before a little gain can be made. All of this takes time. I don't know what mistake your eldest brother made. Not only was he deprived of the position of Dao Seed, but he was also not allowed to use the origin of the true fire in the second round. Faced with this question, Tao Yishan didn't know how to answer. Tao Wan said, "If I can achieve the position of true transmission, maybe I can find out the truth. Can it work?" "There is a great chance." When it was late at night, the second person who refined the dust-reducing pill appeared. It was a bit beyond everyone's expectations. It was not Dan Yangzi, nor was it Zhuan Yunzi who had shown his talent before. It was the alchemist of the Fu family, Fu Wei. For the second round of the alchemy competition, he cleverly chose to focus on the refining of the second-level pill in the most important third round. With the full support of the Fu family, this recipe has been studied to the extreme. It has even been successful in private. Now, it has finally won a good ranking for the Fu family. If the 4th place in the previous 2 games is counted, the final overall ranking will be very good. At this time, someone subconsciously glanced at Dan Yangzi. The other party was still silent, still struggling to refine the dust reduction pill, and it seemed that he was only a little short of it. But just this point, it was like a natural chasm. When dawn came, Zhuan Yunzi was the third to refine the dust reduction pill. Time passed slowly. Wang Hizi and Ling Zizi also succeeded one after another. In this way, the top 5 winners were decided. The remaining 4 people, 3 no longer struggled, and gave up directly. Win 5 and lose 4, the last 4 are all failures, and cannot help to promote the ranking. Master Qiding, the elder of the Titan Academy, walked in front of Dan Yangzi. "Why bother? With your natural talent, you can reach the pinnacle in cultivation, alchemy, or managing a sect, but you want everything. The consequence will be what you are now. It is obvious that in 3 rounds of competition, as long as you make a choice and give up 1 round, you have a great chance to make it to the end. But you still want everything. Dan Yang, can you accept the failure now?" Dan Yangzi remained silent. He was still insisting on refining the elixir in the Liu eating. Master Chiding's face was slightly angry. "You inherited the name of your father Master Danayang, and you should be the future master of Danayang Peak. Why bother to fight for power and profit? Those things, for us alchemists, are not, eh?" In his astonishment, a faint elixir fragrance drifted out. Dan Yangzi said hoarsely, "Elder, please determine the quality of the elixir." This time, Chiding was silent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the elders of the Titan Academy announced the rankings of the 3 competitions in the second round, and finally gave the comprehensive rankings. First, Dan Chenzi, well deserved it. 3 wins, 3 crushes, no one had any doubts. And the second place was beyond many people's expectations. It was not Zhuan Yunzi who was third in 3 consecutive competitions, nor was it Dan Yangzi who was second in 2 competitions and 6th in 1 competition. It was Fu Wei, the alchemist of the Fu family. Many people were surprised, but many people also took it for granted. I said, the second-level elixir refining in the third round has always been the most important competition for determining the ranking. He was 4th in the first 2 competitions and 2nd in the last competition, and he jumped directly to the 2nd place in the overall ranking. The Fu family really made a good decision. The moment this ranking appeared, the 9 true disciples had different moods, and the expressions on their faces were also wonderful. Tao Wan and Fu Li looked at each other, and then nodded tacitly. He Yuanqing and Sheng Wenyan, who ranked second and third, gradually became gloomy at this moment. As expected. As the subsequent rankings of the second round were given, their bad worries became a reality. The third place was given to Zhuan Yanzi, who had been in the top 3 for 3 consecutive games. The fourth place was given to Anyangzi. The fifth place was given to Wang Hizi, who lost 1 game, ranked 5th in 1 game, and ranked 4th in 1 game. After this, they were all losers. The ranking of the great true disciples behind them would not change much. In this way, the top 5 rankings will definitely change dramatically due to the total rankings of the second round. The next moment, as Master Cheating waved his hand, the 9 high platforms made a rumbling sound. Some people rose, and some people fell. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, Dan Yangzi, who was originally ranked first, was slowly decreasing in height. Instead, Tao Wan, who once jumped to the first place, took his place. At this moment, Tao Wan was first. Dan Yangzi was second. He Yuanqing was third. Fu Li was fourth. Sheng Wenyan was fifth. When this result came out, Tao Wan naturally showed a happy expression. The rest of the people were not in a good mood. He Yun misled me. He Yuanqing's face was grim. He wanted to enter the last round as the first place, but now he is only ranked third. This means that he has to fight at least 3 people to have a chance to win the position of Dao Seed. Fu Li's face was indifferent. Fourth place is a very good ranking. Although there is no possibility of competing for Dao Seed, it also shows the value of one's own family. And it can also be of some help to allies. In contrast, Shang Wenyan, who was ranked third before, has now fallen to fifth. I'm afraid it will be very uncomfortable. He looked in the direction of Shang Wenyan with interest. The other party's face was livid and he didn't say anything. But Wang Hizi had a gloomy face and left with a wave of his sleeves. It can be shown that the two of them did not get along well. The second round ended, and there was a short break in the middle. It was not for the great disciples to rest, but for the elders of Kingdom Valley to set up the last sword fighting platform. At this moment, the 9 arenas were slowly closing under the control of the great magic power of Jinden Shangren. A sword fighting platform with a length and width of nearly 1,000 feet gradually took shape. At this time, the great disciples came down from the platform one after another and gathered together according to their closeness. They discussed with each other how to deal with the true sword fighting that would come soon. Many of them had gloomy faces. Especially the few people in the middle. On the contrary, the last 2 people did not have any reluctance. They were still saying enthusiastically, "It's been a long time since I last exchanged with my senior brother. You must show mercy later. Junior brother, you are too polite. Just stop when you are satisfied. How about it? Great, great." Being able to seize the position of the great true disciple has already proved their means. Next, just show a little strength. Dao Seed? There is no need to expect it at all. The position of the great true disciple is pretty good, and you can already get some resources. Luo Chen and the alchemist of the Fu family stood together, discussing something in a low voice, and occasionally glanced at others from the corner of their eyes. In their hearts, they shook their heads. The Dao Seeds competition in Kingdom Valley was quite loud, but the intensity was not enough. There might be some internal fighting among the disciples of the sect, but there was still a bottom line. In comparison, these casual cultivators who had worked hard to come out of this competition would often fight to the death. The cruelty was much more serious than the sect competition. Dao Ayao and Chenzi, your alchemy skills really impressed me. Although I was confident in refining the dust-reducing pill, I was still nervous. I didn't expect you to succeed in one try. Fu Wei's compliments sounded in his ears. Luo Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand modestly. Fu Wei continued, I'm afraid that after this incident, many people will value Dao Ayao. Even if you become a guest of honor in that big sect, it would not be too much. 3 consecutive champions, crushing fellow Daoists. Dan Chenzi's alchemy skills have already become famous in Kingdom Valley, and will soon be famous in the entire Yuding domain. Warm invitations will come one after another as soon as the true sword duel is over. In fact, they are coming before it is over or even started. Shang Wenyan, what are you doing? Tao Wan stood in front of Luo Chen and Shang Wenyan without knowing when. Behind her were Luo Chen and Fu Wei, who had stopped talking. Shang Wenyan laughed softly. What can I do? Master Dan Chenzi is so powerful, so I naturally want to ask him a few Dandao knowledge. You are not welcome here. Tao Wan said coldly. Shang Wenyan frowned. You are only the first in the true sword now, not the King Dandao seed. You are so powerful. Tao Wan showed her white teeth. Yes, I am not a Dao seed yet. But as the fifth true sword, it is unknown whether you can stand in front of me when the sword duel comes. Now you come here in advance. Are you trying to make up for your regrets in advance? Shang Wenyan's face changed drastically, and her teeth clenched. Looking at Tao Wan, she was so angry that she trembled all over. Then she left with her sleeve swung. Watching her leaving, Tao Wan felt relieved. But looking around, she found that many great disciples would occasionally turn their attention to Luo Chen. This made her heart tighten. Luo Chen's importance is no longer just an external helper. With his alchemy attainments, he is enough to be a distinguished guest of the great sect. The Tao family, of course, can't keep him. But if the Tao family can't keep him, Tao Wan, if she can achieve the King Dandao seed, she is qualified to stay. At least, she can't fall into the hands of these competitors. Shang Wenyan's test is only the first one. How to face the follow-up, or how to keep Luo Chen. Just as she was thinking, a disciple came to inform her that the venue has been arranged and the true sword fight is about to begin. All the great disciples set off. Luo Chen followed behind, ready to watch the third round of the true sword fight. But as soon as he took a step, he was stopped. Master Dan Chenzi, the master wants to see you. Which master? The master in the heavenly palace. Luo Chen paused. He knew that what was coming would eventually come. But this time, when he went to the heavenly palace again, he would not be as unknown as before. Everyone had to look him in the face. Chapter 343, Recruiting from all sides, scrambling for the golden elixir. The first time he went to the heavenly palace, he was among many alchemists, and no one paid attention to him as an unknown person. The second time he went to the heavenly palace, he was Dan Chenzi, who had surpassed the 7 sons of Kingdom and won the championship for 3 consecutive times. As soon as he approached, a pair of curious and admiring eyes fell on him. They were all foundation-building disciples from other sects. Luo Chen didn't care much about these eyes. He only cared about the attitude of the people in the Golden Dan sect. And what he wanted to see appeared at the first time. Dan Chenzi, please take a seat. Although he didn't call him a fellow Taoist, he didn't call him by his name either. The Taoist name itself is a respectful title for a cultivator. Looking at the warm middle-aged man, Luo Chen bowed and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Kingayan." After that, he sat down on the chair at the end under the gaze of the Golden Dan sect masters. Seeing him like this, Kingayanzi couldn't help but nodded in appreciation. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and he is not surprised by honor or disgrace. He is a good person. He was being polite here, but Master Chiding was not so good-tempered. Dan Chenzi, what do you think of my proposal before? The so-called proposal was just to join the Taitan Academy as a guest elder. Being interrupted, Kingayanzi smiled slightly, but he was not angry. Although his senior brother sympathized with the other party's alchemy talent. But from his point of view, it was indeed a good thing. Luo Chen's alchemy skills were better than the 7 sons of Kingdom. It was not good to spread his reputation. But if he could become a part of Kingdom Valley, that would be fine. Therefore, he also looked at Luo Chen with a smile, looking forward to his response. At this moment, Luo Chen's heart was lifted. Even if he had made a decision, it would be difficult to predict the consequences of rejecting Kingdom Valley in front of so many giant masters. However, soon, he did not need to make a decision himself. Young talents like Dan Chenzi are just right to come to my Alio Mountain, said the master of Alio Mountain. The master of fragrance of Bigu Palace smiled slightly. Kingayanzi, there are many excellent alchemists in your Kingdom Valley, and we don't need Dan Chenzi. Why don't you let him come to my Bigu Palace? After saying that, she didn't look at Kingayanzi's stiff expression, but looked at Luo Chen. Dan Chenzi, there are many female cultivators in my Bigu Palace. If you come, I will arrange 2 excellent Taoist companions for you. You can study the way of alchemy and enjoy bliss at the same time, isn't it wonderful? Her solicitation was too naked. The conditions were so tempting. The people on Alio Mountain were anxious. If you come to my Alio Mountain, I can personally build a perfect alchemy room for you. Even after you form the elixir, I can buy you alchemy tools of the magic weapon level. How about it? The master of fragrance raised her eyebrows. It is indeed the wealthy Luo Mountain. Even the alchemy tools of the magic weapon level have been promised. That is not an ordinary magic weapon of inferior quality, but a good thing that needs to be made by a special casting master. Facing the two people snatching, Master Cheating blew his beard and glared, "You are too much?" Luo Chen is also a worshipper of the Tao family of My Kingdom Valley. He is originally a member of My Kingdom Valley. It's just a temporary worshipper. The master of food and fragrance sneered. The man from Luo Mountain was also disdainful. "Come to my Luo Mountain, Dan Chenzi is an elder." Master Cheating said hurriedly, "If you enter my Titan Academy, you will also be a guest elder." After saying that, he looked at Luo Chen seriously. "Dan Chenzi, you must think it over. My Titan Academy has countless alchemy resources, which can give you the greatest help. As for cultivation, you don't have to worry. I can apply to the sect to allow you to practice in a third-level cave for 1 year every 10 years. Such generous conditions were stated. The master of food and fragrance of Bigu Palace and the man from Luo Mountain were both shocked. Although there are third-level spiritual lands, there are very few caves suitable for cultivation. Although Kingdom Valley has a large third-level spiritual land, it cannot withstand the large number of giant cultivators. Can they share one of this with Luo Chen? Even if it is only once every 10 years, or once a year. For a moment, even they hesitated. Master Cheating was very proud. He didn't believe that Luo Chen could bear such conditions. Don't say it. Luo Chen was really tempted. However, he still didn't give an answer, and his eyes fell on a female cultivator. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. It was Master Bingbao, Fairy Juking. Seeing this scene, several giant masters frowned and were a little unhappy. This Dan Chenzi seemed to be a little bit greedy and waiting for the price. The 3 major sects have given preferential conditions, but he is still not satisfied, and even wants Bingbao to make conditions. However, they guessed wrong. "Everyone, don't argue," Fairy Juking said lightly. In their confusion, she uttered a few words. "Dan Chenzi is from my ice castle." Everyone was shocked when this was said. Master Bisu of Luojia Mountain covered his mouth and smiled. "Sister Juking, your recruitment is too overbearing. Everyone has put forward some conditions, and you just said that Dan Chenzi is from your ice castle. You don't rob people like this." Faced with doubts, Fairy Juking's face remained indifferent. "This is the fact. If you don't believe it, Dan Chenzi, just take out your Shanghu Danji for everyone to see." Luo Chen said nothing and took out a book from his storage bag. It was written on it with 4 ancient characters Shanghu Danji. Seeing this Danji, everyone was silent. The people below didn't know, but they were all giant masters, and everyone knew what the word Shanghu meant. This name was the Taoist partner of Fairy Juking back then. The other party was not only a giant cultivator, but also an excellent third-level alchemist. Although for some reason, he was killed by Fairy Juking herself. But the solution to the elixir left by the other party could be personally given to Dan Chenzi by Fairy Juking, which shows that the other party is indeed a younger generation that Fairy Juking values. Master Cheating suddenly realized. Looking at Luo Chen's eyes, he couldn't help but show admiration. "No wonder you have such alchemy attainments at such a young age. I didn't expect that you actually inherited the mantle of Taoist fellow Shanghu." I still remember the scene when Taoist fellow Shanghu came to my Titan Academy to discuss elixir. Qing Yanzi, who had originally had a serious face, also showed a look of relief on his face. They also knew about Shanghu's alchemy skills. In terms of alchemy alone, he was not inferior to the third-level alchemist of Kingdom Valley. It was not so surprising that his inherited disciple could beat the 7 sons of Kingdom. Luo Chen frowned, and then relaxed. Obviously, this was Kingdom Valley trying to make up for the reputation of their sect after failing to recruit him. If it gets out, it won't be the new generation of alchemists in Kingdom Valley who lost to a casual cultivator. Instead, he lost to a cultivator from the same 7 sects. In terms of face, it was naturally not that bad. Although he was not the so-called successor of Shanghu, Fairy Juking would not deny it. Sure enough, Fairy Juking acquiesced to this statement. "But in this case, what conditions do you have to stabilize me? Others have offered a sky-high price that no foundation-building true cultivator can refuse." Luo Chen looked at Fairy Juking silently. In the past, in front of her, he could only bow his head and listen respectfully. How could he look at her openly like today? Those beautiful eyes are like paintings, those eyes are like ice, and the skin is as white as frost and snow. Fairy Juking felt his gaze. She glanced at Luo Chen coldly and opened her jade lips. This time, it is because Tawan has a close relationship with Tan Taiyu, so you recommended you. I feel the breath of the Zuanbing talisman I made on you. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He put the thing in the storage bag. Can you feel this? Take it out. That Zuanbing talisman was made by me for Tan Taiyu, and it's not suitable for you. After Luo Chen took out the Zuanbing talisman that Tan Taiyu gave him, Fairy Juking directly called it over, and then gave him a new one under the gaze of everyone. This scene completely confirmed that Luo Chen was indeed closely related to the Ice Castle. Otherwise, Fairy Juking's most famous Zuanbing talisman would not appear on Luo Chen. Everyone felt sorry. Such an excellent master of alchemy had actually been recruited by Fairy Juking. Did she say that the other party had not given the man any courtesy since his Taoist partner died? Holding the bone-chilling Zuanbing talisman, Luo Chen felt relieved when he heard Fairy Juking's voice transmission asking him to drip blood to recognize the master. I think this is one of the conditions that the other party gave him in advance. It's really generous. The Zuanbing talisman stores the power of a single blow from the Golden Pill Master. At the critical moment, he could even break the talisman, transform it into protective divine ice, and wait safely for the rescue of the Juking fairy. For a foundation-building cultivator, its value far exceeds the so-called magic weapon. I don't know what good things the other party will give him after he returns. But at least, it proves one thing. This time, becoming famous in Kingdom Valley is definitely the most brilliant thing he has done. People who are unknown are often in danger of losing their jobs. Only by showing enough value can people pay attention to them. Moreover, unlike becoming a guest elder of the Taitan Academy, his relationship with the Juking lineage is more special. He can have more freedom and autonomy. Next, we will wait for the result of the true sword fight. If Tawan can win, my trip will be worthwhile. The third round of the Dao Seed competition, which is also the most important round, the true sword fight, has begun. Unlike the first two rounds where the great true disciples tried not to take action as much as possible, in this round, no one can rely on others. You must go on the field yourself, show your strength with real swords and guns, play with style, and get to the forefront. Because he was treated with courtesy and given a seat in the heavenly palace, Luo Chen did not go down again. Instead, he watched the battle below with a group of Jinden through the water mirror in front of him. It was different from watching the game at the same level. Sitting in the heavenly palace hall, Luo Chen could hear the comments of the Jinden master from time to time. The opponent could often point out the mistakes and omissions of the battle methods of the foundation-building true cultivators from a high-level perspective. Watching the game in this way was very beneficial to Luo Chen. These two people are ranked at the bottom, and there is no hope for them to compete for the Dao Seed. There is no desire to fight each other, and it is boring. This 6th-ranked Du Changfang is a bit interesting. He is the child of Dao Iato from Yuanhe Mountain, so he is naturally unwilling to be ranked this low. Unfortunately, although he won, he consumed too much spiritual power, and I am afraid he will not be able to go far in the next round. Time passed quickly. After each battle, the winner had very limited rest time. Soon, the next day, it was the 6th-ranked Du Changfang who challenged the 5th-ranked Sheng Wenyan. After all, he was a descendant of the Jinden from Yuanhe Mountain. After fighting with all his strength, he gradually gained the upper hand. However, an accident occurred. Du Changfang had the upper hand, but because of his lack of spiritual power, he was stuck for a moment when controlling the magic weapon, and then the opponent took advantage of the situation and won. On the sword fighting stage, Shang Wenyan showed a look of fear. Du Changfang was seriously injured and was sent down with an unwilling look. Just a little bit. In the main hall of the Heavenly Palace, the man on the Alio Mountain looked constipated. King Unzi, why do the disciples of your Kingdom Valley rely so much on magic weapons that they are not very proficient in? Although the power is great, it is not a weapon of their own realm. Without mana and consciousness, the power can be released but not contained. Aren't you afraid of backlash? King Unzi was helpless. Their Kingdom Valley is a very wealthy sect. The disciples can always afford a magic weapon if they save for a few years. Who would be stupid enough to use ordinary magic weapons when there are more powerful magic weapons? Not to mention Kingdom Valley. Now in Yuding Domain, I am afraid that the foundation-building disciples of other sects are also like this. With such a trend, no one can persuade them. The root is not in Kingdom Valley or the 7 sects of Yuding. It is in Xianfan City, the great sect of casting. The other party dumped magic tools and magic treasures into Yuding domain, which led to the current situation. After hundreds of years, who knows how many magic tools and magic treasures there are in Yuding domain now. Luo Chen sat quietly on the side. Listening to their conversation, he was thinking. Sure enough, his previous choice of fighting methods was right. Although magic tools are good, they cannot be relied on too much. Because this kind of weapon is not at the level of foundation building true cultivation. In comparison, only by focusing on top-grade magic tools and skillfully matching other small means can the combat effectiveness of their level be maximized. And the power of magic tools can be used as a trump card. Make that key blow and determine the victory. Now look at the battle below. Luo Chen's realm was obviously much lower than those great masters, but he was just as bored as these giant masters. How could this be a sword fight between masters? It was clearly a display of the power of the magic weapons in their hands. There was no question of sophistication or combat wisdom. What they were competing for was just what Chu Kui said, who had a better grasp of the magic weapon. Boring, really boring. Huh. Someone yawned. The master of fragrance stretched in his seat, revealing his slender waist and huge fruit. She drooped her eyelids and said lazily, I know why the Kingdom Valley, Alao Mountain and Loyan sect cannot defeat the Yuding Sword sect even if they join forces. If you rely on things that are not at your level, you will be extremely stiff in battle. In comparison, the disciples of the Sword sect specialize in one sword, and they can send and receive as they wish, and the power is controllable. In a battle of the same level, if your Kingdom Valley disciples use a magic weapon to kill once, it will be enough for the Sword sect disciples to poke hundreds of holes in them. These words made several giant disciples in Kingdom Valley lose face. But they couldn't refute it at all. A few years ago, when the conflict between the two major sects intensified, their disciples had participated in the battle. At that time, there were indeed heavy casualties. As the head of the sect, King Gaunzi tried to save face. He forced a smile and said reluctantly, these new generation disciples are indeed a little inflexible. However, the next battle is the top 3. As the leaders of this generation, they should be able to come up with something new. Fellow Daoists, just watch carefully. The master of food for fragrance curled his lips and was not very optimistic about the battle below. The people on Alao mountainside, as if thinking of the many younger disciples their sect had lost in the past few years. Fairy Juking glanced at Luo Chen from time to time. As a giant cultivator guarding Xianlan Fairy City, she had heard of Luo Chen's other Taoist name. And the origin of that Taoist name. Fighting against several people of the same level alone, and not relying on the power of magic weapons. This person's ability to fight is probably outstanding among the younger generation. Luo Chen did not notice Fairy Juking's attention. A pair of spiritual eyes stared at the picture on the water mirror. Now the battle has come to the 4th Fu Li fighting the 3rd Yuan King. As Taowan's ally, what choice will Fu Li make when facing Yuan King, who may become her rival? Chapter 344, Dragon Binding Stake, Purple Sky Fire. As the 3rd place, Fu Li was well prepared and easily defeated Shangwen Yan. The opponent was of average strength, and she was able to have such a high ranking because of the great support from the Shangwen family. She also invited her uncle. She also paid a high price to invite the 2 famous netherworld evils from Baiyun Fairy City. Therefore, she was able to secure the 3rd place in the first round. Unfortunately, in the second round, Wang Hezi did not perform well, which made her fall to 5th place. Facing Du Changfang from Yuanhe Mountain, she was lucky to win. After a hard battle, she was defeated in the battle with Fu Li in less than 50 rounds. And next, Fu Li had to face the 3rd place Yuan King. Facing this possibly the most dangerous battle, Fu Li's expression was extremely relaxed. When he went up to the sword fighting stage, he glanced at Tao Wan in the distance. The two nodded in tacit understanding. The two were allies, and even if they were separated by a certain ranking, they could still cooperate. When Yuan King flew down from the high platform, he smiled slightly. Brother Yuan King, please go easy on me later. Yuan King frowned, too much nonsense. As he spoke, a long sword had already fallen into his hand. The spiritual energy on it fluctuated violently. It was clearly a magic weapon-level flying sword. Facing this posture, Fu Li was not in a hurry. He first pasted a diamond talisman on himself, and then took out the shield and the flying sword. Be ready. However, He Yuanqing was puzzled. These two weapons are both top-grade magic weapon level. Although the top-grade defense magic weapon is already quite extraordinary. But the battle has come to this point, and you still use this kind of thing to deal with him. Are you looking down on yourself? Please. With one word, Fu Li immediately launched an attack. The flying sword was agile, circling like a swallow. Under his control, it kept probing He Yuanqing. A petty trick, not worthy of being in a high-class hall. With a cold snort, He Yuanqing held the magic flying sword in his hand and slashed it horizontally. The powerful spiritual energy was released, sweeping away the flying swords cruising nearby. The two weapons were of different grades, so the power they could release was naturally different. Then, He Yuanqing pinched the spiritual formula with his hand, and the flying sword flew towards Fu Li. The power of the magic weapon was so great that the obstruction of the top-grade flying sword could only play a harassing role wherever it passed. Seeing this, Fu Li pulled back. As his sleeves fluttered, several cold lights flew out from his sleeves. They kept hitting the sword light of the flying sword magic weapon, gradually wearing away its courageous momentum. He Yuanqing saw clearly that those cold lights were clearly the Fu family's unique magic weapon, the Binding Yuan Pearl. It had the effect of wearing away spiritual energy and binding the enemy. As the saying goes, the first blow is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. When the flying sword magic weapon hit the top-grade defensive shield in front of Fu Li, its power had been reduced to the extreme. With a bang. In He Yuanqing's eyes, Fu Li flew away lightly, obviously without any injuries. I just simply controlled the flying sword magic weapon, I definitely can't beat him. You have to use your special moves. He Yuanqing didn't plan to fight with Fu Li like in the previous rounds. If he really had to fight for hundreds of rounds, not only would his own spiritual power be greatly depleted, but his trump card would also be discovered by Dan Yangzi, who ranked second. Therefore, using the flying sword magic weapon to make the final decision is the kingly way. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and made a move, and the flying sword returned to him like a swallow returning to its nest, hovering above his head. He kept pinching his hands, and the flying sword magic weapon continued to bloom with spiritual light, and its attached formation was converting spiritual power to form a special attack. Don't blame me if you don't use the magic weapon. When he thought of the power of the magic weapon that would bloom later, he was extremely looking forward to it. However, in his eyes, he saw Fu Li leisurely shaking a finger at him. The top-grade flying sword flew towards him like a meteor. Do you want to interrupt my killing move while I am distracted? Humph, you think too simply. When the flying sword attacked in front of him, a jade plate flew out from his waist, which was extremely spiritual. Outside the sword fighting stage, there was an exclamation. It turned out to be a top-grade magic weapon that can automatically protect its master. Isn't this the Ruai jade plate that the master of the He family used when he was in the foundation building period, and it was actually given to senior brother He? In this case, I'm afraid senior brother Fu won't be able to interrupt senior brother He's killing move. The outside world was noisy. On the sword fighting stage, He Yuanqing also looked complacent. They're all top-grade magic weapons. My Ruai jade plate that automatically protects its master is not so easy to break. Looking at the top-grade flying sword in front of him, which transformed into 3 sword lights and attacked him in an extremely tricky way, he snorted coldly. You think too simply. The next moment, the Ruai jade plate split into 3 small jade plates, which blocked the sword light attack with a hair's breadth. However, He Yuanqing vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He seemed to have overlooked something. No. Binding Yuan's Hu. He suddenly lowered his head and saw a stream of cold light surrounding the 3 small jade plates from all directions. At this time, Fu Li on the opposite side put his hands together and held them in the air from a distance. The top-grade flying sword suddenly merged into one. A condensed sword light flew towards his forehead from the hole in the middle of the 3 jade plates. Damn it! He Yuanqing cursed inwardly and was forced to give up the flying sword magic weapon that had been condensed for most of the time. He took out a shield in a split second. Block this fatal blow. Although it was blocked. However, the power of the magic weapon can only be released but not taken back. He Yuanqing suddenly raised his head, and a surge of spiritual power spread from the flying sword magic weapon. He was the closest and immediately suffered the most direct backlash. Boom! With a loud bang, He Yuanking flew backwards several feet away. In the hazy smoke, a figure broke through the air. Before him, there was a top-grade flying sword that was as agile as a swimming dragon, breaking through the layers of spiritual energy and coming towards the head of He Yuanking. How could this be? He Yuanking widened his eyes, with despair in his eyes. The next moment, swish! A figure came first and grasped the hilt of the sword. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the center of He Yuanking's eyebrows, trembling endlessly. Brother Yuanking, thank you for letting me. How could this be? He Yuanking didn't believe it, opened his mouth, and was about to say something unwilling. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Fu Li dodged sideways and looked at the giant elder who was in charge of the defense formation. The elders of Longshao Peak looked at him with admiration. This battle, Fu Li wins, and advances to the next round. You can rest for an hour. Fu Li smiled slightly, put away his sword and left. On the sword fighting stage, only He Yuanking was left with a pale face. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated so easily and so quickly. Obviously, Fu Li's time to advance to the 9th level of foundation building was much shorter than his. Moreover, he didn't even have time to use his most important killing move. No one answered his question for the time being. But in the Heavenly Palace, a group of giant masters had already seen through the truth. He's been captured. Luo Chen looked up and saw that the person who spoke was the master of Shixiang, the giant master of Beihou Palace. It was rare that she became interested. Looking at He Yuanking, who looked dejected in the water mirror technique, he commented, no matter in terms of realm or weapon power, he is superior to Fu Li. If he plays steadily, Fu Li will definitely be defeated by his sword within 200 rounds. However, he is too eager to win, and only wants to retain his strength to face the next round of enemies. But he forgot that only by playing steadily and winning this round can he have the chance to face Dan Yangzi. Fu Li obviously saw through this. Therefore, he opened up the distance from the beginning, focusing on consumption and pulling. If it goes on for a long time, Fu Li will lose. But he has figured out He Yuanking's psychology and knows that the opponent must want to decide the outcome with one blow. That's why it happened that He Yuanking wanted to condense his killing moves, but was defeated one by one, and ended up with a backlash of his magic weapon. After this comment, all the giants in the field nodded in agreement. Fu Li's hard power is a little worse, but his scheming and combat strategy are much better than He Yuanking. Or in other words, he has no hard power to speak of. Combat talent is part of strength. After listening to this, Luo Chen nodded slightly. It was not much different from his own judgment. The only thing that made him feel strange was why Fu Li carefully designed the battle situation and won this round quickly. With his alliance with Tawan, wouldn't it be more appropriate to let He Yuanking win easily in this round, and then let the opponent in a complete state consume and test the second-place Dan Yangzi? Luo Chen's doubts also appeared in the conversation between Tawan and Fu Li. You changed your mind? Yes. Fu Li responded to Tawan's voice transmission while regulating his breath and meditating, because I found that He Yuanking is too weak and it is impossible for him to test a big brother's trump card. In the distance, Tawan was thoughtful. So, Fu Li changed his mind at the last minute, decided to win this round, and then challenge the big brother himself? He is a man with ideas. Tawan thought so. But looking at Fu Li, who was calm and at ease to recover his state, he felt something was wrong. No. He doesn't just want to take the position of Dao Seed for me and clear the obstacles. Under that gentle and polite face, there is a determination to take the responsibility. His goal is also the position of Dao Seed. After thinking this through, Tawan's face changed slightly. At this moment, the relationship between the allies became extremely fragile, because there was only one ranking difference between the two sides. If Fu Li wins, he will be her direct opponent. Ally? That also has to be divided into the primary and secondary. Whether she, Tawan, will marry Fu Li in the future, or the Fu family girl will marry into the Tao family, the meanings contained in it can be completely different. Time passed slowly. An hour passed in a flash. The 7th battle, Fu Li vs. Dan Yangzi. Please invite the disciples of both sides to the stage. The rolling voice came from the mouth of the Golden Pill Master of Longshao Peak. The next moment, Fu Li stood up, turned into a beam of light, and fell on the sword fighting stage. The eldest brother Dan Yangzi came on a cloud. Looking at the man opposite, the silent Dan Yangzi finally spoke. Junior brother, you are no match for me, admit defeat. Winning without fighting, elder brother, you have a good idea. Fu Li smiled slightly, and the long sword in his hand shone with spiritual light. It's just that the Tao cannot be understood without proof. This position of Tao seed, I also want it. Dan Yangzi was silent. No more nonsense, a long sword appeared in his hand. On the heavenly palace, Luo Chen, who had been paying attention to this battle, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Top-grade magic weapon? In the first round of the battle, Dan Yangzi had always used flying swords and magic weapons to fight the enemy. Why did he change his weapons when it was almost a final? He looked at the giant masters in confusion. This time, it was the chiding master who spoke. He sighed and said, Dan Yang's spiritual power is running out. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen instantly understood why Dan Yangzi changed his favorite fighting method. In the first round of the round-robin battle, Dan Yangzi had to be ruthless and quick. Establish the first place by a quick battle. At the same time, strive for enough time to recover. His plan has to be said to be feasible. But the second round is also a very exhausting competition. The first round lasted for half a month, and the second round lasted for 3 days. For such a long time, Dan Yangzi has been fighting alone. Even though he has been promoted to the 9th level of foundation building for many years, his spiritual power has also been consumed a lot. Now in this third round, starting from the 9th place, it has only been 3 days. Even if it is a sect foundation building, it is impossible to recover to perfect state quickly. At the beginning, Duanfeng and Miao Fairy of Yuzhen Temple fought hard, and their spiritual power was exhausted. It took a long time to recover slowly. For this reason, Luo Chen did not even assign tasks to Duanfeng in the combat missions of attacking everywhere during that time. Dan Yangzi has a deeper foundation than Duanfeng and recovers faster. But his consumption is also great. Therefore, he chose the best magic weapon in this penultimate battle. First, the spiritual power consumption is relatively small. Secondly, it was to avoid a Yuan King's mistakes and prepare to eat Fu Li with hard power. As expected, the battle on the sword fighting stage was just as Luo Chen expected. The two of them mostly tested each other and caught each other's mistakes. The killing moves that consumed a lot of spiritual power were not used once. Unknowingly, hundreds of rounds had passed. Fu Li finally couldn't hold back. He was no match for a protracted battle. In just 100 rounds, he was slightly injured. If he didn't fight for his life, it would only become more and more difficult, and the chance would become slimmer and slimmer. Boom! A huge wooden stake suddenly appeared on the sword fighting stage. On the stake, there were coiled dragons and chains. A series of whistling sounds roared up. What kind of magic weapon is this? Luo Chen was surprised. When he was curious, Qing Yunzi, the leader, shook his head. Brother Fu is about to die, and he even gave his lifelong magic weapon, the dragon binding stake, to his descendants. Dragon binding stake? From the name, it seems to be a magic weapon related to suppression and restraint. But after all, it was not Fu Li's personal offering. He is now anxious to use the magic weapon, and the flaw has been revealed. Fu Li, you are going to lose. Master Cheating muttered a few words. It was just as the two giant masters expected. When Fu Li couldn't help but use the dragon binding pillar, Dan Yangzi's eyes moved slightly. He didn't care about the panlong chain spreading in the void. The next moment, the purple lines between his eyebrows moved. A wisp of purple flame spread out from his body and continued to move forward along the panlong chain. Fu Li's face changed drastically. Purple extreme heavenly fire. He never expected that the eldest brother would directly use the original true fire that he had taken into his body to deal with him. At this moment, the scorching heavenly fire climbed up the chain. He himself was connected to the dragon binding pillar magic weapon, and he couldn't get any benefits. My life is over. Just when he was in despair, a breeze blew and the purple extreme heavenly fire rolled back. The elder of Long Xiaopi glanced at the stunned Fu Li, and then said lightly, Dan Yangzi wins this battle. Is it that simple? However, under the simplicity, it was Dan Yangzi who seized the flaw at that moment and hit Fu Li's weakest point. The dragon binding pillar is very strong. But after all, it is not something he has been practicing for many years, so it is too slow to control, and the connection between mind and spirit is too obvious, so there is an opportunity to take advantage of. Outside the sword fighting arena, there was a roar, and countless disciples shouted, "Big Brother is invincible and long live Big Brother." Once the purple sky fire appeared, it meant that the victory was established. This was already the norm in the last true sword fight. Now it reappears, and once again makes Big Brother undefeated. On the heavenly palace. In Luo Chen's mind, he kept thinking about the fleeting purple flame just now. Purple sky fire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, The Battle of Deoseeds ends. When the purple flame appeared, there was a slight commotion in the heavenly palace. Several giant masters from the outer sects all looked curious. The master of fragrance said in surprise, "This sourceless fire is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it is not inferior to the withering and flourishing fire of the Yan League. How could your Kingdom Valley be willing to give it to a foundation-building disciple? It is well known that the Yan League has a sourceless fire. The withering and flourishing fire, one withering and one flourishing, burns through the spring and autumn. It was with a withering and flourishing fire that the Yan League laid the foundation for the great weapon-casting sect in the Yuding domain." King Unzi smiled slightly. It was not a reward from us, but Danyan got it from an ancient cave. This was his chance. What's more, when the purple extreme heavenly fire was obtained, it was extremely weak, otherwise Danyan would not have been able to subdue it easily. Even after decades of nurturing, its power is only comparable to a small cluster of third-level earth fire. It is useless to my Kingdom Valley. It is better to achieve his original true fire. The Master of Fragrance suddenly realized. Although the sourceless fire is strange, it is not rare in the Yuding domain. She knows of several types. Most of them are weak, and it takes thousands of years for the cultivators to cultivate them before they can have a small effect. There are very few people like the Yanman who are extremely lucky and directly obtain a complete withering fire. No wonder, Dan Yangzi just now needs to use this fire at the right time. It can only be regarded as a trump card, not a regular means. King Unzi nodded, yes. This thing is beneficial to his alchemy, but it is indeed a bit reluctant to use it in battle. He said so. Whether others believe it or not is another matter. It can be seen that he wants to dispel the covetous hearts of others. These giant masters will naturally give him this face. A mere weak sourceless fire is really not worth their attention. Luo Chen is jealous. If he can also collect a sourceless fire, it will be much more convenient when refining the elixir. However, although such rare objects often appear in the J-tripod domain and their power varies, they are mostly circulated within the large sects. He wants to seek one or two, but it is not that simple. During the truce below, the exchanges between the giant and cultivators in the heavenly palace occurred from time to time. Master Chiding rarely expressed dissatisfaction with King Unzi. Dan Yangzi has such a high talent for alchemy and has refined the original true fire. He is more suitable to join the Titan Academy of Danayang Peak and inherit the mantle of the ancestor. You King Guyan Peak are determined to make him the next head, which is really a waste of his talent. King Unzi smiled bitterly, brother, this is not our insistence, but Danayangzi's own choice. What's more, the senior brother of Longxiao Peak also wants him, how can you only complain to me? Master Chiding curled his lips. Obviously, he was not satisfied with this explanation. Luo Chen looked at this scene, combined with his understanding of Kingdom Valley during this period, he vaguely understood something. Kingdom Valley sits on the land of 5 peaks. Yuanho Mountain is the gateway, Luojia Mountain is where female cultivators gather, Danayang Peak is the place where the alchemy is passed down, and Longxiao Peak is where the people with high realms practice in seclusion. King Guyan Peak is the core of Kingdom Valley. The heads of all generations and the elders of all parties basically hold posts in King Guyan Peak. The operation of the entire sect is inseparable from the control of King Guyan Peak. As for Danayangzi, the prodigy, it is obvious that the 3 peaks of Danayang Peak, Longxiao Peak and King Guyan Peak are all competing for him. One is the inheritance of the alchemy, one is the main practice, and one is in charge of power. Danayangzi obviously has an outstanding alchemy talent and a personality that is dedicated to seclusion, but he wants to become a golden elixir seed and a reserve for the head. Therefore, there are many restrictions on him in this Dao seed competition. In the first round, he is not allowed to bring helpers. In the second round, he is not allowed to use the purple extreme sky fire. This is clearly the restriction imposed on him by Long Xiao Peak and Danyang Peak. As long as he fails in the competition for the Dao Seed, these two peaks will have the opportunity to recruit him. Because he made a mistake and wanted to become a Dao Seed, Dan Yangzi agreed to this almost harsh condition and embarked on the road of the Dao Seed competition again. And now, he has reached the end. What a character! Luo Chen asked himself, if he were in his place, he would not be able to make it this far in this situation. Just the first round of round-robin battles, one by one, is enough to give people a headache. But when I reach the late stage of foundation building, I am afraid that my methods will not be bad. There is no need to belittle myself. Although I don't like fighting and killing. But in this world of cultivation where personal power belongs to oneself, fighting and killing is undoubtedly the fastest way to solve problems. Even if the problem cannot be solved, it is also simple to solve the person who caused the problem. Luo Chen still has some experience in fighting and killing. At least, it will not be worse than those ordinary true disciples in the big sects. Inside Dan Valley. The final battle is coming soon. Yes, the next Dao Seed of our Kingdom Valley will be decided soon. Although I am not fighting there, I feel inexplicably excited. I don't know whether it will be the eldest brother who will regain the position of Dao Seed, or senior sister Tao who will come from behind. Who do you think will win? Of course it's the eldest brother. Until now, the sect has not given an explanation. They removed him from the position of Dao Seed for no reason. He has done a good job over the years. Why change him? The eldest brother is indeed very strong, but his fatigue is visible to the naked eye. I am more optimistic about senior sister Tao. Period. Indeed, senior sister Tao has a profound family background and is the descendant of the 7th generation of the head of the sect. Her fighting skills must be strong. In my opinion, not necessarily. The eldest brother at least has the strength to fight. At worst, the purple extreme sky fire will reappear. What can senior sister Tao do to resist it? But senior sister Tao has often practiced fighting skills on the discussion platforms of various immortal cities in recent years. Her realm may be a little weak, but as the same 9th level of foundation building, she is well prepared. The eldest brother's methods have been exposed too much, and she must have responded long ago. I think senior sister Tao still has a greater chance of winning. In the Dan Valley, tens of thousands of cultivators were discussing. Each of them expressed their views on the next battle. Inspiring words, pointing out a world, each has their own support. It was in this heated discussion that time passed. In the end, Dan Yangzi was given a short rest and reached the end. As the elders of Long Xiao Peak opened the defense formation, it was announced that this battle was about to begin. True disciple Dan Yangzi, true disciple Tao Wan, please go to the sword fighting stage. As soon as the voice fell, two figures flew onto the sword fighting stage almost at the same time. One had a red face and purple lines between his eyebrows, looking strange and dangerous. The other had a beautiful appearance, with her skirt flying and sleeves fluttering. A surging fighting spirit emerged from her curvy body, which was breathtaking. Big brother, I'm afraid I'm going to offend you today. Tao Wan raised her wrist slightly, and a soft ribbon slithered and climbed like a spirit snake, looming from her sleeves. Flowing cloud flying sleeves, a magical weapon passed down by the Tao family. Tao Wan had been with it since childhood, and the level of sacrifice and refinement had reached an extremely high level. Without using a killing move, it can be used as desired. Dan Yangzi looked at her solemnly, and her long sword fell into his hand. It was no longer a top-grade magic weapon, but his most commonly used magic weapon flying sword, ZZ. Come on. No need to talk nonsense, no need to say more. Just two simple words, and a big battle began. The next moment, Tao Wan adopted a completely different fighting style from all the previous ones against Dan Yangzi. She did not retreat but advanced, raised her hands, and the flying sleeves burst out. The originally soft magic weapon, at this moment, was like steel, like a rainstorm, like 1,000 strong winds. Dan Yangzi looked solemn, and did not use the flying sword magic weapon to kill, but used the key to control the sword, constantly cutting the flying sleeves that attacked in front of him. The extremely skillful sword control method showed that his reputation as a master of both Dan and sword was not in vain. If Zuo Song, the head of the Iron Sword Hall, was here, he would only admit defeat. The two of them went back and forth, constantly urging the magic weapon. A huge amount of spiritual power poured out like money. Dan Yangzi put his fingers together like a sword, controlling the purple evil sword from a distance. It seemed to be an attack, but in fact it was mainly defensive. In his current state, it was impossible for him to attack the opponent fiercely. Therefore, playing a defensive counterattack and using a thunderous sword to lay the foundation for victory was the kingly way. If you attack with all your strength, there will be many flaws. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the purple evil sword split into 9 sword lights, which surrounded Tawan from all directions, only 10 feet away. Junior sister, you are still a little immature. When he was about to make a contribution, he saw Tawan, like a butterfly flying through flowers, floating out of the sword light encirclement in a split second. Her agile body movements were jaw-dropping. She was really as agile as a swimming dragon and as beautiful as a startled swan. The distance between the two widened, and Dan Yangzi's joy slightly subsided. I forgot that you have the wind spirit root and specialize in the Jinghongju. The flying sword was recalled. Dan Yangzi held the sword in his hand, and purple halos spread out from the sword body, enveloping him. The next moment, wrapped in the sword light, he turned into a sharp sword and chased Tawan at lightning speed. The other party's body movements were too agile. If he stood still, he would only become a target for beating. It was just a target. No matter how many flaws the opponent exposed, he couldn't catch it. The only way was to force the opponent with the same extreme speed, and then achieve victory at close range. Seeing this, Tawan was not in a hurry. While blocking with flying sleeves, he calmly danced and spun on the sword fighting stage. His graceful and agile body movements were dazzling. For a moment, even with Dan Yang's body and the extreme speed of sword light, it was difficult to get close. The situation froze for a while. In the Heavenly Palace, a group of masters looked at the fierce battle in the water mirror and nodded in praise. Such means are the talents of our sect. These two have already reached a very high level in the level of magic weapon refining. Those who have just entered the golden elixir realm are probably no better than this. No wonder your sect Dan Yangzi is known as the best in both elixir and sword. Whether it is the art of splitting sword light or the art of combining body with sword, it is not inferior to the true teaching of the sword sect's foundation building. Tisk, if Dan Yangzi is in the sword sect and learns the art of sword pill, his future achievements will not be inferior to the sword sect's Lin Kingxun. This is wrong. Although the sword is strong, the elixir can lead directly to the supreme avenue. Watch again. See how these two break the deadlock and establish a winning advantage. A sword light was bombarded by the flying sleeves. It was like mud entering the sea. Although it was brave enough to move forward, it was always difficult to close the distance as Tawan kept changing her position. Suddenly, the sword light burst in all directions, breaking through the dense attack of the flying sleeves. Dan Yangzi showed up, exhaled and spoke, the tip of the sword raised. Condensation. The next moment, a halo of purple and red light spread out. Endless light, like the purple sun rising in the east, swaying the world. Scorching sun technique. Tawan's face changed drastically, and it was too late to retract her flying sleeves. She could only hastily use the best defensive magic weapon. The scorching heat surged. No matter how she changed her position, she was helpless in the large-scale attack like duckweed. In the Heavenly Palace, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. Was it the killer move of the flying sword magic weapon? No. This was clearly a second-level fire spell, the scorching sun technique. But I didn't see Dan Yangzi pinching his fingers to draw the key. Thinking back for a moment, I vaguely remembered the posture of Dan Yangzi melting his body into the sword light and attacking everywhere. So that's it. At this moment, Luo Chen was shocked and ecstatic. It turns out that magic can be cast in this way. How could I forget that there is also the move of controlling the weapon with the weapon? Obviously, there is a person who can do this around him. After returning, it is necessary to study it carefully, maybe it can make my fighting power soar. As for now, let's focus on the result of this battle. The scorching sun technique is activated, and the purple sun emerges. Light and heat instantly illuminate the world. Boom. After a violent explosion, a figure like Catkin staggered and flew out of the attack range. Dan Yangzi recovered his breath slightly, looking at the woman who was spitting blood in the air, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He knew very well. Although his move was strong, Liuan Fixiu could attack and defend, and most of its power was blocked by it. Tawan was only slightly injured and still had the strength to fight again. It is the truth to pursue the victory. Demeanor is not important in front of the position of Dao Seed. He threw the purple evil sword in his hand with one hand, and it flew into the sky. The two hands intertwined with great agility. 10 fingers continuously struck out spiritual spells. A huge amount of spiritual power was madly released from his sea of ki and entered the sword. As the endless spiritual power entered the sword, the flying sword made a series of buzzing sounds. A purple light was lured out from the depths of the sword body, and its terrifying aura was horrifying. Seeing this, the giant and elder of Long Xiao Peak, who was in charge of controlling the battle situation, frowned. It's a bit too much? One hand had already pinched the spiritual spell, ready to activate the power of the formation at any time to save one of them. At this moment, Tao Wan, who was flying hundreds of feet away, suddenly stopped. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Dan Yangzi, who was pinching the spell to perform a killing move. The distance is far, so I can stop you? The next moment, the broken flying sleeves of Liu Yan appeared again and flew towards Dan Yangzi. She stepped lightly on the white ribbon on her toes. From top to bottom, like a fleeting shadow, in just 2 breaths, she crossed a distance of hundreds of feet. With such a terrifying speed, wherever it passed, there were afterimages. If you count them carefully, there were 9 afterimages. In the Dan Valley, thousands of people were in an uproar. The knowledgeable people blurted out, 9 changes of the gale. This is the secret technique of the Jinghengju, the 9 changes of the gale. Big Brother is in danger. At this moment, the magic weapon's killing move has not yet condensed into shape. If it is interrupted in the middle, its terrifying backlash is definitely not something that a foundation-building cultivator in the battle can bear. The end will only be as miserable as He Yuan King. Is Big Brother going to lose? Everything is long. But for the person involved, it is only 2 breaths. In a flash, 9 afterimages emerged with Tao Wan's figure and merged into one in an instant. A powerful force suddenly burst out from her slender white palm. At this moment, she was already within 10 feet in front of Dan Yangzi. The distance was so close that under the howling wind, she could even see the pores on Dan Yangzi's face very clearly. So much so that the slightly raised corner of his mouth was full of sarcasm and mockery. Junior sister, you've been fooled after all. Dan Yangzi grinned, and the sword that originally had a purple halo suddenly slashed down. It turned out that he had already condensed his killer move. In other words, his move did not need to be completely condensed and formed, even if it was only half, but at this distance, it was enough to severely injure Tao Wan. The next moment, the blue and red colors collided. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly erupted. In that boundless power, the pale Dan Yangzi actually stepped forward. A severe injury was still not enough to establish the final situation. He was now at the end of his strength. The last breath must be held. With his fingers together like a sword, a ray of purple sky fire spewed out and burned towards Tao Wan, who was struggling to resist the purple evil sword. At this moment, he saw Tao Wan's calm and cold eyes very clearly. Could it be that she has another trump card? But the arrow has been shot, and there is no turning back. Under the purple sky fire, the foundation-building cultivators have absolutely no power to resist. A clear female voice floated. Big Brother, I'm sorry. In a trance, a world of ice and snow unfolded, and a chill that penetrated a bone marrow surged from the front. Wherever it passed, the purple sky fire was instantly frozen. The freezing momentum spread wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped Dan Yangzi. On the sword fighting stage, an ice sculpture suddenly emerged. Damn it! It's the ice soul cold marrow of the ice castle. Dan Yangzi roared in his heart, no longer suppressing himself, and a surging purple flame burst out, instantly breaking through the cold marrow ice. However, just after breaking through the seal, a slender finger, accompanied by an endless gust of wind, blew away the purple flame and stopped at his brow. Dan Yangzi opened his mouth wide. Thank you. Tao Wan retracted his finger and staggered back 3 steps. At this moment, her face was pale, her robes were tattered, and there were spots of blood on her snow-white skin, which was shocking. But although her breath was weak, her momentum reached its peak. The elder of Long Xiao Peak descended from the sky, first looked at Dan Yangzi with a complicated expression, and then looked at Tao Wan with great appreciation. In this battle, the true disciple Tao Wan won. From now on, you will be promoted to the Dao seat of Kingdom Valley. Chapter 346, 3 methods of forming elixir can prove the great way. Outside Kingdom Valley, on Xianan Mountain, Luo Chen sat in the pavilion of Mo Garden, holding a book in his hand and reading it with great interest. Opposite him, Shi Lan rested her hand on her chin, her eyes full of curiosity. Finally, She couldn't help it. Brother Luo, I didn't expect your alchemy skills to be so powerful. How did you acquire this alchemy skill? Luo Chen smiled and said nothing. It was as if he had opened up a chatterbox. Shilan said incessantly, you don't know, in the second round of the competition, the true disciples of Aleo Mountain and Behu Palace looked down on you at the beginning. But after the third round, all of them were dumbfounded. There were also a few people who bet on spirit stones privately, and they all bet on Danyangzi. As a result, Danyangzi ranked fourth in the second round, and they lost everything. Luo Chen raised his head and asked casually, what about you, did you lose or win? I won, and earned more than 20,000 spirit stones. Shilan smiled complacently, with her chin raised high. For her, a young disciple who had just established her foundation, it was indeed a huge sum of money. Luo Chen was surprised and a little touched in his heart. I didn't expect that you would support me so much. Oh. Looking at the embarrassed Shilan, Luo Chen seemed to realize something. You didn't bet on me to win. Yes. Then how did you win so many spirit stones? Shilan said as a matter of course, because I opened the bet. They all lost, so I won, didn't I? Luo Chen couldn't hold it anymore. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he looked at Shilan with a bit of hostility. I think it's necessary to talk to your master and reduce the amount of Jade pills you take every month. How do you know that I took Jade pills after I established my foundation? Shilan was stunned, and then blurted out, could it be that the Jade pills of our Juking lineage were also refined and provided by you? Luo Chen looked at the girl helplessly. He must know. The other party took Jade pills, and I'm afraid that the medicinal power has not been refined recently. For him, an alchemist who personally refined Jade pills, the familiar pale aura is as clear as a candle in the dark night. Most people are not like him, who practiced a cleansing technique to the point of bringing forth the new from the old. Naturally, he couldn't eliminate the aura on his body at any time. Seeing that Luo Chen did not deny it, Shilan stood up excitedly. The Jade pill was actually made by you, senior brother Luo. My mother-in-law didn't tell me and kept it a secret. Senior brother, can you give me a few extra bottles? Master only gives me a little bit every month, which is not enough. She was chattering and very eloquent. But this girl is really good at making money and profiting. When she was selling caves in spiritual lands, she was very eloquent. Thinking that the other party had arranged a top-grade cave for herself in advance, Luo Tian might have to trouble her in the future. Luo Chen smiled and handed over a bottle of Jade pill. I don't have many. This bottle of medium-grade Jade pill is my gift to you for building your foundation. Medium grade. Shilan's eyes lit up and she took it hurriedly. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is the best. Okay, I'm not a disciple of Bingbao, calling you senior brother all the time. Shilan said in confusion, but wasn't it said before that you were from the Juking lineage of Bingbao? Moreover, the one who has achieved success comes first, and it is only natural to respect your senior brother. Luo Chen was stunned. Has it been spread? Fairy Juking, without making any noise, is quite fast. Now she has announced to the public that he is one of their own. When thinking of Fairy Juking, the other party appeared. Luo Chen looked into the distance, and four figures gradually came into view at the gate of Mo Garden. The leaders were Fairy Juking and Master Bai Su. After them, there were Tao Wan, whose face was still pale, and Tao Yishan. Luo Chen had a keen sense of consciousness and discovered it early. But Shilan didn't react so quickly. She was still trying to please Luo Chen. Brother, can I spend spirit stones to buy Jade pill from you in private in the future? This pill is really good. I cough when I take other pills. That's too much? Cough cough. Hey, brother, why are you coughing? Shilan was puzzled when her body suddenly stiffened. She turned around and saluted respectfully. Meet master, meet Uncle Bai. After saluting, she ran to the back and chatted with Tao Yishan. Fairy Juking glanced at her, then looked at Luo Chen. Now that we're done here, I'm leaving Kingdom Valley and returning to Xianlan. Do you want to come with us? Luo Chen put away the book in his hand. Thank you for your kindness, master. I plan to wait until Tao Wan's Dao Seed ceremony is over before setting off to Xianlan. As he spoke, he looked at Tao Wan behind Master Bai Su. The other party was smiling at him. Fairy Juking nodded. Okay, when you come back, you can come to Jiai Cave to find me. Why look for her? Of course there are benefits. In front of so many people, She said that Luo Chen was her own, and asked Luo Chen to give up all kinds of generous conditions given by the outside world. If she doesn't come up with something good, she will be scolded as a stingy woman. Repressing her expectations, Luo Chen bowed respectfully. Fairy Juking didn't stay for too long, and walked straight out of the garden, followed closely by Xilan. Fairy Baisu looked at Luo Chen with interest, and then went out to see her friend off. At this moment, Tao Wan and Luo Chen were the only ones left in the garden. Well, Tao Yishan also went outside tactfully. I haven't had time to say congratulations to you. From now on, I have to respectfully call you Tao Daozi. Facing Luo Chen's joking words, Tao Wan shook his head. Fellow Taoist, please stop teasing me. This battle is all thanks to your efforts. Luo Chen smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you are too self-deprecating. With the skills you showed in the last battle, even if you were ranked a little lower, you would definitely be able to make it to the finals. It's just that you can make it to the finals. Tao Wan sighed. Big brother was restricted so much, I still had to use all my skills, and even relied on the ice soul cold marrow borrowed from Uncle Juking to win by chance. If I had fought my way up from the lower ranks, Big brother would have been well rested and I would never have been his opponent. You really made a great contribution in this battle. Luo Chen smiled, but he was not too modest. Dan Yangzi's last battle did show a lot of things. Whether it was melting the sword with the body, controlling the weapon with a weapon, or the trump card Purple Extreme Sky Fire, if an ordinary foundation building master mastered one of them, he could be considered a master of the same level. The opponent had all three. He was consumed so much before. If Tao Wan didn't have the ranking advantage, it would be really difficult to win. To say that she has made great contributions, that's not the case. But the advantage established by 3 consecutive championships is also indelible. This result is far beyond Tao Wan's initial expectations. When she first hired Wang Hezi, she just wanted to get a top 5 result in the second round to ensure that her ranking would not drop too much. Now Luo Chen not only got her a result that exceeded her expectations, but also showed an alchemy skill that would make even the Golden Pill Master excited. In this way, the things she gave before were not good enough. If you want to bind the relationship between Luo Chen and the Tao family, in the next period of time, I have to recuperate and prepare for the Dao Seed ceremony. I'm afraid I won't have time to accompany you. Tao Wan said slowly. Luo Chen frowned slightly. It's not a question of whether to accompany or not. He is a little eager to go home at this moment. The cultivation environment of Xianan Mountain is really not as good as the top-grade cave house of Xianlin Peak. How long will it take? Tao Wan knew what he was concerned about, and said, not long, at most half a month. After becoming a Kingdom Dao Seed, I can take over the corresponding resources. Dao Ao, the top-grade Shenglong pills you need, can only be delivered at that time. Half a month? Luo Chen nodded. He could afford to wait for this time. During this period, Yishan will stay in Xianan Mountain. If Dao Ao has any needs, you can always find him. Well, I understand. You go and do your work. Tao Wan smiled slightly, apologized to Luo Chen, and left calmly. After she left, Tao Yishan walked in from outside the yard. After entering, he admired and praised Luo Chen again, just like Xilan did before. From time to time, he also mentioned the changes in other people's expressions when he was competing. It was vivid and still in front of him. Luo Chen was not impatient. It was a happy thing to be praised and boasted about by others. At last, Tao Yishan handed over a storage bag. What are these? Luo Chen was surprised. Tao Yishan replied, these are the purchase information you left at the Kingdom Valley Market. Those sellers have sent the items here. I have already paid the corresponding spiritual stones. You can check and see if the resources are correct. Luo Chen glanced at it lightly and showed satisfaction. Except for a few resources, basically everything he wanted to buy before was in it. Some things are negotiated in person, right? How many spiritual stones are there in total? I will give it to you. Unexpectedly, Tao Yishan waved his hand. Why are you being polite? You helped my sister so much, and this is just a few spiritual stones. Luo Chen's face was solemn. This won't do. One thing is one thing, I helped your sister, and you also paid the corresponding compensation before. If it is yours, no one can take it away. But if it is not yours, unless Luo Chen takes the initiative to ask for it, he will not accept favors for nothing. Otherwise, He will have to pay it back sooner or later. Seeing Luo Chen's determination, Tao Yixing had no choice but to report a number. It's just tens of thousands of spirit stones. Luo Chen returned it to him immediately. Tao Yixing was a little discouraged. He wanted to sell it with this little favor. When he left Mo Garden, Tao Yixing slapped his forehead. Why am I so stupid? You can just say that it's a small token of gratitude for your guidance to me some time ago. In this case, Brother Luo will definitely not refuse. When he returned to his mansion in frustration, Tao Wan, who had not returned to Qingyuan Peak, stopped him. Did you give all the things? I gave them, and he took them. But he also returned the spirit stones to me. Tao Wan frowned slightly. But thinking of Luo Chen's style of doing things, she gradually relaxed. Yes, he will definitely not take these little things seriously. Sister, what should I do? Tao Yixing asked. Tao Wan smiled. It's okay, Luo Chen has a good relationship with us, just maintain it for now. Besides, there are some things you can't refuse. Tao Yixing blinked, as if he realized something. Sister is smart. Tao Wan won the Dao Seed competition and became the new Daozi of Kingdom Valley. Such a big event naturally cannot be anticlimactic. The subsequent ceremony must be carried out. However, no matter how lively Kingdom Valley is, no matter how the Tao family welcomes and sends off guests, Luo Chen stays alone in Mo Garden and studies the book he read before. Nanshan Daoji was the corresponding conditions given by Tao Wan when she asked him to take action. Although it is not a secret technique of forming a pill, it is also the experience of forming a pill written by the ancestor of the Tao family, Nanshan Shengren, after forming a pill. As the 7th generation head of Kingdom Valley, the giant Shengren who lived 200 years ago, his experience of forming a pill is not outdated even now. Although the content is not difficult to understand, the words are also concise. Luo Chen read very slowly, and when he came to the key points, he pondered carefully. Often, a few words would bring him great gains. Now it was only the first time, and he read it roughly. In the dead of night, Luo Chen sat on the futon in the quiet room, with a thoughtful look on his face. The monk's golden elixir is the condensation of the monk's spirit, which can be called the great medicine of the human body. With the gains from a lifetime of practice, such a great medicine is boiled out. Therefore, it is called elixir. For alchemists, this metaphor is more vivid. However, just like there are various schools and various techniques of alchemy, there are many different methods for monks to condense the golden elixir. In this experience of forming the elixir by Nanshan Shengren, the concept of 3 methods is clearly put forward. The lower method forms the elixir, Can and Li are reversed, water and fire complement each other, gold and wood float and sink, and the great way can be expected. The middle method forms the elixir, the sun and the moon in the furnace, the creation is self-evident, something is created out of nothing, and the dragon and the tiger gather. The upper method is to form the elixir, the essence of heaven and earth, the soul of the yin and yang, the stars of this Haoshan, and the universe. The 3 methods are divided into upper and lower, which means there is a difference in superiority and inferiority. But as the Nanshan Shengren said, the 3 methods are just different in difficulty and will not affect the practice after the Jinden period too much. In layman's terms, the lower method requires the simplest conditions, but it is the most difficult to condense the golden elixir. The upper method is the most difficult to operate, but it has the highest success rate when condensing the golden elixir. No matter which method is used to form the elixir, as long as the golden elixir is achieved, there is no difference in quality of the golden elixir, and you can look forward to the Yuanying Avenue. Of course. That's what he said, but whether there is a difference, Luo Chen doesn't know. This Nanshan Daoji is clearly not a complete book, and the part containing the secret technique of forming the elixir has been artificially deleted. As far as he can see now, he vaguely understands one of the 3 methods. The secret technique of the dragon and phoenix tribulation is to form a pill. You only need 2 third-level pills to cooperate, and then use this secret technique, and you can try to break through the golden core stage. But the secret technique of the dragon and phoenix tribulation only increases the success rate of forming a pill by 10%. This is indeed in line with the description of the method of forming a pill summarized by Master Nanshan. The conditions are simple, but forming a pill is difficult. As for the other 2 methods, Luo Chen cannot understand them yet. But according to the description of Nanshan Daoji, I am afraid that they are closely related to spiritual energy and soul. At the beginning, Chu Kui also accidentally said once that the foundation of the soul is especially important when forming a pill. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm only at the 5th level of foundation building, and I'm still a long way from the foundation building required for forming a pill. Take your time. Luo Chen carefully put the copy of Nanshan Daoji into the deepest part of the storage bag. He planned to take it out and read it whenever he had time. Maybe, as his Taoism improves in the future, some of the things he didn't understand will be integrated naturally. After returning, I will ask Fairy Juking for some books related to Jinden. She will definitely not give me the secrets, but these are just common sense for Jinden cultivators, so she should not be stingy. Others can polish jade, so I will collect a few more books so that I can carry out my future actions more purposefully. These thoughts flowed through his mind. Afterwards, Luo Chen gathered his mind and gradually became calm. Because of the dispute over the Dao seed, he had delayed his cultivation for a long time, and it was time to pick it up. In the quiet secret room, only the figure of the red-robed Taoist was lonely and silent. After a long time, a long exhalation sound appeared, and the rich spiritual energy of the heaven and earth nearby seemed to be taken away by someone, and kept pouring into Luo Chen's powerful body. His realm, which had been stagnant for a month, gradually began to rise. Chapter 347, Weak 3rd Level Spiritual Land, 8 times the cultivation speed. Fellow Taoist, take care. Master Denchenzi, if you have time, you can come to my Qinkang Mountain. Although there is no fairy tea, a glass of light wine is enough. Of course, I also want to see how the outer gate of the big sect works. Outside the Mo Garden, the 2 Taoists bowed and said goodbye. Luo Chen smiled as he looked at the foundation building true cultivator who was leaving. The other party had a powerful cultivation base of the late foundation building period. This person was Helian Chang, the elder of the lower courtyard of Qinkang Mountain. The lower courtyard of Qinkang Mountain is the outer gate of Kingdom Valley. The other party came here for no reason. Back to Mo Garden, Luo Chen sat in the pavilion and took out the things Helian Chang brought. A flying sword of the magic weapon level. Its name is Kyushu. Although it is of low quality, after Luo Chen injected spiritual power, the blue luster showed that the Kyushu sword was quite extraordinary. On it, there was also a 3rd level spell, Violent Waves. As long as a large amount of spiritual power is injected, combined with a corresponding spiritual formula, one can launch one attack after another. This is the real magic weapon. Unlike Luo Chen's Zuanhe sword, there is no accompanying spell. It's also Huohu's fault for being stingy. He wanted to support the whole family auction, but he was reluctant to take out the good things. But Wang Heichao really paid for Huohu at that time. Luo Chen casually waved the Kyushu sword a few times, showing a satisfied look. This is the acquisition information he left on the jade disc of Gaoyang Tower in the market. It was exchanged for Wei Tuo's 9-ring tin staff. Barter. Among them, there is a price difference, and the 9-ring tin staff is not so valuable. But this price difference was directly smoothed out by Helian Chang. The reason? Simply put, make friends. The noble status of a powerful alchemist has gradually demonstrated his influence. The active recruitment of the Golden Pill Master and the flattery and friendship of the same level cultivators, the taste of which only Luo Chen himself knows. Wei Niang has always been in need of a magic sword. This Jiu Shui sword looks elegant and refined, and its power is quite impressive. It is very suitable for her. Just treat it as a gift for a long journey. Luo Chen smiled slightly and put the flying sword into the storage bag. Just when he wanted to go back to the room to read, Tao Yishan hurried in with a happy face. Yishan, what's the good news? You are so happy. From a distance, Tao Yishan shouted, Brother Luo, my sect will hold a Dao seed ceremony for my sister tomorrow. I came here to inform you. When the time comes, you must go to watch the ceremony. Luo Chen was stunned. So fast? Fast? Of course it is fast. Because it was not long after the last Dao seed ceremony. The monks of Kingdom Valley are still familiar with the corresponding procedures. The necessary things are also easy to match. In addition, with Master Bai Su, Master Tao Wan, pushing and fueling the flames behind the scenes, the ceremony will naturally move forward quickly. Once the ceremony is completed, as long as Tao Wan does not make any big mistakes, she can practice to the Golden Core stage safely. In the future, she can even take charge of the sect. In Qingyuan Peak, Luo Chen looked up at the woman who was kneeling respectfully in front of the tablet of the ancestor, and his heart was filled with emotion. The former Tao's henchman, the current Tao Daozi, the future Tao sect master. Step by step, this woman has stepped into the upper echelons of the Yuding domain. In the future, she will be a big figure like King Gaunzi and the Lord of Bigu Palace. I don't know when I will reach that level. While he was daydreaming, all kinds of rules and procedures passed by like water. Thousands of foundation building cultivators were silent, looking at the woman with envy, admiration, disgust and many other emotions. When the final ancestor worship was completed, there was a faint sound coming from above. The soul enters the lamp, the seed of the Tao is chosen. From today on, Taowan will be the contemporary Taoist of Kingdom Valley. Inherit the great Dao, carry on the past and forge ahead. The future of Kingdom Valley depends on you. Under the attention of the crowd, Taowan slowly stood up in front of the tablet of the ancestor. Wearing a black crown and a purple fur cape, 3,000 strands of black hair were gathered at the back. She was wearing a green brocade skirt with gilded lace and many complicated patterns embroidered on it, which was elegant but simple and generous. She stepped on white boots with woven clouds, which seemed to be full of white clouds. King Gaunzi slowly stepped back and she walked to the front, overlooking the people outside the hall. There were Dan Yangzi, Du Changfeng, Shang Wenyan and others who were competing with her. There were also Fu Li, Qi Lingyan, Tan Zio and other brothers who stood on her side from the beginning. There were also many younger disciples who were familiar or unfamiliar. Everyone's expression changes were all taken into his eyes. This is her future team. How to completely master this team depends on her methods. But at least, she now has a reputation for justice. Further away, a group of cultivators from the Tao family were also watching the ceremony with great joy. Among the crowd, Luo Chen stood out. They're all here. Taowan raised her lips slightly, with a smile on her ruddy face. She slowly raised her hand. The originally silent mountain was instantly filled with a roar like a tsunami. Junior brother greets Daozi. Junior sister greets Daozi. In the crowd, Luo Chen bowed from a distance and shouted softly. Luo Chen greets Daozi Tao. Deep in the white clouds, there was a blue stone path. Two figures walked slowly, and wherever they passed, the mountain breeze blew gently, and the clouds and mist automatically retreated. Luo Chen had a look of doubt on his face. It had been 3 days since Taowan inherited the position of Kingdom Daozhong. During these 3 days, the other party avoided talking about a matter of the top-grade Shenglong pill and just asked him to wait. This wait lasted for 3 days. It was not until today that Taowan invited him to Qingyuan Mountain. Daoao, what do you think of this mountain? The mountain is majestic, the scenery is beautiful, and the spiritual energy is full. It is definitely a holy place for immortals. Luo Chen replied. He did not mean to flatter, but just told the truth. Qingyuan Peak is indeed a rare place for cultivation. It contains a third-level spiritual vein. After years of management by Kingdom Valley, the cultivation environment is better than Xianlan Peak, which also has a third-level spiritual vein. Taowan smiled and said, Qingyuan Peak can be a place for cultivation, but it cannot be called a holy place. In the vast eastern wilderness cultivation world, only the Mingyuan sect, which has produced a Dan Saint, can be called a holy place. The rest of the sects are just so-so. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Then, after Taowan's explanation, Luo Chen knew why the other party said that. There are realms for cultivators, levels for monsters, and even elixirs and magic tools have grades. Naturally, there are also corresponding standards in the sects that pay attention to rituals. For example, this is the so-called sect name. Ordinary casual cultivator forces, if there is no foundation building true cultivator sitting in, are not in the mainstream. If there are 1 or 2 foundation building true cultivators in it, it can be a third-rate force, such as the Pashan Gang and the Daijiang Gang. If there are a large number of foundation building true cultivators, it can be second-rate, such as the Dangshilu Ocean Club. Of course, even if there are late-stage foundation building great cultivators sitting in, it is only a second-rate leader. If you want to make the big sect look up to you, you must give birth to a Jindan cultivator, or hire a Jindan worshipper from outside. At this time, it is barely first-rate. Above these 3 levels is the so-called big sect. Any Jindan big sect must have at least 3 Jindan masters. And once a Yuanying cultivator appears, the big sect can be promoted to an upper sect. Above the upper sect is the Holy Land mentioned by Tao Wan. The Holy Land is worshipped by all immortals and worshipped by all regions. It can be a god of one side. It is law-abiding and follows all rules. Such great power naturally has its confidence. There is no other reason. There must be a great god in the Holy Land of cultivation. Perhaps, some people think that the classification of levels in the cultivation sect is too secular. It does not match the style of the cultivators who are full of immortality and eat clouds and drink dew. But in fact, under this secular classification, it represents corresponding rights and obligations. Only the big sect can open mountains and build gates, pass on the Taoist tradition, and do not need to be controlled by others. Only the upper sect can control a domain alone, collect the essence of a domain, and support the real person of Yuanying. Only the Holy Land can lay the foundation for the destiny of the human race, launch a war of development at any time, open up territories for the cultivators of the human race, and strive for more cultivation resources. Under these three, even if you enter the mainstream, you are just controlled by others and rely on others. When Luo Chen held the foundation building ceremony for Sima Wei Niang on Dangsha Peak, Tan Tai Yu casually said that some of the rituals were beyond the rules. Luo Chen didn't care at that time. Now it seems that there are indeed some places that have exceeded the rules. Those rituals cannot be used indiscriminately. Otherwise, it would be usurpation. If there is really a big sect to investigate, they can make a fuss and embarrass Luo Xianhu. Although Kingdom Valley is strong, it is just a drop in the ocean of the East Wilderness. Even in this small Yuding domain, there are 2 mountains above the head. Although I was lucky enough to become a Taoist, it is really nothing in the vast world of cultivating immortals. Tao Wan sighed with a sigh in his eyes. Luo Chen wanted to say, Dao is too self-deprecating. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. 3 days ago, he was still fantasizing about when he could reach Tao Wan's level. Now it seems that his vision is really narrow. Above the golden elixir, there is the primordial infant. After the great sects came to the top, there were even more holy places suppressing the eastern wilderness. I have gone off topic. Tao Wan suddenly smiled and stopped. She stepped forward and waved her sleeves. We are here. Welcome Taoist Luo Chen to visit my cave. Luo Chen looked forward in surprise. The clouds rolled back, and a magnificent palace appeared. At Tao Wan's invitation, Luo Chen stepped into the palace. The moment he entered the palace, Luo Chen's face changed. This concentration of spiritual energy. Not bad. Tao Wan smiled slightly, as if showing off, or introducing it to a guest, and said, as a giant in Daoseed, a Daozi of Kingdom Valley, the residence arranged by the sect is naturally the best environment for cultivation. Although limited by my realm, I cannot directly enjoy the 3rd level spiritual land. But under the arrangement of the giant and seniors of my sect, the spiritual energy here always maintains a concentration of weak 3rd level, which is barely enough for us to practice. If a foundation building cultivator practices here for a long time, the speed will be 7 or 8 times faster than that of an ordinary upper-grade cave. 7 or 8 times. Luo Chen was shocked. Even with his key cultivation skills, his eyes also revealed a look of desire at this moment. Tao Wan always observed the changes in his expression. At this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Fellow Taoist was invited to Kingdom Valley to help me. He has not left his house for the past 6 months and has not been able to appreciate the beauty of my sect. If this gets out, others will say that I, the Taoist of Kingdom, do not know how to entertain guests. Why not stay here for a while? It will be considered as one wins hospitality. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, this is not a good idea, right? Why not? Tao Wan pointed to the empty hall and the 2 side halls and said, without your full help, this place would not belong to me. The ability of the eldest brother is not mine. Speaking of Daniyangzi, Tao Wan became interested. Speaking of which, after I became a Daozi, I learned some news. Big brother has made a lot of mistakes in the past few decades. Luo Chen was curious. Oh? He made a lot of mistakes for no reason. Tao Wan pursed her rosy lips and nodded, that's true. There are some things I can't say, but an important reason why Master Wu Fang finally made up his mind to abolish his position as a Daozong was that he leaked the core secret of our sect to his younger brother. In fact, because his younger brother was killed, the core secret was also leaked. Although it is only a part and not very important, this is definitely not what a Daozi should do. Luo Chen's curiosity was completely aroused. What kind of secret method would become the way to overwhelm Gan Yangzi? It's hard to say specifically, but it is a preconditioning method related to the secret art of forming a pill that only Daozi can use. After I deal with the affairs in the sect, I will also go out to check and try to find the method back. Tao Wan said. A preconditioning method for the secret art of forming a pill that only Daozi can use? Luo Chen shook his head. It's probably not easy to get it back. Others can learn and use the skills when they see them, so how can we get it back? Tao Wan waved her hand. It's not difficult. If it falls into the hands of a large sect, we can exchange it with corresponding conditions or negotiate with the other party for compensation. It's just a prerequisite skill anyway. If it falls into the hands of a casual cultivator, it will be easier to deal with. Just kill him. She said it calmly. But in her calmness, she showed her indifference to the lives of casual cultivators. Only Luo Chen is not considered a casual cultivator now. Although he has not joined any sect, he is at least a vassal of the Ice Castle and a guest of the Juking Fairy. Otherwise, Luo Chen would probably shudder. Maybe this is the normal behavior of the sect's senior disciples. Luo Chen thought so. With this interruption, the previous invitation from the permanent resident to be a guest was not so abrupt. Have you thought about it, fellow Taoist? Luo Chen smiled happily. Since you have invited me so kindly, how can I refuse? Besides, I really envy this kind of cultivation environment. In that case, let's just follow the host's wishes. Tao Wan also smiled knowingly. She knew that Luo Chen would not accept small favors. But when it comes to cultivation, the other party always has something that he can't refuse. For example, this week 3rd level cultivation place. Moreover, I have completed the task of the elders of the sect and temporarily kept Luo Chen. In the Daozi Hall. Luo Chen lives alone in a side hall. He paced in it, full of joy. This kind of cultivation environment filled with a lot of spiritual energy is really what he, who was born as a casual cultivator, has always dreamed of. Just between breathing casually, he felt the sea of qi surging, and couldn't help wanting to sit on the ground and concentrate on cultivation. After receiving such a great favor from Tao Wan, I'm afraid I will completely establish the name of the Tao family's worshipper in the future. Luo Chen murmured. But he didn't feel much pressure. Today's Tao family is about to rise. After Tao Wan forms the golden elixir, it is not impossible to reproduce the grand occasion of Nanshan Shengren when he was alive 200 years ago. Under such premise, he, a mere foundation-building worshipper, does not need to make much effort. Tao Wan showed his goodwill in this way. In addition to winning him over, there should be some other reasons. For example, repaying him for going all out in the second round regardless of the resentment of the Kingdom disciples. Another example is that he and the Juking Fairy have a good relationship. The other party is befriending him, which is considered to be a return of favor. The ice soul cold marrow that Tao Wan used at the last moment on the sword fighting stage was not a treasure that was common on the street. It was a 3rd level treasure that only the Ice Castle Golden Pill Master could have. If it was not given by the Juking Fairy, even the foundation building true inheritance of the big sect would be hard to find half of it. Now this benefit, I will accept it. But I can't slack off, I must eat it all. Take a deep breath. Luo Chen did not delay any longer and immediately entered the training room, specially arranged in the side hall. Light of fierce incense. Luo Chen sat cross-legged immediately. He practiced the Grandmaster level Eternal Youth Sutra with great skill. The free spiritual energy of the heaven and earth from the outside world surged into his body like a tide. Finally, in the practice of the technique again and again, it was refined into spiritual power and entered the vast sea of qi. Chapter 348, Rapid Advancement, Infant Formulation Pill Recipe. Time flies. Since Luo Chen was a guest at the Daozi Hall of Qinghai Peak, more than half a year has passed in a trance. Even if cultivators do not know the difference between cold and heat, the alternation of spring and summer is visible to the naked eye. In such a long time, the promised tour of the magnificent scenery of the 50 peaks of Qingdan has hardly been carried out. Tao Wan is very busy. Since becoming a Daozi, cultivation is no longer the most important thing for her. She must gather disciples, expand her network, and increase her prestige. In addition, she must follow the head of the sect, Qinghai Unzi, from time to learn how to manage the affairs of the sect. Qingdan Valley has given such great help and a huge amount of resources to help her achieve the golden elixir, but it is not for nothing. After she achieves the golden elixir, she will have to take over the position of the head of Qinghai Unzi. Then, She will work hard for Kingdom Valley for 100 years and wait for the next AOZ to be born. Only then will she become an elder and choose one of the other 4 peaks to practice in seclusion. Maybe outsiders think it is troublesome, but for foundation building cultivators, this is a rare opportunity. Even if the Dao Seed contest is repeated, Tawan will go all out. She is so busy, and Luo Chen hardly leaves the house. He practices in the side hall of Daozi every day. It is not just as simple as breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He also asked Tawan to find an open place to practice magic from time to time. Anyway, the concentration of spiritual energy is so high that he can quickly replenish his spiritual power by casting spells crazily. Naturally, he does not need to calculate the spiritual power consumption like usual, which delays the improvement of spell proficiency. Both of them are so busy that they often don't see each other for several days. But the reason why it is said that almost never leaves the house means that Luo Chen still goes out occasionally. The place he goes to is not secret. It is the dream place of many young alchemists in Kingdom Valley. Danayang Peak, Taden Court. After all, he is the existence of the 3rd consecutive champion in the 2nd round of the Dao Seed contest. Tawan kept him, and Taden would naturally not miss this opportunity. From time to time, senior 2nd-level alchemists would invite him to visit and discuss the way of alchemy. Luo Chen even met another 3rd-level alchemist in Kingdom Valley besides Master Chiding, Master Zongmiao. She was an old lady with white hair and a youthful face, and was full of energy. She was very accomplished in alchemy. Luo Chen occasionally saw her make an elixir and was really amazed. But such discussions became less and less frequent later. In Danayang Peak, Master Chiding and Master Zongmiao stood respectfully behind a handsome young man with a dragon-like figure and a complexion as bright as the spring morning. The 3 of them looked at the figure that was gradually going away in the distance. After a long time, the young man slowly said, "Is it not possible?" Master Zongmiao said immediately, "I have checked. Luo Chen's alchemy foundation is indeed very solid. He can do all kinds of alchemy techniques at will, almost as good as me. He seems to have learned the star-picking hand that I deliberately showed him. But the problem is this but." Master Chiding sighed, "But Luo Chen's alchemy talent is a bit, but it is only average. We were all deceived by his performance in the alchemy competition." Master Zongmiao shook his head and said, "It can't be said to be deceived. The questions in the alchemy competition are not too difficult. Although the 2 pill recipes are brand new, the difficulty of refining is very simple. Luo Chen has an extremely terrifying alchemy foundation, so he can naturally suppress the 7 sons of Kingdom. In the end, we suppressed Danayangzi too much?" After hearing this, the young man frowned slightly. "So, Luo Chen can't be trained as a preparatory 3rd-level alchemist?" Chiding smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. He doesn't have enough talent. Even if he has a sufficient foundation, he can only show off his abilities among alchemists of the same level. He is indeed not qualified to refine the infant-forming pill of a higher level. Senior brother, I'm afraid we still have to ask Miss Mu from Lauren's sect for help." The young man he called senior brother was Qing Danzi, the only one who inherited the Taoist name of the founder of Kingdom Valley. He looked young, but he was actually nearly 500 years old. Among the several great late giant and cultivators in the huge Yuding domain, he was also an older existence. Qing Danzi shook his head. "Han Zan has offered the recipe for the infant-forming pill in exchange for our Kingdom Valley forming an alliance with his Lauren sect to jointly fight against the Yuding sword sect. This is already the limit. If we ask Mu Yuxin for this, we will have to pay even more." Chiding sighed. "Then what should we do? If we want to refine a 4th-grade infant-forming pill, even with the help of the Qingshan glazed cauldron, we must at least gather 6 3rd-grade alchemists. Now there are only 3 3rd-grade alchemists in my Kingdom Valley. Junior brother Qingyan is quite talented. After handing over the responsibilities of the sect leader to Tawan, he may be able to quickly improve his alchemy skills and reach the 3rd grade. But there are only 4 of us." Qing Danzi looked normal and said lightly, "I will go to Longshao Peak in person tomorrow and get Anayangzi back. His talent is far greater than Luo Chen. Once he advances to the Golden Core stage, he can help us." "Will it work?" Chiding said nervously. "It has to be done even if it's impossible." Qing Danzi snorted coldly, "He is my Qingyan disciple, how can he disobey the order of the master? Besides, I can give him the same Dao Seed resources, he will be willing." "Give the same Dao Seed resources? Would that weaken the advantage of Dao Zi Tawan now?" Chiding opened his mouth, but did not speak. He knew very well that his senior brother was old, although he was better than his junior brother Fu, who was about to reach the end of his life. But it was also limited. Even with the elixir and secret technique of prolonging life, he could only last for another 100 years at most. Within 100 years, if he could not refine the infant-forming pill, his senior brother would surely die of old age. The most urgent task is to gather 6 third-level alchemists within 100 years, and use the power of the Qingshan Liu Liding, a top-grade alchemy magic weapon. Refine the infant-forming pill at cross levels. Even more, we have to find a 4th-level spiritual land. Time is running out. Otherwise, Zhuan Yunzi, the younger generation, also has a talent for alchemy, and may be able to help after more than 100 years. No, it may not work even after more than 100 years. Zhuan Yunzi's cultivation aptitude is too poor. He is currently stuck at the 3rd level of foundation building and cannot make any progress. In this life, there is no hope for dam formation. Brother, but in this case, there are only 5 people at most. Don't we still have to go find Mu Yunayan? Asked Master Zongmiao. Qing Danzi was silent. There are very few 3rd-level alchemists in the huge Yuding domain. He does know a few outside the domain. But all of them are the chief alchemists of major sects. It is not difficult to ask them to help, but the key is that the formula of the infant formation pill cannot be leaked. Otherwise, it is easy to suffer a catastrophic disaster. I don't know where the old monster Hanzon got the formula of the infant formation pill, and in which 4th-level spiritual land did he advance to the nascent soul? After a long while, he said faintly, let's prepare to cultivate Dan Yangzi first. If it doesn't work, we can only ask Mu Yunayan. But in that case, I'm afraid that Kingdom Valley will have to pay a huge price again. Hanzon is not a kind-hearted person. He never gets up early without profit. Although Mu Yunayan is also a giant and cultivator, she is Hanzon's apprentice and has always followed the lead of that old monster. Asking Mu Yunayan for help is no different from asking Hanzon for help. Moreover, for such things, you can't ask whenever you need it. You must reach a cooperation in advance. It also takes a lot of time to be familiar with and understand the 4th-level pill formula. If only Taoist Shanghu was still alive. Inexplicably, King Danzi thought of his former friend who was a casual cultivator. Being able to condense a golden elixir as a casual cultivator is already a heaven-defying thing, but he insisted on joining the Ice Castle and finally died tragically at the hands of his Taoist partner. Instead, he made the other party a heartless name. Above Dan Valley, a figure rode on a cloud. Although he didn't wear the sect uniform of Kingdom Valley, if a disciple met him, he would also respectfully call him senior brother Danshinzi. This is how the world of immortal cultivation works. They don't take ethics that seriously, but rather advocate that those who achieve first are the best. Although Luo Chen's realm is not high, his alchemy skills have indeed impressed many Kingdom Valley disciples. Perhaps at the beginning, some people would resent him for stealing the limelight from Dan Yangzi and others in the alchemy competition. But as time went on, and he went to Taitan Academy from time to time, these low-level disciples began to accept him. Luo Chen didn't care much about other people's opinions. He earned his status by himself. What he cared about was what he got. Taitan Academy is really a good place. I've been there a few times and gained a lot. 1 alchemy skill, the star-picking hand, and even 3 incomplete ancient alchemy recipes. Thinking of these gains, Luo Chen couldn't help but show his joy. He could feel that Taitan Academy's attitude towards him was constantly declining. Those senior 2nd-level alchemists were no longer as enthusiastic as they were at the beginning. I think it was related to his poor performance when he was deducing the incomplete alchemy recipe. Luo Chen didn't care. It would be strange if he performed well. Family members know their own business. He does have a certain talent for alchemy, but it is definitely not that good. Otherwise, it would not have taken so long to derive the incomplete recipes of Zongmiao Pill and Yulu Pill. These are just the 1st and 2nd-level recipes. It took Luo Chen several years to complete them. The Taitan Academy gave Luo Chen an incomplete 3rd-level recipe to study. And it is not from this era. It is said to be an ancient recipe from thousands of years ago. It is difficult to refine, and some of the main materials clearly recorded in it have even become extinct. Without giving Luo Chen decades, it is impossible to derive a complete recipe. Luo Chen was not dissatisfied with his performance at the time. However, he saw the contempt that others gradually showed. Whatever. After all, I can't stay in Kingdom Valley for too long. I despise them, so let them be. It won't be long before I break through to the 6th level of foundation building. I'd better not come here anymore in the future. I always feel like someone is watching me at any time. I feel cold at the back of my head. Luo Chen subconsciously touched the back of his head, and the speed of driving the cloud increased a bit. After reaching Qingyuan Peak, Luo Chen returned to the Daozi Hall without stopping. As he thought, Tao Wan was not there. It was probably that she went out with the headmaster again. It's not that easy to be a Daozi. Luo Chen muttered sourly, and then returned to the side hall with joy. He first took a look at the attribute panel. Realm, 5th level of foundation building 55 out of 100, Blood River Realm 50 out of 100. The Soren cultivation progress bar reflects his cultivation work in the past 6 months. It has been a year since he came to Kingdom Valley. In the first half of the year, because he was busy with the Dao Seeds battle and there was only a 2nd level middle grade spiritual land, his progress and improvement was pitiful. Just a few points. But as Luo Chen practiced in the Daozi side hall, his cultivation speed soared at a terrifying speed. The 7 or 8 times that Tao Wan said was less. She ignored the physical constitution of people and could not generalize. Luo Chen is not an ordinary mid-stage foundation building cultivator. He has a strong physique and has achieved great success in Tongmei, which can accommodate a wider range of spiritual energy into his body. With the assistance of the core foundation building exercises of the Medicine King sect, his efficiency in capturing external spiritual energy is much higher than that of ordinary major sects. The only shortcoming is probably the strength of his soul. But Luo Chen's soul foundation is not weak at all. When he was at the 3rd level of foundation building, his soul foundation was comparable to that of a late-stage foundation building cultivator. In the following years, his realm broke through the 4th and 5th levels one after another, and the strength of his soul was constantly improving. In addition, Luo Chen later forcibly refined the top-grade Zongmiao Pill and took it from time to time. Now his soul foundation is no weaker than that of an 8th-level foundation building existence. In this way, Luo Chen has almost no shortcomings. Perhaps he still dares not practice in a real 3rd-level spiritual land. But what Kingdom Valley prepared for Tao Wan is a weak 3rd-level spiritual land. In other words, it is a spiritual land environment that has been specially weakened, just enough for Luo Chen to practice in it. Under this situation where both the inside and the outside are in perfect harmony, Luo Chen's practice speed has increased significantly for the first time in history. It is almost 10 times the speed of his previous amplification of various conditions. With such convenience, Luo Chen naturally ignores everything and devotes himself to daily practice. It's a big sect after all. If ordinary foundation building disciples can enjoy this kind of treatment, then the number of people who have cultivated to the late stage of foundation building will increase many times. That's not right. Ordinary disciples in the early and middle stages of foundation building don't have such a strong foundation as me to support such high-intensity cultivation. Moreover, to build an environment that is just right for disciples in the late stage of foundation building, I'm afraid it's very demanding. In such a huge Kingdom Valley, only Daozi can enjoy this kind of convenience. I guess I got it for free. Luo Chen smiled knowingly, estimated the time of breakthrough, closed his eyes, and entered the state of cultivation. Kingdom Valley is definitely not a place to stay for a long time. Taitan Academy is no longer enthusiastic about him. After Tao Wan is familiar with kingdom affairs, she will definitely come back to practice frequently. The two of them live under the same roof, and they see each other every day. They are not Taoist couples with a name. It's not decent for him to stay here all the time. At the Juking Ferry's side, the Jade pill he left behind will probably be out of stock. Besides, in Xianlan Immortal City, there is the Luo Chen society that he has worked so hard to build, and there are Taoist friends waiting for him. Going back is inevitable. Half a year. At most half a year. By then, whether he breaks through the 6th level of foundation building or not, Luo Chen will leave. Chapter 349 Returning home on a snowy night. In the Daozi Hall, Tao Wan, who had been busy all day, returned from the sect. She rubbed her eyebrows and felt a little tired. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. A few days ago, she represented Kingdom Valley to attend the Jinden ceremony of a vassal sect. The originally weak sect was not taken seriously by Kingdom Valley. Perhaps it was the favor of the ancestors, and this generation of an old and perfect foundation-building cultivator, who made a desperate gamble, was lucky enough to achieve the Jinden stage. In this way, what was originally just a small sect has become a first-class force. Such a vassal, naturally, cannot be easily perfunctory. According to common sense, Kingdom Valley would generally send a Jinden elder of the same level to congratulate. Considering the need to lay connections for the current AOZ Tawan, King Gaunzi sent her. Tawan went there happily. The other party naturally received her with great ceremony. Tawan was not despised at all for only having the 9th level of foundation building realm, and was even quite happy. After all, as long as Tawan doesn't make any mistakes, she will definitely be the head of Kingdom Valley in the future. As long as she can curry favor with him, she can enjoy the shade under a big tree. The other party has just become a Taoist and doesn't have many fans. If he is favored by the law at this time. Therefore, he is particularly attentive. However, for Tawan, this trip back and forth is not only tiring, but also meeting a bunch of new faces she has never seen before, which is still quite tiring for her. It's a good thing too. Now that Tao Yishan is in charge of the Tao family, she has begun to take over the affairs of the sect. In the next 100 years, the prosperity of the Tao family is just around the corner. After resting for a while, Tawan thought about it and called a deacon. Meet Daozi. Looking at this mid-stage foundation building deacon who serves Daozi, Tawan slowly spoke. How has that person been doing during this period? It goes without saying who that person is. The deacon said respectfully, I used to go to Tatanan frequently in the first half of the year, but now I hardly go there. Every day I am either practicing or practicing magic. Even when I am resting, I am mostly studying classics. Tawan showed surprise on her face. Austere monk. As far as she knew, Luo Chen seemed to have nothing in common with austere monks. The collection of intelligence on Luo Chen began when they decided to ask him for help. Later, after the master of the sect secretly asked her to keep Luo Chen in Kingdom Valley temporarily, a group of people went to collect detailed intelligence about him after he came to Xianlin. From the intelligence, whether he was clinging to the ice castle or forming alliances to set up the Luoxianu flag in Xianlin, it can be seen that Luo Chen is a person who can't stand loneliness. But I didn't expect it. Since he came to Kingdom Valley, whether before or after the Dao Seed dispute, he has been quiet and almost never went out. This style is very similar to many Jinden elders in the sect who are devoted to meditation and don't care about worldly affairs. And, although the weak 3rd level spiritual land is good, it is a special cultivation environment for powerful cultivators like Tawan who have reached the 9th level of foundation building. For ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, it is okay to occasionally practice in it for 1 or 2 days. But if it is like Luo Chen, who insists on not moving for months, that is a shocking matter. Even Tawan often practices for a few days and rests for 1 or 2 days. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy is too high, and the spiritual energy is transported too frequently by the exercises, which is a great burden on the meridians and soul. Is it because you encounter such an excellent place for cultivation and you can't bear to waste it, so you have to grit your teeth and practice every minute and every second? Tawan murmured. The deacon also sighed. I rarely see such a hard-working person. If he has excellent qualifications, he must have a place in the Jading Golden Pill. It's a pity. Tawan knew what a pity it was. Luo Chen's qualifications were also in the intelligence. The 5 spiritual roots are not considered useless. In fact, in the 5 elements divine sect, they are praised as top-level qualifications comparable to the heavenly spiritual roots. They are even higher than Tawan's wind spiritual roots. But for ordinary cultivators, they are definitely the weakest, or even equivalent to no qualifications. Without a massive supply of resources, it will be difficult for this generation to build a foundation in their lifetime. Luo Chen was lucky enough to build a foundation, which shocked Tawan at the beginning. But after building a foundation, the path of cultivation will only become more difficult. Qualifications, resources. Tawan thought. She figured it out vaguely. Luo Chen, who is unwilling to be lonely, was fighting for resources. And the effort to seek resources was also for cultivation. Therefore, now that he has encountered the best spiritual land resources among various cultivation resources, he will naturally practice hard regardless of everything. Therefore, from beginning to end, Luo Chen is still the same Luo Chen. There is no contradiction. After thinking about this, Tawan sighed. Have all the resources that the sect gave me been distributed? The deacon nodded. Most of them have arrived. According to your instructions, Qilingayan, Tanzio, Tao Yishan, Jia Shaoquan, Dingkuo, these people have been allocated quotas, and they will be distributed to them regularly every year. What about the batch of high-grade Shenglong pills that I asked you to keep aside? The deacon subconsciously glanced at the side hall where Luo Chen was, and whispered, Daozi, did you prepare it for him? This, I'm afraid, is a bit. Tao Wan hummed lightly, but the tone made the deacon's body tremble subconsciously. In a short period of time, Tao Wan has come into contact with many giant and level powerhouses, and his aura and majesty have become more and more powerful. Living in a place changes the key, and nourishing a body changes the body, nothing more than this. The deacon hurriedly lowered his head, all are ready. In the future, set aside a portion every year. Don't worry, it's not given away for free. Dan Shenzi will pay the equivalent of spirit stones, and I will go to the head of the sect to explain it myself. At this point, Tao Wan paused. She remembered that Luo Chen had bought a lot of meridian protecting pills in the market that were needed by key refining cultivators when they were building their foundation. The grade of those meridian protecting pills was too low. For Luo Chen practicing in a weak third-level spiritual land, they would probably be of little use. Take out a bottle of second-level superior meridian protecting pills and send them to the side hall tomorrow. The deacon's heart trembled. Second-level superior meridian protecting pills. That is an auxiliary pill that only Daozi can enjoy. One pill can protect the meridians for 10 days from being injured. This thing is more precious than the so-called meridian moistening and replenishing liquid. In the entire Kingdom Valley, only Master Xingyan would occasionally refine a furnace. He wanted to persuade him, but under Tao Wan's calm expression, he couldn't speak. Daozi's orders, he must obey unconditionally. Second-level superior meridian protecting pills. In the side hall, Luo Chen, who had just finished practicing, looked at the things sent by Deacon Chen in surprise and even shock. Deacon Chen looked at the small bottle with envy, and said, this is what my Taoist specially ordered me to send. Take it before practicing, it can protect the meridians from the impact of spiritual energy and serious injuries. Dao, I have been practicing a little hard recently, but you must be careful. It will be bad if you go crazy. Daozi sympathizes with you, so he sent this thing. It seems that he is afraid that Luo Chen will not understand Tao Wan's heart. He also specially introduced how precious this meridian protection pill is. In fact, Tao Wan has never told him these words. But he has already made up his mind to follow Tao Wan, so he naturally wants to win people's hearts for him. After listening, Luo Chen was very moved. Deacon Chen, please thank Tao Daozi for me. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Some time ago, with the help of Master Xingyan from Taitanitan, I refined a furnace of anti-aging pills. Although it is of little use to cultivators of my generation, it can also show my gratitude. Please pass on 1 or 2 for me. Deacon Chen took the anti-aging pills in surprise. This thing is really useless, but female cultivators must like it. This Dan Chenzi is really good at being a human being. After he left, Luo Chen played with the meridian protecting pills, showing a thoughtful look. Did Tao Wan conclude that he needed this kind of pill through his purchase of low-level meridian protecting pills from Kingdom Valley? But those low-level meridian protecting pills were the foundation-building resources he prepared for some key refining cultivators of Luo Chen. For him personally, they are of no use. The great success of Tongmei and the connection of all meridians are no joke. At least in this weak third-level spiritual land, he only felt a slight burden. After a few hours of rest, he could recover as before. However, this pill is indeed precious. Second-level upper grade, for Daozi only. She is really thoughtful. Now the Titan Academy has not invited me for 2 months and has become more and more indifferent. She has not changed from before, and is even more enthusiastic. This girl is worth making friends with. Luo Chen can clearly distinguish between friends, enemies, partners, and casual acquaintances. He and Tao Yishan can be considered friends. Even if they are not close to each other, they can talk selflessly. But he and Tao Wan have only been in a relationship of interest from the beginning. Now the cooperation has obviously ended. Instead, the other party gave him a weak third-level spiritual land and a pulse protection pill in succession, which made Luo Chen sigh. The arrogant look of Tao Wan when he first saw her in his mind has gradually blurred. What became more profound was the way she said with a smile a few months ago in the depths of the white clouds of Qingayan Peak, Let one show some hospitality to you. On the road of cultivation, there are endless wind and frost, and swords and knives. But there are also people like Wang Yuan and Tao Wan accompanying you. Only with such a great road can you not be lonely. Luo Chen smiled lightly and put the pulse-protecting pill into his pocket. Half a year later, a beam of light came out of the blue clouds, passed through Yuanhe Mountain, and landed on Xianan Mountain. After a short stay, it no longer lingered and headed towards the direction of Xianlan Fairy City. On Xianan Mountain, frost and snow covered everything, but there were still many rare chrysanthemums blooming brilliantly. Tao Yishan looked at the gradually disappearing light, and a look of loss appeared on his face. It would be great if you could stay for another half a year, and then you could drink a glass of my wedding wine. You can't stay. A woman's faint voice came from behind. Tao Yishan turned around. Sister. Letting her long skirt fall on the ground and soaked with snow, Tao Wan walked forward and passed him by a body length. He is not a disciple of my Kingdom Valley. He has already attracted criticism for staying in Gaozi Hall for a year. If he stays any longer, it will be a disaster for both me and him. Besides, Xianlan is his friends, his Taoist partner, and the foundation he has built from scratch. Tao Yishan nodded. How could he not know these principles? After Luo Chen's guidance in Mo Garden, he has gradually sorted out the interpersonal relationships of the Tao family in practice. He is still clear about these simple things. But, Taoist partner. Tao Yishan was shocked. Why haven't I heard that Luo Chen has a Taoist partner? Who is it? I haven't seen him hold a Taoist partner ceremony. The president of Luo Xianhu, Sima Wenyuang. Although there is no Taoist partner in name, there is already a Taoist partner in reality. Tao Wan said lightly. It's her. Tao Yishan suddenly realized. No wonder Luo Chen held a foundation building ceremony for a female cultivator who had just entered the foundation building stage with great fanfare. It turns out that there is this relationship involved. What a pity. Tao Yishan said with regret. What a pity. It's a pity that Brother Luo has achieved great accomplishments in the way of alchemy. If he could form a Taoist couple with you, sister, you would be in charge of the outside and he would be in charge of the inside. Sooner or later, this huge Kingdom Valley would be my Tao family. He stopped talking halfway. Facing the woman who exuded a dangerous aura, Tao Yishan smiled dryly and retreated. That? Miss Fu will come to appreciate the chrysanthemums tomorrow. She will be my future Taoist couple anyway. I have to make arrangements. As he spoke, he disappeared into the snow. Tao Wan opened her squinting eyes, blinked her long eyelashes, and looked at the vast white snowy sky. Clean and clear. Finally, she smiled. In the snowy sky, a small medium-grade flying boat was flying slowly. The open defense shield blocked the heavy snow. Inside, a man in a red cloud Taoist robe sat cross-legged, his eyes blazing at the void ahead. The attribute panel flashed and then disappeared. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He was at the 5th level of foundation building when he came, and the 6th level when he left. Just this point, the trip to Kingdom Valley was worth it. If you add other gains, it would be a great return. 1 first-level pill recipe, 2 second-level pill recipes, and 3 incomplete third-level ancient pill recipes. A new alchemy technique. There are also several spells that have been broken through or perfected during this year of practice. The most important thing is that he reached a deal with Tao Wan about a top-grade Shenglong pill. Now he has 40 bottles of top-grade Shenglong pill in his storage bag, which cost him 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's a bit expensive, one bottle costs 2,005. But it's worth it. It's understandable to sell something that is priceless in the market at a high price. Other major sects want this, but they can't buy it with spirit stones, so they can exchange resources accordingly and share what they have. This batch of pills is enough for Luo Chen to use for a year. And every year, Tao Wan will send someone to deliver the corresponding amount of pills to him. In this way, as long as there is no drug resistance, Luo Chen can rely on the top-grade Shenglong pill to speed up his practice. Although I don't have the weak 3rd-level spiritual land, I have the top-grade pills as a supplement. Even if the speed of practice will plummet, it is completely within the acceptable range. After a simple inventory of the harvest, Luo Chen put away the attribute panel without a detailed inventory as before. After all, he is on the road. Even if Luo Chen can do many things at the same time and pay attention to the situation outside, he doesn't want to suffer any sudden attacks. Now, he only wants to return to Xianlan. I don't know if Wei Niang is used to living in my cave. I don't know how Xiaoling's cultivation progresses, how the Luo Chen Club is developing now, and what conditions will the Juking Fairy treat me. Thinking of the many things after returning, Luo Chen was not troubled, but smiled. This time he left for a year and a half. There were no setbacks, but a lot of gains, and the name of Dan Chenzi spread throughout the Yuding area. He was going back now, which could be regarded as a glorious return home. Thinking of the scene of meeting friends, talking about the trip to Kingdom, and drinking happily after returning, Luo Chen could not help but inject a little more spiritual power and speed up the flying boat. He was eager to go home, not afraid of the wind and snow. Late at night. Outside the snow-covered Dangsha Peak. Luo Chen put away the flying boat and landed steadily outside the mountain gate. At midnight, Luo Chen does not accept outsiders, and those who come are stopped. The cultivator guarding the mountain came forward and was about to ask about his identity, but after seeing Luo Chen's face, he immediately stepped forward and bowed excitedly. "Hello, President. Well, you have worked hard." Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. When he was about to go up the mountain, he asked casually, "Tonight, which true cultivator is guarding Dangsha?" Luo Chen will have this tradition. Every day, a true cultivator who has built a foundation will be left to guard the Dangsha Peak to prevent scoundrels. The mountain guard monk immediately replied, "It is Hall Master Murin." "Oh, Luo Chen blinked. "Hall Master Murin." "Yes, it is her." The mountain guard monk nodded, as if realizing that Luo Chen had just returned from a long journey and was unclear about the things in the guild. So he explained, "Hall Master Murin successfully built a foundation in the second month after you left. Now that the realm is stable, he has taken on the task of guarding Dangsha for the past 2 months. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This is good news. He was also thinking about giving part of the foundation building resources he brought back to his sister-in-law to increase her chances of building a foundation. Unexpectedly, it has already succeeded. I think it was because of the Emperor Liu Jiang he had left for Wei Niang before. Only a 20% chance of success. Perhaps, it was also due to the accumulated experience after failing once. He didn't talk to the mountain guard disciples anymore. Luo Chen immediately went up the mountain. The news of his return was also spread by the disciples guarding the mountain, and gradually spread to the entire Luo Chen Association. The president is back. The Dan Chenzi, who defeated the 7 Kingdom disciples and was famous in the Yuding domain, is back. Sister-in-law, congratulations. Oh no, I have to call you fellow Taoist Murin. In the meritorious hall, Luo Chen performed the Taoist ceremony and said to the woman in front with a smile. Murin Kinglian laughed, "Forget it, you should still call me sister-in-law. It always feels weird to call me fellow Taoist from your mouth." Luo Chen smiled from the bottom of his heart. Then he clapped his hands and said regretfully, "It's a pity. This time I went to Kingdom Valley and bought some specialty gifts. The ones prepared for sister-in-law are related to foundation building, but now they are not used. I can't come up with a gift for a while." "Really, don't fool me," Murin Kinglian said with a chuckle. In the past, she would naturally not say this. But after the foundation building, the huge gap brought by the realm was smoothed out. The two of them seemed to have returned to the days of Siheon and Ziai Valley. Of course, they both knew that this was just a private communication mode. In order to prove his innocence, Luo Chen took out a lot of things. Pulse protection pill, top-grade rejuvenation liquid. Not too expensive, but if combined with foundation building pill, soul calming incense and other things, the chance of foundation building can be increased by at least 10%. The foundation of a large sect is not comparable to that of casual cultivators like us. There are still many good things of this kind. I also thought that Luo Yan would have 3 people fail in foundation building in succession, and his luck might not be good, so I bought them back to boost everyone's confidence. While Luo Chen was speaking, Murin Kinglian looked at the pile of things with emotion in her eyes. If she had such a complete set of auxiliary resources when she first built her foundation, she would not have failed. The foundation of a large sect is really enviable. No wonder every giant sect has hundreds or thousands of foundation building cultivators, which is a terrifying number. Unfortunately, she doesn't need it now. But she did accept one. Just consider it as a gift you sent. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Leave it for Brotherkin." Murin Kinglian shook his head. He has given up the idea of building a foundation. Although he did not suffer any injuries during the last failure, he knew that he could only stop at the great perfection of key refining in this life. I planned to find time to send these things to Xiaohu. Xiaohu, Qin Yuanjiang. Their son, calculated in age, is only 1 or 2 years older than Chu Lingjun. He is now 32 years old. With his excellent spiritual root aptitude, plus being in the Luo Chen sect, he has already reached the 9th level of key refining and is about to build a foundation. A few years ago, because of the war, the couple almost stopped communicating with each other by letter. It was only in the past few years when the situation slowed down that they reconnected. Hearing this, Luo Chen could only sigh that the couple really put all their thoughts on their son. Obviously, he hadn't seen Xiaohu come back once in these years. Even if there were various reasons. By the way, there are more than 3 people who failed to build the foundation in Luo Xianhu in the past few years. Suddenly, Murin Kinglian said. Luo Chen smiled and said, I forgot to count the time when you failed to build the foundation before. But now that the hard work has paid off, failure is just a stepping stone to success. It's not me. Murin Kinglian shook her head slowly. She uttered a name that caught Luo Chen off guard. It's Kie. The smile on Luo Chen's mouth gradually disappeared. Looking at Luo Chen with a solemn expression, she sighed. You should go see her. Ahem. Sister Xia, what's going on outside? In the gentle and elegant boudoir, a stove burned non-choking firewood, and the temperature it emitted drove away the cold air in the room. Gu Kie half leaned on the bed, looking sleepily at Feng Xia who hurried in from outside. There was an unconcealable joy on the other person's face. But after seeing Gu Kie, she deliberately lowered her head and put on a calm face. Nothing, just a guest came to visit late at night, and Sister Kinglian is entertaining him. Oh. Gu Kie thought, what kind of guest would make such a big noise outside? Don't think about it, have a good rest, who told you to sit up? Feng Xia came over and stuffed Gu Kie reluctantly back into the quilt. She tucked the corners of the quilt for her, as if this way, the cold air would not penetrate in. Gu Kie opened her eyes wide and stared at Feng Xia who was taking care of her gently. Sister Xia, I'm actually almost well now. You don't have to take care of me every night. As for Duan Feng, why mention him? He's a grown man and it's not like he can't survive. Besides, where are you well? Senior son said that you need to rest for at least a few years before you can recover as before. Can you really recover as before? Gu Kie murmured. Feng Xia said distressedly, don't think too much. Being alive is more important than anything else. Old Qin failed in building his foundation, but he lived happily. I heard that he even accepted a disciple in Xiaoguang Palace recently. Brother Qin is different. He is happier that Sister Kinglian succeeded in building her foundation than he did himself. But I am a lonely person. After I recover from my injuries, I am afraid I can't keep my cultivation. Who said you are alone? Don't you still have friends like us? And he also. Just now, he came back. The warm boudoir became silent for a while. After a long while, Feng Xia smiled bitterly and said, you are still so thoughtful. You got me talking in just a few words. Gu Kie smiled slightly, and there was a sense of relief on her pale face. It's good to be back. Seeing her smile, Feng Xia was furious. If you weren't so smart, how could you fail in building your foundation? Gu Kie smiled and said, Sister Xia, what you said is funny. What has failure in building your foundation to do with intelligence? Feng Xia bit her white teeth and said, Senior son said that you were almost successful, but because of your complicated thoughts, you went astray. A slight negligence ruined all your efforts, and finally. Gu Kie listened to these words quietly. In her mind, she seemed to recall the last situation when she was in seclusion to impact the foundation. It seemed that she really thought too much. It was obviously the most critical moment, but her mind was distracted and her thoughts were running wild. When she woke up, she looked like this. In a trance, Feng Xia's clear and crisp voice was still chattering in her ears. Luo Chen is good to me, Duan Feng, and everyone else. But he should have kept you hanging so long that you failed. He didn't keep me hanging. It's just that I haven't been qualified. What's the difference between qualified and unqualified? If you like someone, you like him. If you don't love him, you don't love him. He and the president are together in private, but there's no deep love between them. In the words of mortals, he is. Sister Xia, be careful with your words. Feng Xia said a little excitedly, why be careful with your words? I said the same thing to him. If we had confirmed our relationship earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation, just like me and Du and Feng. You are all my best friends. If you keep pulling and tugging, you will only hurt each other. Gu Kai sighed. How can a cultivator be generalized with mortals? Seeing that Feng Xia wanted to talk, she coughed twice to stop the other person from talking. Forget it, you should take a rest first. I'll go prepare the herbs for tomorrow's cooking. Fortunately, we in Luo Chen will not lack herbs, and they are all the best. I don't think it will take 3 or 4 years to heal your injury. Looking at the nagging woman walking out, Gu Kai couldn't help but smile. Sister Xia didn't nag like this before. It seems that after getting married, she has become more and more nagging, and she has lost her quiet temperament. Perhaps it has something to do with Luo Chen curing her throat. So many words, as if she wanted to make up for the words she didn't say in the first half of her life. Thinking of Luo Chen, her smile faded, revealing a tangled look. He should be very busy when he comes back. Not to mention the big and small things of Luo Chen, Dan Chenzi's name alone has spread throughout Xianlan Fairy City. After he comes back, he will probably have a lot of social activities. So, will he come to see me? Probably, he will come. He always does a great job in the scene. Besides, I am his friend after all. But if I come then, how can I face others with such a haggard face? In front of him, I should always be radiant, bright and generous, not a useless person lying on the couch all day. Maybe, I should let Sister Xia put on some light makeup for me tomorrow. Well, makeup that can't be seen. Just as she was thinking about it, the voice outside the yard made her heart tighten suddenly. President. The wind and snow stopped at some point. Only a bright moon was hanging high in the sky, illuminating the earth as bright as day. Feng Xia, who had just stepped out of the yard, saw the fiery red figure standing in the yard at first sight. He was wearing a red robe, and his face seemed to still have the fatigue from the long journey. But those eyes were bright and a little scary. When did he come? Did he hear all those words just now? Feng Xia swallowed her saliva. President, Sister Xia, long time no see, how are you? Luo Chen smiled instantly. Feng Xia forced a smile. It's okay, everything is okay. Did you just come here? Yes. Luo Chen nodded, pointed inside and said, is Kie in there? Yes. Have you slept? Yes, not yet. Well, then you go ahead, I'll go in and say hello to her. After saying that, he lifted the door curtain and walked in gently. Looking at the gentle jade-like back, Feng Xia subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had said before that she dared to speak loudly in front of Luo Chen. But when she really saw him in person, the invisible pressure still made it difficult for her to speak. They were all foundation-building true cultivators, so why didn't her husband Zhu and Feng feel so much pressure? Realm? Status? Reputation? Feng Xia was puzzled. Back. Yes, back. Luo Chen said calmly. Seeing the woman struggling to get up, he shook his head. Lie down, there's no need to be so formal with me. Sorry, I haven't been feeling well lately. Gu Kai said calmly. Luo Chen looked around. This room was located in a remote part of Dangsha Peak, and the spiritual energy was almost thin. The stove in the room was burning brightly, warm as summer. This environment, which should have been extremely comfortable, was a huge disharmony for the cultivators. No cultivator who had reached the great perfection of key refining would live in an environment with such thin spiritual energy. No cultivator would light a stove because of fear of the cold. Was the injury too serious? He looked intently, and Gu Kai avoided his sight imperceptibly. Her pale face was mostly covered by her dry black hair. He sighed inexplicably. Luo Chen sat on the couch. Stretch out your hand. Let me see. You can also heal diseases. Gu Kai smiled. Luo Chen said calmly, I know a little bit. I cured Sister Xia's throat. I also cured my sister-in-law when she failed to build her foundation. Gu Kai suddenly realized and stretched out her hand half-believingly. He grasped the thin wrist, which was as thin as a stick. Luo Chen frowned. Gu Kai, who had been staring at him, subconsciously wanted to retract it, but couldn't pull it. Lie down well. Luo Chen took a deep breath and pinched the woman's wrist with a common method of doctors. A trace of extremely soft spiritual energy slowly entered Gu Kai's body along the meridians in his hand. However, after extending only half of it, the spiritual energy was blocked. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and his spiritual consciousness was released, and at the same time entered Gu Kai's body. It was different from his own open and closed, unobstructed internal vision during cultivation. Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness and spiritual power moved extremely slowly. Under his patient observation, the situation inside Gu Kai was clear at a glance. Bad, chaotic, congested. Meridians after meridians were in tatters, like flowers and trees that had been broken after a rainstorm. Broken, damaged, withered, swollen, there was hardly any good one. The only good ones were the few meridians near the stomach. It seemed that they had been repaired by the elixir-run Mabuke liquid. But it only stopped there. If it went deeper, the medicinal power of the elixir would not last. As a result, many meridians were piled up in a chaotic and crisscross pattern. Not only that, in her body, the huge and overbearing spiritual power was like a river bursting its banks, washing into nearby ponds, fields, and cities. Without drainage, it could not come out. It was stored in her body, constantly eroding the woman's fragile body. And the culprit for all this? Undoubtedly, it was the almost dilapidated Danshan. How could this be? Even after the failure of the foundation building, Sima Xian, who was the most seriously injured, was not so seriously injured. Moreover, tracing back to the source, Kai had clearly survived the disaster of the root of the tongue at that time, and the female Yuan was still there, and even the barrier of the Danshan was broken. Why did she fail? Failed in the step of the spiritual energy washing the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. No, Kai has also taken Zongmiao pills, and her soul foundation is not weak. She should be able to restrain the torrent. This step should not be that difficult. Countless questions emerged frantically after Luo Chen explored Gu Kai's injuries. Luo Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. A soft voice like the trembling of a little animal came from his ears. Dr. Luo, how am I? Luo Chen said calmly, it shouldn't be a big problem, I'll take a look. After he finished speaking, he focused his attention and guided his spiritual consciousness into Gu Kai's body again. Not only that, this time he also performed the great perfection healing technique, combined with the pure and incomparable wood spirit power, brushing through the blocked meridians like spring breeze and rain. Stimulated, Gu Kai groaned. But soon, a comfortable feeling came from her body. Warm, as if someone was massaging her sore meridians. For a long time. This time Luo Chen's observation lasted for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he found a pair of eyes staring at him intently. He raised his eyes and said lightly, it's a bit tricky, but it's not a big problem. It can be cured. It will be restored to its original state in a year at most. He said it slowly, as if he had great confidence. But in Gu Kai's ears, it was such familiar words. After hearing this, Gu Kai's face did not show a happy smile, but a little lost. She has heard such words many times in the past year. Everyone said so, and he said so too. They are all comforting themselves. Have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Luo Chen gently stuffed his dry arm back into the quilt. Then, he was about to get up. However, as soon as he turned sideways, his hand was grabbed. He turned his head and looked at Gu Kai, who had been very calm since he came in, and was the same as before. At this moment, 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Gu Kai didn't say anything, but just looked at him like that. Tears kept flowing. In the calm, the surging emotions were venting wantonly. The emotions that had been suppressed for too long, at this moment, only turned into the strength to hold Luo Chen's hand tightly. This force was not strong, and Luo Chen could easily break free. But Luo Chen seemed to feel as if he was holding his heart. In the end, he still didn't break free. Chapter 350, Good intentions lead to bad consequences at the right time. Building the foundation is simpler than I thought, but also more difficult than I thought. I have no omissions in the 3 stages of building the foundation that you mentioned before. My soul is strong, my spiritual energy is pure, my body is strong, and my preparations are flawless. She was afraid that I would be greedy for quick results and make advances rashly, so she made me stay for another 3 months after I completed my key refining. She personally checked that my spirit and vitality were sufficient before she gave me the foundation building pill. I also got through the 3 disasters of my spiritual root safely. No matter whether it is the root of the tongue, the Danshan, or the primordial yin, there are no omissions. After I broke through the barrier of the Danshan, The avenue of foundation building was already waving at me. At this moment, I only need to complete the connection of the main meridians and gather the spiritual power to successfully build the foundation. But at that time, my heart was out of control and my mind was galloping. I was determined to catch up with you and made a concerted effort. But when I was about to succeed, I was worried. If I really built the foundation, would you still want me? Obviously, she is better than me. Perhaps it was because she was healed by Luo Chen's pure wood spiritual power. Or maybe it was because she was in a state of ups and downs after seeing Luo Chen. At this moment, Gu Kai was like a last breath, and she kept talking. When I woke up, most of my dantian was destroyed. The huge spiritual power that had nowhere to be gathered had already ravaged my meridians. Foundation building has failed since then. The woman looked at Luo Chen in a daze. I know that the Taoist partner you want is not a beautiful woman, but a good man who can walk with you on the road of cultivation. If I can't build a foundation, I will only turn into a pile of yellow soil in a few decades, causing you more sorrow. Originally, I didn't want to act like a child. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if I don't say it, I will die in a few years. By then, there will be no chance. I won't die. Luo Chen interrupted her. Decisive. I'm not comforting you, nor am I lying to you. At most 1 year, I will be able to cure your injury. Gu Kai pulled the corner of her mouth, a little dazed. She murmured. Really? Luo Chen didn't say anything, but nodded heavily. The woman's mouth slightly raised, and there was a hint of hope in her eyes. You should rest for a while. Are you leaving? They are coming. Gu Kai was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed, and she let go of Luo Chen's hand. Luo Chen tucked the corner of the quilt for her. He stood up and opened a corner of the window, letting a touch of fresh air into the room. Then, he left the room calmly. Behind him, Gu Kai watched his back as he left, and gradually closed her eyes. In the snow, there were shadows of people. After the bright red figure walked out, there were greetings one after another. President. 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 Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone calmly. Everyone go back, and convene the Luotian Council in 3 days. Wei Niang, stay. The crowd looked at each other, but under Luo Chen's growing majesty, no one raised any objections. After the ceremony, they left. At this moment, besides the messy footprints on the snow, there was only a man and a woman with equally messy minds. Sima Wei Niang didn't say anything, but just stretched her long neck to look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't say anything either, just looked at her. After not seeing each other for a year and a half, the other party was more graceful than before, but her beautiful face had become much thinner. After a while, Sima Wei Niang lowered her swan-like neck and whispered, "You're back." "Yes, I'm back." "You've worked hard during this period." As soon as the word hard came out, for some reason, Sima Wei Niang's nose was sour. She lowered her head and shook her head slightly. "It's not hard to do things for you." Luo Chen sighed, walked forward, and pinched the woman's soft and boneless little hand. "Tell me, what's the situation?" The situation, of course, was not the situation of Luo Xianhu. It refers to the situation of the owner of the small courtyard behind him, Gu Kai. When the man held her hand, the surging male breath came from her nose, and the big stone in Sima Wei Niang's heart finally fell. She turned her head and looked at the small courtyard. "Since the day you left Yangsha, Palace Master Gu had reached the great perfection of key refining stage, and applied to me for a foundation building pill based on her years of accumulated merit. At that time, I did have a foundation building pill in my hand. It was one of the 3 gifts sent by Tentaiyu during my foundation building ceremony. According to common sense, I should have agreed to her request. But I have discussed with you before that Luo Xianhu is in a period of rapid development and needs a large number of manpower. Palace Master Gu is in charge of the Golden Palace, and is the most important link in the conversion of output into income. Luo Xianhu cannot do without her. In addition, Palace Master Murin's foundation building order is ahead of her, so I waited for Palace Master Murin to successfully build a foundation for 3 months before giving her the foundation building pill. Luo Chen listened carefully to the other party's words. It was consistent with what he heard from Murin Kinglin and Gu Kai last night. Obviously, Wei Niang omitted some details. For example, she let Gu Kai stabilize the state of perfect key refining, fearing that she would be greedy for merit and advance rashly. For example, She specially rented the second-level lower-grade cave with the best conditions for the other party. Before building the foundation, Elder Wang Yuan and I weighed it. Palace Master Gu has a solid foundation, and her spiritual power is even purer than Duan Feng and me. Logically, her chance of success is greater than ours. But sometimes, as long as it is not absolute, there will be accidents. She failed. The injury is very serious, more serious than my eldest brother's failure. In the name of Luo Chen, I spent a lot of money to invite the famous medical master Sun Yuzi from Xiancheng. The result after the diagnosis and treatment is not good. According to Sun Shengxiao, Palace Master Gu's foundation is too solid. Although she is a key refining cultivator, her spiritual power is almost as pure as that of a foundation building cultivator. That's why, after the failure of the foundation building, the damage caused by the spiritual power to her body is far greater than that of the failure of the foundation building of ordinary key refining cultivators. When Sima Wei Niang said this, Luo Chen's mind moved. Suddenly, he realized the main reason for Gu Kai's failure. The distraction and obsession were just the inducement. The main reason was the huge spiritual power that was as pure as that of a foundation building cultivator. Logically speaking, a key refining cultivator should not have such a terrifying purity of spiritual power. Even Luo Chen did not have such a foundation at the beginning. But, over the years, Luo Chen gave her jade dew pills from time to time. This is a second-level spiritual pill that even the female cultivators of the Ice Castle Foundation building are very jealous of. Even if Luo Chen used the improved secret technique to let Gu Kai decompose and take it, the medicinal power in it still allowed her to forge an extremely powerful and pure spiritual power. Among people of the same level, the strength of a spiritual power is almost 3 or 4 times that of others. When she was building the foundation, how could she control it freely with her soul foundation that was not even at the foundation building stage? Is it my fault? Luo Chen's throat was a little dry. He never thought that he would do something bad with good intentions. If there was no jade dew pill, Gu Kai might be a few years slower in completing key refining, but she would still have a solid foundation to impact the foundation building stage. Even if she fails, at most, like Sima Xian, she can recover after a few years of recuperation. Instead of being like now, with a danshan broken, the meridians incomplete, and the huge spiritual power blocked in the body, constantly eroding the body. Sima Wei Niang did not notice Luo Chen's guilt, and continued to talk about the situation later. Gu Kai was seriously injured, and after Sun Shengxiao treated her, he gave a corresponding treatment plan. It is not something that can be cured by ordinary magic, and it needs to be treated slowly with medicine. Moreover, in this process, it is best not to have external spiritual energy enter the body to cause greater damage to her body. Therefore, Sima Wei Niang arranged Gu Kai in a secluded place in Dangsha Peak. The spiritual energy here is extremely thin. In addition, Min Longai was asked to use the formation to construct this spiritless environment. Wang Yuan would come to take a look from time to time, and use the bright energy condensed by qi and blood to hit Gu Kai's main meridians to prevent the accumulated spiritual energy from damaging the main meridians. Otherwise, if it is really bad, the other party will not be able to continue practicing in this life. And Feng Xia has never left me and has been taking care of me day and night for the past year. Everyone has done their best. Luo Chen said with emotion. Sima Wei Niang's mood has stabilized. She nodded and said, "They are all friends who have supported me all the way. Even if there is no hope of building a foundation, at least we should keep our cultivation. I have already inquired. In 3 years, the Medicine King sect may put out a few Kanghai Dam for auction. At that time, it is not impossible to repair the danshan. Kanghai Dan means the sea changes with the sky. It is the supreme elixir for repairing the danshan and qi si of the cultivator. It was auctioned once decades ago, and one was sold at a high price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." "You are thoughtful," Luo Chen said, shaking the soft and boneless slender hand in his hand. Sima Wei Niang smiled, "As long as you don't think I am deliberately targeting her. Am I that kind of person? But your expression just now. Tired." Luo Chen rubbed his eyebrows. He rushed all day and was always on guard against the appearance of robbers on the road. After coming back, he didn't have time to rest. He had to check Gu Kai's injuries and be careful not to hurt her. If he said he wasn't tired, it would be a lie. In this situation, how could he easily deal with a group of high-level people with a smile? Here. A long sword with autumn water appeared in Luo Chen's hand. I brought you a gift. Do you like it? Sima Wei Niang's eyes lit up and she took the flying sword. It's a magic weapon. It's a water magic weapon that suits her very well. She made a sword flower, and her eyes showed joy. On the snow, the woman drew the sword, her skirt fluttered, and it was really beautiful. When Luo Chen admired it, there was still a trace of worry in his eyes. 3 years, too long. When Gu Kai woke up from her deep sleep, she saw Feng Xia packing things in the house. She looked into the house and didn't see the figure in her dream. The feeling of emptiness instantly filled her body. But soon, this feeling disappeared. The man walked in from outside the house. Sister Xia, have you packed everything? Feng Xia nodded. Just some underwear, it's ready. Then let's go now. But, senior son said that it's best for Kai to avoid external energy entering her body. Can we really leave here? It's better to drain than to block. Her theory is only based on the absence of a solution. As he spoke, the man had already come to Gu Kai. Gu Kai bit her lip and asked in confusion, where are we going? To my house. I promised you that I would definitely cure you. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and picked her up as the woman exclaimed. Feng Xia watched this scene with tears in her eyes, and put on her plush coat. It will be fine, everything will be fine. After leaving the courtyard, Luo Chen cast an aura defense shield, then carried Gu Kai on the lanky flying boat. Sister Xia, when Kai is better, we will treat you to drink, and bring Duan Feng with us. Feng Xia stood in the yard, watching the flying boat slowly take off, and waved her hands vigorously. On the flying boat, Gu Kai sat on a soft and warm chair, her heart and eyes full of the man in front of her. When the other party hugged her, this life seemed to be perfect. Even though she felt a tingling sensation from time to time, the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Luo Chen looked at the woman with a smile on her eyebrows and couldn't help but smile. Are you so happy? Yes, I am very happy. Luo Chen, I like you very much? Luo Chen was stunned. Even though the other party had expressed his feelings before, he was still a little unprepared to hear such a naked confession in person at this moment. But think about it carefully. This is the Gu Kai he knew at the beginning. Brilliant, bright and generous. Dare to love and hate. As long as you think of something, you will do it firmly. For this, even if you give up the generous treatment of Xiang Xianglao and the reputation of the famous Gu family in Daohofang, you will not hesitate. On the contrary, it is because of me that she has suppressed her original character over the years. Now that she is seriously injured and can't see hope in the future, she finally stops suppressing herself. Luo Chen's expression was gentle, and he patted the back of her hand gently. When your injury is healed, I will help you build your foundation. Whether you build your foundation or not is not important anymore. Gu Kai smiled with her eyebrows curved. Now you are here with me without any estrangement or airs, it is enough. Even if I die now, I feel fearless. Luo Chen used to be without airs. When he lived in the courtyard, he always ate and drank for free, and his eyes were wandering around. Later, he experienced more things, and the so-called airs, majesty, and bearing came naturally. At this moment, the two of them were indeed less estranged from each other. Suddenly, Gu Kai asked, are we going to your cave? Yes, I haven't been back for a long time. When I get to the cave, many things will be easier to handle. Luo Chen nodded. Gu Kai hesitated and said, but she has lived there for more than a year. It's not good for me to go now. Luo Chen stood up and couldn't help pinching her nose. Why are you tea smelling? What is tea? Gu Kai asked with her neck tilted up. Luo Chen was speechless. He really didn't know how to explain. Gu Kai didn't ask any more questions and said firmly, no matter what, I have decided on you. Even if she wants to compete with me, I will not leave you unless you don't want me anymore. Luo Chen caressed her skinny face with pity. Don't worry. Wei Niang is not the kind of person you think. Everything has been arranged. She has moved out. My friend gave me the right to use a top-grade cave on Xianlin Peak. Wei Niang will live there. Gu Kai rubbed Luo Chen's hand and murmured, in fact, I know that she is different from me. She is more independent and stronger. She has a relationship with you, but she never borrows this identity. Even when facing hostile me, she never takes it to heart. Instead, she helps me build my foundation with all her strength. But sometimes, I just can't help getting angry. I don't know if I am angry with her or you, or maybe I am angry with my old self. Luo Chen didn't say anything and let the other party chatter. The woman was at her weakest and most sensitive at this moment. What he had to do was to heal her. To bring back the old Gu Kai. What Sun Shengshao couldn't do, he was sure he could do. That third-level resurrection pill came at the right time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.